try some of that. Okay. Try that. Let's try that, children. Okay, hey guys, so hold please. Hold please. Hi, just got out of the shower, don't judge, hold on. Okay, so let me pull up. Hey INFJ, hey JK Pioneer. So I'm making spaghetti. I don't know if you guys want to watch me make spaghetti, but I'm making spaghetti and then I'm gonna try and attempt to make a pickle martini, spicy pickle martini. I'm saving the Shiloh martini for tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what was going on, so I just went live. I think Street's gonna jump in maybe. Hold on. Hold please. Hold on. Okay, let me go back over here. Okay, making spaghetti while I'm hanging out with you guys. And then, oh, that's what I was trying to do. Put the Zoom link in while I try and do everything else under the sun. Just got off work. Got a recipe from Shiloh for martini. Okay, let me go over here. Heavens to Betsy. Okay, over here. 6:30. Okay. My roommate's having a party tonight, so I'm gonna do dinner and my drink before her party gets here. Because you know me, I'm a little hermit. I want to be a little hermit. Howdy, lemon drop. Fucking Street. I give you this information, you will never let me live it down. Just get another cat. Yeah, I can't have cats here, so that's okay, Galaxy. You can be my cat. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me go back to screen real fast. Okay, so yeah, I just took a shower. I'm chilling my jammies and stuff, but I'm cooking. And let me real fast. I'm cooking. I don't know if I have chili powder. Oh, did I forget my chili powder? I did not forget my chili powder. Did I forget my chili powder? Oh, what is wrong with me? Oh my God, there's no way. There's no way. Did I really forget my chili powder? I don't know how I'm gonna make my damn grandpa spaghetti if I don't have my chili powder. What in the actual hell? What in the actual Sam hell? I'm fired. I am fired. I forgot my chili powder. This is no bueno. This is no bueno. No freaking bueno. You guys are gonna laugh at me when I try and do this like pasta because I don't want all of it, but I want a good amount where I could have like leftovers and stuff because I'm lazy. Try this one. This amount should be good. Eek. I just don't want to. Yeah, that should be good. But I put a lot of sauce though, and I'll just make more noodles later. Yeah, added lots of minced garlic. I guess, you know what? I'm gonna make a different version. I'm gonna make a different version. I'm gonna make it a little sweeter and spicier. And try that. I'm try that this time. Okay, so this says to cook it for 10 minutes. Okay. What is all over my skin? Okay. Don't need that. Probably use some of this. Okay, I don't know. Shit, is Street trying to get in? I don't know if Street's trying to get in. Why won't it let me go back to my thing? Okay. Street, are you trying to jump on? I cannot see. Hello, hello. Okay. Just kidding. Mindy always fake lacking the correct ingredients. Probably. My life's a mess at the moment. I gotta get more olive oil too. It's my favorite olive oil. It's garlic infused olive oil. I should have made my drink before I started doing this. It would have been a little bit more convenient, but oh well. We're just gonna make like a quick basic spaghetti, I guess. Because I ain't got time for this. I just want to be chilling, hanging out with people. I hope you guys know that I will be going to my aunt's house tomorrow for Christmas dinner and New Year's Eve. So I will be social. Okay, I'm gonna add, oh shit, I need another tiny one. I need a tiny spoon because this is too big. Okay, I'm just gonna add that much. Just a little sweet heat, that's all. Little sweet heat. We're cooking noodles. Thanks to Betsy. I'm already like done for today, I swear. I just want to be done for today. Get in the pan. Everything's not cooperating today. I don't know if it's because it's Friday or what, but the pasta's just saying, nope, not today, Satan. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to cry. It feels so fucking weird being in a different kitchen, trying to cook and stuff. It hurts, but you know what? Fuck it, whatever. What can I do, right? So let's get this bubbling. That's a very high flame. I don't like that flame. It scares me just a little bit. There's that. Let's stir all these ingredients in and just do a very tame spaghetti sauce tonight. The main ingredient's gonna be Parmesan cheese because I don't go fuck tonight. Yeah, don't worry. I will talk fun stuff in a second. I'm debating, should I make a spicy pickle martini? I don't even have martini glasses. I have my Barbie wine glasses that my dad got me last year for, I think it was for Christmas. It was either Christmas or my birthday. But yeah, I don't know. If I drink tonight, am I gonna be sad? I already feel a little sad, to be honest. No. Oh, that's good though. Okay. I am always lacking the right ingredients. So yes, I am hanging out with the towel on my head at the moment because my hair is sopping wet and I just got out of the shower. Yeah. What am I doing? Ooh, that's spicy. Oh shit. How about I make this too spicy? Pickle anything sounds awful. So Gigi, Gallatin Ghost, she says she loves pickled martinis and they do exist. They very much do exist. And I had to do so many orders to track down that damn Hendrix gin that Shiloh, don't bubble already. that Shiloh recommended. He gave me a fun recipe for everyone to try for New Year's Eve or for when we're at WSOF in 2023. But he calls it, it's so cute how he called it. I was like, oh, do you want to call it the Old Fenn? And he's like, just call it a martini. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he like changed his mind and he's like, call it Shiloh's 48K martini. He's like named after the olive jar. I'm like, that is adorable. So I posted the recipe on my community page. The exact measurements are on the page. I copied and pasted it directly from his message. Jeez, I got like spice in my throat. Hold on. Hey, like black pepper in my throat. Wouldn't help. Should be crickets. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Debating if I even want to make alcohol. Okay, this is the last of my watermelon juice. That's okay. That's okay. I'll go shopping tomorrow. Ow. Ah. Okay, there we go. Pickle anything. I mean, I like pickles, especially spicy pickles. Dave's spicy pickles are like the best, the absolute best. 13.5 hours to New Year's Eve, and I will be in a different year than you guys. Nice. Okay. I don't know. Is Street mad at me right now? I can't tell if he's mad at me. He's not joining the stream. What happened? Street, where are you? Hello, Galaxy. Did he run off to get some beer? Street. Ooh, so update on the Idaho quadruple murders. They caught the murderer this morning. They caught him. And it is the creepiest thing ever, you guys. Like, absolutely, it had me floored. And it was so funny because the whole time I was reading up and studying this, because it's been like well over a month that this case has been going on, I was like, you know, this really reminds me of the movie Murder by Numbers with Sandra Bullock and, you know, Ryan Gosling. And it kind of was. It kind of was. And I still think it's not fully over. I think that the killer had an accomplice or accomplices, and it'll explain more, right? So the killer was a 28, well, allegedly, right? But I mean, they already got evidence and stuff, and they booked him for first-degree murder. But the killer was a 28-year-old criminology. I think he was basically studying criminology and stuff. And so he posted back on June 8th, he posted all over on like Reddit, on other forums. He posted a questionnaire / like survey thingy to ex-cons about their psychological, emotional response to doing a crime and getting away with it. And it was so creepy. Like, you got to look into this. All this stuff that people are talking about. I guess he was a heroin addict. This one girl who was like friends with him said that he was a heroin addict. Like, oh, it's so scary. Hold on. Street is connecting. Hey, Street.
What's happening?
Called me a lemon drop.
I couldn't pass that one up. It's amazing you didn't end up on a poll, man, honestly. Lemon drop, candy. I mean, what the hell was your mother thinking?
Well, I mean, she said when I was born, I had bright ass duck butt yellow hair. So that's why she wanted to name me Lemon Drop. I don't understand it either. Honest to God. I'm just excited that she didn't do it. She didn't follow through.
That would be an unusual name to grow up with, man. Lemon Drop. Seriously, I've never heard of that.
asshole if that were the case, honestly. But watch out. Now we're going to have Shy Guy thinking my real name's Lemon Drop.
He'll research it. Don't worry. He'll get to the bottom of this escapades.
Lemon Drop and link it to the assassination of JFK.
They're all linked together, for God's sakes.
It's all linear. I have no words with that, but hey, whatever rabbit hole people want to go down, go for it. Just leave me the fuck alone. Okay, is this good? Are we good? The hardest part is always getting the noodle to try to make sure it's al dente. Give me a noodle. No, give me a noodle. Okay, here we go. So yeah, so did you see they caught the Idaho quadruped killer?
I heard in David's chat tonight that they in Pennsylvania, huh?
Mm-hmm. From Pennsylvania.
I said it sounds like someone in their mid-30s the other night. How old was he?
28.
Oh shit, I was off.
So he was a criminology graduate. He was literally studying crimes and how to get away with them shit.
Oh, well, that would explain his lack of years he was studying it. Wow, that's diabolical.
Well, not only that, back in June, he posted posts on Reddit and other places, these anonymous links for ex-convicts to fill out a psychological emotional questionnaire based on their crimes and how they got away with them.
So he was searching, man, right in public.
Yeah. And then the worst part is he lived only 10 minutes away from the university. And I have a hunch because there was these weird Reddit posts going around a couple of weeks ago. And you know how like fraternities, the guys in the fraternities, they'll like share everything with each other and talk about a bunch of stuff. I don't know who posted it. I'm sus of that too, but they were insinuating that there were these two guys in the fraternity that have always wanted to get away from murder, right? And the details that this person shared in the 4chan was so detailed and so perfect that I'm like, there's no way some fraternity kids could like fucking get away with that on their own. And then it clicked. I was like, what if they came across that Reddit post that Brian dude posted and decided to correspond with him like all the way back in June or whenever he started posting, because he posted all over the place. But I'm like, it would make sense how they would know how to leave their phone back at their dorm and have it going through YouTube as a digital alibi. Like it talked about all this stuff. And I'm like, only criminology students or like graduates would know stuff like that because they're the ones that are trained to use that to like catch a killer.
Right. And look at the planning. Look at the planning involved. That's devious, diabolical, evil.
And like, look at the dude. He looks like a pogo stick with eyeballs. There's no way this guy killed 4 people on his own in under 13 minutes. It's like,
and walked out with and left no evidence behind. None.
Well, not only that, because I totally think he has an accomplice. Because one, the law enforcement, they did a statement today or whatever. They can't share too much because it's still under investigation, but they said this is just now beginning, and they're still having people call in for tips on anyone who knew him or associated with him or people who associated with him. And I think it's because he had an accomplice or accomplices, and it's just there's just too much detail to it. And like it makes sense. Like my theory is that either he teamed up with, possibly the fraternity students. Again, this is all assumption, or the convict, whichever one he was corresponding with. Like that link needs to be completely thoroughly checked because it's got a plethora of IP addresses. And one of those, I'm probably going to go out on a limb and say is the accomplice. So there's just like so much shit going on. And he was the one that owned the white Elantra too.
Wow.
The one they put a bolo out on. So I'm just like, whoa, it's crazy.
Well, there's no plan to murder someone that cannot be figured out. If they think there's a perfect plan, if you came up with the plan, there were steps to it. There's a way to find out those steps. There's no perfect, no.
Yeah, but you know what's fun? They the law enforcement said that they knew the killer, like who the killer was, like very early on, and they just couldn't release the information because they were afraid it would have, messed with the investigation or tipped them off or something. So that's why they were like giving us all the other information.
Yeah, they do that a lot. So they get, well, it goes, like I said the other night, it goes back to the legal system. They have to make sure they have everything covered before a prosecutor will pick it up, because there's lawyers out there that will get killers off because of the technicalities.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, look what happened. Look what happened when they finally publicly targeted in on that one guy that killed his girlfriend out in Yellowstone here recently.
Wait, who?
The YouTubers, they were doing a YouTuber about van life and stuff. And
that guy.
As soon as he realized they were focusing in on him, he disappeared.
That guy's name was Brian too, Brian Laundrie. So the killer for the Idaho murder is named Brian too.
Oh shit!
That's creepy.
Well, if you switch the I and A, it's Brain or Brian.
That's just creepy. Like I'm not kidding. I'm probably never gonna go on a dating site ever again, and I'm especially not dating a Brian. That's just traumatizing. Oh, and then it gets worse. Hold on. Let me do this real fast. Give me my noodles.
Don't be a Brian. Yeah, I agree with you, Kiwi. Don't be a Brian.
Don't be Brian.
Don't be a Brian.
Like, I am not in the mood for psychopaths. Thank you. No, thank you. I will pass. Okay, there's that. So it turns out that dude, he was following 2 out of the 4 victims on social media. Like, I kid you not, I spent half the day today just deleting people I didn't know following me on Instagram.
Was it the 2 that were
yeah, I was kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my God, he's so creepy. And people are claiming that he's on video at the taco food video, the food stop. They say he's the one in the poncho. And I'm like, now I have to go back and look at someone in a poncho.
So he targeted someone online, plotted it and all that, and drove to Idaho, was it?
Well, so he lived in Washington. He was literally 10 minutes away from the university, but he grew up in Pennsylvania. So when he did the murder, apparently he went back to his hometown to like hide out.
Oh, so he came from Washington.
Yeah, because it's right on the border of Idaho, Washington, the university.
It's still pretty creepy. We all know the dangers of lurkers on social media and all, but man.
Yeah, like, dude, there's already so many creepy people. Hold on. There's already so many creepy people in the chase community alone. I'm just like, fuck that. So many creepy people. And now, did you see Steve's like on my ass being like a total fucking cunt to me?
I saw that today. I got the notification and I looked down. I'm like, oh shit, she's off. Oh, she went back to the dark side. She was on K-Pros the other night. Okay, here we go again.
I wasn't on the dark side. I'm not on anyone's side. And I just want to get along with everyone. And I don't want to have to fucking choose sides anymore. I just want to be able to go with the flow, coexist. Because every time I try and pick a side and then do justice for one side, I always get the worst part of it. Like, I get my life blown up. I get fucking mentally and like emotionally tortured. So I'm just chilling with everyone. I don't give a fuck right now. If you want to call me fake, go for it.
Relax. I was just joking, man. Relax.
No, I'm not talking to you even.
Well, I had to comment. I'm like, I sat there for a second. I'm like, man, I got to comment on this one. Who the hell are you talking? You talking to me?
No, I forgot to like add that part because I thought when I replied I went to his comment, but it just fell under all the comments. So like the whole thread.
Well, it fell under a comment I had just made, and I'm thinking, and there was no at Steve. I'm like, wow, what the fuck, man? God damn, what the hell they drinking out there? Shit.
Andy, you indecisive bitch.
I was getting ready to dox you, man. Someone sent me your address and contact information anonymously. I was getting ready to give it to someone. Buffalo Bill.
Wait, those one?
I said, after I looked at it, I'm like, shit, she's talking to me. Hell, I just recently anonymously got your address and contact information. Hell, I'm going to give it to Buffalo Bill.
Wait, was it my Chino Hills one or my Riverside one?
No one gave nothing.
Oh,
No.
I was like, fuck.
See, here you go. See, you're just too easy, man. Stop.
Well, I mean, dude, we're dealing with some crazies up in the Chase community. Come on. We're dealing with some serious crazies. You never know.
We're all a touch of crazy, man. None of us is sane. But each of us have a foot in reality and a foot in imagination, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Well, yeah, but there's a thin line between being aware that you're crazy versus being absolutely fucking unhinged and giving out personal information.
Yeah. Well, everyone.
It's like, fuck that.
Everyone resorts to their own means sometimes, and yeah.
My phone just dropped. Are you upside down? Hold on. Sorry.
I don't know what it's looking at. Oh, yeah, it was looking up.
My bad. No, I don't know. Are you drinking tonight? Street.
What's that?
Are you drinking tonight?
Nope. I haven't drank in a while. I haven't had the urge, man. I drank about a week ago and it really didn't even taste good. I'll wait till New Year's Eve tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting too. I was thinking about making a drink tonight, but I don't really want to. If I do, it's only because I'm curious about a pickle martini. The funny thing is I absolutely hate martinis. Yet Shallow's got me trying some new damn martini.
Martinis was my dad's drink, and they're disgusting, man. It's solid fucking alcohol. It's disgusting.
Well, he said that there's a method to the madness. So I bought all the ingredients, I punted it down.
And if people think those olives take the edge off of the ugliness of the alcohol, it doesn't. It does not until you eat them. You got to chug the drink and eat them real quick to like neutralize the drink. That's just my opinion.
He said to do Hendrick's gin, and I was researching it, and it sounds like that's the gin to use because it's not what the other gin is that you're used to.
Yeah, vermouth and gin, in my opinion, is not a good match, man. Whoever came up with that drink was trying to torture themselves or try to quit drinking. It might have been an alcoholic said, man, I'll get a drink I don't like.
Sorry, I think that's hilarious. Hold on 1 second. Cleaning up really fast. Okay, we're good. Oh shit. I'm not okay.
What's happening, Luli? She just popped in.
Hey, Lily. Is she in chat or is she in the
chat?
What?
She's in chat.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure if she's trying to get in. This is meetings challenged today.
I always like Seagram's extra dry gin with the rough bottle. It has like a rough I don't know, pattern, bunch of lines on the bottle, extra dry.
The one, right? Oh wait, no, that's Sapphire.
What is it?
The one I was thinking of, Sapphire. Seagram's. Isn't Seagram's just like the equivalence of the Kraken?
What? I don't know. Seagram's makes like Seagram's. What is Seagram's? Seagram's makes. I think it's not bourbon. It's like whiskey, whatever. Seagram's 7 and 7.
Oh yeah.
They make extra dry gin. That's what I used to buy Tanqueray until I got really wasted on it one time, and now I just can't stomach the smell of it.
Every time I had my friend Baram come from Persia, we would get fucked up, and the only thing he ever drank was Tanqueray. That stupid green bottle is etched into my memory for all of eternity.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. We went to this one, I think it was like a rave or something, a water park rave. And we would do, you know, half orange juice, half Tanqueray. We had like a huge bottle where we were standing in line to get into the water park. Well, my friends decided to play jokes on me, and they put a fucking E-pill in the drink and watched me down the entire fucking bottle.
Wow.
When I tell you, I've never been so tripping out in my life. I kid you not. I ended up sneaking into VIP almost 7 times. I don't know how I did it. I was magical. Definitely not a fan of that though, but yeah, my friends are crazy.
Yeah, it's E can make you quite thirsty, and your body doesn't really react to it until it's too late. There's no going back once your body realizes what's in it.
It was kind of like worse than that. I remember, God, what did I do? I remember I called in to a radio station and I won a concert thingy, and I was too drunk to like give them my information. I remember that part. And all my friends heard me in the water park on the radio. It was pretty funny. Need fork. I'm shocked Galaxy isn't joining us. Apparently, Troy put him down a really deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, with the chest compare. Well, his path is the 2 chests, so this is right up his alley, man. This should get him like enthused and working.
So what exactly is it?
Troy, well, as far as what I understand, the 3 pictures we've been supplied, the one in the book, the fine one on, what was it, the 16th of June, and then the one in the office, I believe, or the one at auction, but they're different. 3 of them are different. Like, I think 2 of them match, but 3 of them are I just know they're different. They're different boxes. In their opinion, in the path they're taking now, it doesn't appear that. It appears the 3 boxes are 3 different boxes as it is now.
That's interesting.
Well, a fake finder found a fake chest, or a replica finder found a replica chest.
Wait, so where are these pictures from?
June 16th. Remember the picture Forrest put out? I think it's the one in the woods that Troy's talking about, the coaxials in it.
Oh yeah, I posted that one not too long ago.
Okay, that one. The one in the book, of course, and the desk, the office with Jack and Forrest sitting together.
Are you saying they don't match?
It appears to be some discrepancies, and that's what they're diving into to see if they can verify if there are in fact the same chest, or is there manufacturing discrepancies.
Well, I know there's a copy. I'm still under the impression that whatever's chilling in the museum right now is not the original. The original was intended specifically for Forrest and Peggy. So I believe when Fenn traded it off with Jack, he made the trade with the replica that he made. And what's really interesting though is like Fenn confessed to Venetti's. He made a copy, a replica of the chest, and he was explaining to him how he could never get, like, I think it was the left side or the right side correct. And so he was trying to walk him through on how to be able to pull it off. And if Fenn made a replica way back in the day, and then he's got this one, and then he paid Venetti to make another one, that's 3 in total. And, you know, Justin, or sorry, the LLC has possession of one of them. That still has 2 other chests unaccounted for. My theory is that the one he made a replica of is the one that's actually sitting in the Detroit Museum, because I was able to trace back and connect Eugene Thaw to the Detroit Museum. And around the same timeline in which he was starting to look into the chess motif, and when he requested it from Havashi, Havashi couldn't get him the chest in time, so Fenn had to turn to Eugene Thaw. And I found an article that stated that not only was Eugene Thaw part of this like society that was put together to fund this art institute for Detroit, but the institute itself was getting looked into because of like they couldn't keep track of inventory. Inventory was going missing, and they specifically stated in the article bronze sculptures as well as a bronze reliquary chest. So it's fascinating that now the other twin to Fenn's chest is at the Detroit Museum. Eugene Thaw was linked to Detroit Museum. He was the one that Fenn got the chest from. So I think the replica Fenn made is the one he put in the museum, and he kept the real one. I swear to you, I think that's what happened.
I'm not a founder, but since we've been talking about all this, it got me thinking. If you actually had it in your possession, there is no, once again, I'm not a founder, but I can't think of any reason why you couldn't fabricate all the size that you have in your possession at that time. I mean, basically the things are all the same. If you can get 2 panels right, you can get the whole thing right. There's no like secret founders put in to keep people from making copies. But if all you had was a picture, and the picture only showed the front and the right side as you're looking at it, and the lid, and it didn't show the back or the left, that makes sense. You would have difficulty because you really don't know, is it opposite? You know, is the ladders going opposite? Are they the same way? You see where I'm going with that?
That's a good point. Like, I'm trying to think. I don't know, because, you know, there's the paper trails. We've got Eugene Thaw. We got Havashi. Havashi is strictly linked to Cozumel. And then, I mean, there's Venetti's, and Venetti was requested by Forrest. Forrest paid him to make a copy. So are they all copies and none of them are original? Is that the case?
Does anybody remember if Venetti's had access to pictures of the back of the chest and as you're looking at it, the left side?
I believe so. I just know that he told me Forrest walked him through on how to get it all right.
Well, there again, see, if Forrest is walking this guy how to get it right, and he said he couldn't get it right, that makes no sense. You're having a guy saying, I couldn't get the back and the one side correct, but here's how you do it. He would have done it himself.
Yeah, maybe, but he was already like almost 90, I think, when he commissioned him to do this.
That's true. And he did it back. Hell, he did it back who knows when, you know, 90s, 2000s is when he was made. And if he made one copy, he could have made a dozen copies. Hell.
No, I don't think he made a dozen, but I mean, it had to have definitely been when he had the foundry, right? When Fenn owned the foundry.
I took it, I could have misunderstood it, but I took it he copied him when he was in Santa Fe. Living in Santa Fe is when he copied the chest, not when he was back in Temple, Texas.
No, not the Temple, Texas one. I thought he still had like some connection to a foundry in Santa Fe, didn't he? I swear I've read somewhere that he
outside of Santa Fe, he mentioned the guy's name. Yeah, you're correct. He mentioned the guy's name and said,
yeah, what was the guy's name again? He's the same one that talked about the horseshoes, right?
I think so. The blacksmith guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That timeline lines up. Eugene Thaw lines up. Detroit Museum lines up. The book on Roger Sherman Loomis, which talks about the reliquary chest, Forrest confirmed to Stephanie 30acre that, because she sent him the picture and the book and everything, he confirmed to her that that exact chest that was written about by Roger Sherman Loomis was in fact his chest. But then again, we know Fenn liked to embellish and he liked to make copies of things. So there's that too.
He definitely liked to covet things too.
Yeah. And so what's really funny is that the original reliquary chest is built for a saint and it's meant to hold a saint's bones. So, and then it also has a secret compartment hidden within the chest. So, I mean, the one thing that wasn't able to be touched or sold or anything was the one piece of evidence that would tell if it was actually an authentic reliquary chest, like he states, or if it was a copy.
Yeah.
I'm always shocked Galaxy isn't trying to come on here and talk about the double chest thing.
They're talking to him, trying to get him to jump on.
Galaxy, jump on. I don't know what to think. Laugh out loud. Fenn was a master with clay and molds, replicating the bronzes. He also knew how to patina them to make them appear older. His M isn't working. I'm low on gigs, football, and these guys eat it up. What? Lucky is confusing me. So yeah, Troy and Galaxy, hit the link, jump in. It's get interesting. Ooh, guess what? So tonight, a searcher sent me some interesting background information on San Lazaro.
Dating back to before Forrest bought it.
Yeah, and it was way before 88.
Yeah, the lady who bought it fell on hard times from what I remember. I mean, the lady he bought it from, she fell on hard times. That's how he came across.
I never read about that. Wait, Barbara Walters died?
Really? I didn't know she was still alive, and I don't mean that to be mean. I thought, man, she was old back in the 70s.
Well, I know there's this trend going around on TikTok where younger kids are like lying and saying certain celebrities died and recording the reactions to people, especially older people. And I'm not kidding, Street. It is the funniest thing I've ever fucking seen. Like when they say Cher died and then the mom's like, oh my God, she starts crying and flipping out, and this other lady flipped an entire table because they said Eminem died. It's so fucking twisted but really funny at the same time.
That's not funny. What the hell's wrong with your guys' generation? That ain't funny. Laughing about it. And then if you get sick, you're going to be on here crying, oh, I'm dying, everyone pity. No. Yeah, we're going to make a meme about you.
It's just funny because you know they're not dead. But the other people, they're older and they're not really online. And so it's just funny to get their initial reaction.
Well, would you think it's funny if I do a video tomorrow, say, breaking news, Candy died, horrific car accident?
I mean,
no, that's not funny, man. Come on.
As long as you get the recorded initial reaction, I wouldn't be too mad. I mean, come on. Didn't Barbara post my plane crashing down in flames? Isn't that close enough?
Oh, look, a piece of candy.
While I'm on the plane, absolutely terrified.
Well, that makes me a hypocrite because I laugh my ass off at nose diving in. Oh, look, a piece of candy.
At first, I was thinking, I'm like, why does it say a piece of candy? Were they trying really hard to get close and pick up the candy? And I'm like, oh no, it's supposed to be pieces of me all over the place. Never mind. Like, that's pretty fucking dark. I'll never understand it.
Yeah.
I made the spaghetti really good tonight. I didn't record the process of me making the pasta sauce though. My bad. So let's go.
I'll bet you Barbara had to be in her late 90s, man. She had to have been, if not 100.
You mean Barbara Walters, not the other one?
Yeah, Barbara Walters. Betty White. Betty White and Barbara White, or Barbara Walters, I thought were about the same generation, man, about the same age.
Really? I thought she was like 60 or 70.
I remember watching, it was 60 Minutes. It was Barbara Walters was on it, and it was like in the, I'm thinking 70s. Yeah, definitely 70s. And she looked, I'm thinking she was like in her 40s at least then. So what's this, 50 years? Yeah, that's like I bet you she was late 80s, early 90s, man.
Hi, Troy.
Hi, Candy. Hi, Street.
What's up, Troy?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of playing World of Warcraft. I used to play, all the online games way back, EverQuest, Ultimate, and all that. But I played World of Warcraft, and I leveled up to max, which was like level 120 or 110, like 10 characters. But that was a couple of years ago, and then I quit because what they did is it's the same crap, it gets you too hooked. So I quit, but then a friend got me back in now, so I've been messing around with that. But right now, I'm logged in the game, so I'm mostly going to listen to you guys. I really want to see Galaxy pop in and talk about the chess. Like you were
starting to take over my channel.
Yeah, no, like you were saying, I just wanted to talk briefly, and like I'm gonna just probably mute and just go back and play. But I hope Galaxy logs in.
Do you know about Warhammer 44,000?
Who?
Do you know Warhammer 40,000?
Yeah.
Did you know Henry Cavill, aka Geralt of Rivia from The Witcher, aka Superman, is now doing his own project on that? He's going to play the lead.
No, I didn't. Did you? You've heard of World of War? Ultima Online, right? Back in 1997. Really, the first big multiplayer online game.
I'm talking about Pokemon.
No, the first multiplayer RPG. There was a lot of them before, but the first one that really took off commercial was called Ultima Online. It came out in 1997, and then 2 years after that, EverQuest came out. But the guy that does Ultima Online back in the 80s, he began a series called the Ultima role-playing role-playing series. It's a single-player game. His name is Richard Garriott, and he's from Texas, a rich guy. He's into all kinds of crazy stuff. He actually went down to the Titanic and all of that stuff. He built a castle at his house. He's like, you'd probably like to read about him. He's really, really, really heavily into that. And of course, he was into Tolkien and everything.
Nice.
Yeah, it's cool. But anyway, I like I said, I hope Galaxy goes in and talks about it. But all I want to say was that, Galaxy's looking at that number and stuff. And and I talked to the guy again from Texas that is the one I hooked Galaxy up with. And what they're trying to do, hopefully, you get a Zoom call with me and Galaxy and that guy and probably Brian, I guess, see a private Zoom call and then go over all this stuff together. But they think they found multiple things. And also the guy in Texas that I'm talking about, I think he's 69 years old. He was in the Navy for 31 years, approximately. And, he's into satellite imagery and stuff like that. But he's the one that pointed out that weed is a coax. But today, and I don't know if he sent it to Galaxy yet, but he sent me an image of the he believes that that's a hint. Okay. And it's actually something that Jack would not have access to.
A hint?
Huh?
What does he think is a hint?
The coaxial cable and what it's connected to. He showed me a picture of what that thing is probably connected to. and it's something that Jack wouldn't have access to. So what the theory is that Forrest Fenn put that mark on there and stamped when he took the picture that he gave, and that's probably why he didn't put the other two pictures out there.
I have the original that doesn't have the stamp of that photo.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the photo that Forrest Fenn came out with on June 16th.
June. Oh, with Jack Stoof?
No, the one with the tree in the background.
The only Forrest Fenn picture ever released of the chest that has the stick, the rusty key, the coax cable on the right, and the left side two columns are messed up as if it's a composite. But anyway, the guy in tech, just long story short, he believes that coax cable is there as a hint. And the device he showed me is something that only the military would have access to. It wouldn't be something that Jack would have. No way. For example, the military has satellite capability where they could read the serial number on a quarter that's on the ground. That kind of stuff is not available to the public. And that's what this guy used to work with. So he went to an area in New Mexico. I'm not going to say where it is, though. And he used the satellite to do some research, I guess. I don't know. He sent me some really interesting pictures. And the cool thing about it is that because of the way it's situated, the only way you could see it in the image, you could stare at a high-res image all day long. You'll never see it. You have to load it up in Photoshop or GIMP, and you have to adjust the curves. But there's a certain way you have to adjust the curve. It's almost like an S pattern, because what you want to do is obviously brighten the darkest areas and darken the brightest areas and lighten the lightest areas so that it'll show up. So what he thinks is that's an indication there that he put out the people that are really astute, that he's saying, hey, the chest is found, here's the chest, but this is not the real chest. And you'll notice that green spot, there's like a line on the chest there that matches the one that's on scrapbook 158. Well, on scrapbook 158, there's like a green stain there. And he believes that that's why they stamped it in that spot where the green thing is. So in other words, if somebody knew what they were doing, they'll see scrapbook 158, they'll notice that green mark and then look at the image that came out on June 16th. And his ultimate theory is he believes that there's at least one real chest out there, and the one that Jack got, it's a legitimate chest, but it's not the chest. And he believes that the chest is in Santa Fe, and he's going back out this summer. So he's trying to be a little bit careful of what he says, but he's a military guy. So I talked to him today, and I know another guy. Remember the guy that I told you on June 7th, he donated to my PayPal and he said he was the finder?
Yeah.
That guy works for the Department of Defense, and he's been in the military since 2004. Okay. And right now he's in the reserves, and he's also an expert with radio communications and stuff like that. Well, I'm hooking him up with the other guy because they're both in the same branch of service, the Navy. And I verified it. I mean, there's a website called navy.thosewhoserved.net. Is it street? You probably know. But you could go in there and look up anybody that was in any of the branches of service. And I verified this, and I've talked to them both on the phone. So anyway, I'm trying to hook the two military guys up. So we have because they're both, one of them, I believe, is close to 50, and the other guy is almost 70 years old. And they have far more military experience than Forrest does, and they're really good at analysis. And my goal is to get them hooked up with Galaxy. So I want Galaxy to talk about it because he's kind of like the guy that's going to be doing the work. I know the math. I know the algorithms. I mean, they use Photoshop. I help make Photoshop. So I know what I'm doing. The problem is because of my eye surgery, my eyes aren't what they used to be since 2016. So I have to zoom in far enough where I can see the detail. But when I do that, I end up getting the artifacts of the result of zooming in. So I can't do it. So I think that Galaxy and his friend Brian will be perfect. So I'm trying to hook him up with this military guy. I already hooked Galaxy up with the guy that's been in for 31 years, this satellite expert. And we're going to try to have a Zoom call. So, but I guess Galaxy will say more. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody. I'm going to go back and go level my shaman. Maybe I'll play my druid for a while. I don't know.
Nice.
See you all later. I'm going to stay on, I guess, in case I want to pop in, but I'm just going to stay muted. So,
Happy
What's
New
your
Year.
thoughts on that street?
It
How does that
just,
feel?
it's just another piece to the puzzle. Does it fit? I don't know. I'm willing to look at any evidence, man, to see if it fits in the puzzle, the big picture.
Well, I still think that the most intriguing piece of evidence is June 5th. Not only is it the only stamp that's repeated twice in the book, but it's strategically placed over the story of Skippy, and then again strategically placed in Goldenmore, which again illuminates, insinuates that the entire chase and story is about Skippy. Just saying, like, that's one of my most favorite pieces to really analyze and like ponder about, because the chest was found on June 5th. And you know what's funny? I was in Discord earlier, and Jeremy, you know, he's the one that is Leroy. Hold on.
Yeah, right.
He's been MIA for a while, so he doesn't know like half the stuff that we talk about. And someone in Discord was like, yeah, the chest was found on June 5th, not June 6th. And he's like, what source or evidence do you have? And I chimed in. I was like, you poor man, you don't know anything. Like, you've been MIA for so long. Like, yeah, it was confirmed that the chest was in fact found on June 5th. And Forrest emailed Dale and a few others and confirmed that the chest had been found, and he was just waiting for photographic evidence, allegedly. So what are the odds that not only is the chest found on the exact date in the book?
It doesn't sound like a coincidence.
Exactly. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of those happening. They're good. Damn it, why was this thing not draining? Sorry, hold on. Trying to clean this up real fast so I could grab some snacks, make myself maybe a drink. I don't know if it's going to be alcoholic, but I just need a drink for a snack. My roommate's going to be having a party. And I just feel like a freaking hermit.
An early New Year's Eve party?
No, I guess she's having it for Christmas or something. Like, she didn't really get to do it before because she was like working.
Tree, go read chat.
Look at
they're talking about talking about Paul.
Oh God, I already heard it. Street, did you hear it?
Hear what?
I think it was the other night. He was on Bill's and he just like lost his shit. Hold on.
He made a fool out of Bill. He made a complete fool out of Bill.
I
felt so sorry for Bill. Bill was ready to cry, man. And he didn't kick him off. They were busting Bill's balls for like 2.5 hours. But yeah, Lulu Bell said that she thought that he was a polite, little talky, but a nice guy.
No, he was trashing
No way.
Street and I the entire time. He was literally talking and trashing us. And then he had the audacity to say that he was permitted to trash us because he said we weren't real people. Like, how delusional is that?
Yeah. I've heard him on Bill's one night, and it's been a while back, where he just, like you guys were saying, he dogged the fuck out of Bill. You know how Bill gets so many thoughts rolling?
Yeah.
He stumbles a lot. We all get excited and have like 10 things all go together. I watched Paul just beat the shit out of him, and then Paul came out and said God talked to him on a plane ride he had, and he's the Antichrist, man. This is the book of Revelations. He's the chosen one. I about shit. I'm like, I know for sure now. Not that I ever questioned I didn't like him to begin with. And this isn't starting shit. I mean, people don't like me. Well, at least I have the balls to say I don't like you. This is as close to face as I can get. I don't like the guy. And when he said that, I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
Yeah, no, I'm really good at like a judge of character when it comes to like psychopaths. So I tend to avoid them.
By the way, look in chat what INFJ is saying. He knows what I'm talking about. That coax cable, right, that the guy identified. Not only did he identify the cable, is what I'm telling you, is he identified what it's hooked into. And when right after that picture came out, he told Fenn what it was. And then he also gave Fenn enough information to look back to see that this guy knew what he was doing and, a satellite expert and all of that. And Forrest communicated with him a couple times. He didn't verify anything and he didn't discuss that picture with this guy, for obvious reasons. But they did communicate prior to that. So he knew. And that's the only reason why that guy sent Forrest the picture. So he's not claiming he's right that there's a second chest, but he absolutely agrees with Galaxy and he thinks he could prove it. So I hope they do. Galaxy, man, get your ass in here. All right.
I know,
I'm
where's
muted again.
Galaxy? He like disappeared. How dare he? How dare he leave us abandoned? Neglected and abandoned. Definitely not going to mix any more Fireball with eggnog, that's for sure. That knocked me on my ass last time.
I think Galaxy may be having some like personal issues right now. So maybe that's why he's not around.
Like with his kids or something?
Well, his father, I think.
Oh, I'm sad to hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't want to, discuss his personal problems. I don't know the details. I'm just saying, I think maybe that's why he's not here. He had a lot of things that he was busy with. So that's why, because he was saying that's why he didn't get back to me until today with the emails. So that's probably why he's not here. I don't think he's in chat anymore either. I hope he comes back.
He left for a bit. He might be back, or he might have just abandoned shit because you brought it up.
No, I mean, he was gone before I said that. I want to hear what he has to say because I don't know what him and Brian have been doing. Because, like I said, he emailed me a lot that day and then the day after. But then he was going to get back to me last night. He didn't. So he just told me why. So I don't really know all the details. But the last thing he said is he would also like to see a private Zoom call with me and that guy and him and his friend, and we'll kind of go over it together. I don't know how much help I'll be to them, honestly, because I mean, once you get it on Zoom, now I really can't really see detail. But I'll be glad to. But I'll be glad to be there with them. Sure. I mean, he just seems. I put him in a rabbit hole just like you did to me, Candy. You and Street got me with this. Yeah, you guys did. Now you got me looking up Mayans and all this history, and I'm enjoying it. So now I did return the favor to Galaxy. So I owed him one. So I think he's having fun with it. So anyway, I'm gonna mute again.
That is funny. Ow. Well, we have to attempt to do something tomorrow for New Year's Eve. Ow. Oh. Okay. Here we go. So I'm me just brushing my hair out real fast. Okay. The Street, you got any commentary on that, or did you abandon ship?
No, it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me that there's several different chests pictured. Not at all. How does that fit into the bigger picture? That's where my brain's going. I'm already running, assuming that that's true. My brain's already trying to put other puzzle pieces together with that information. The what if, well, if there is, what would be the purpose of having the chest that you pictured in the book, the chest that was found, and the chest sitting on the table? What would be?
I can answer that one. Can I answer that one?
Sure.
because it was never about the poem or anything like that. It was about the chess motif itself, because that's the puzzle that gives you the story of Skippy.
Yep. It's, in other words, it fits into the puzzle piece of trivial. Does not matter.
Exactly.
But the fact that it's highlighted, and people, I'm sure people knew it would be highlighted. You can't hide anything from this community. They will eventually find out. Even if they have to leak it out, it will be found out.
True.
What would be the purpose? To distract you and keep you patient and busy while they're working on the Hollywood ending?
This is very true.
Yeah.
The Hollywood ending. Okay, don't sound like what's her name over here.
We're all coming together. I knew there was a place for her at the table. There's a place for the table for all of us, and it's a banquet table, for God's sake. Nobody stands at a banquet.
Did you see Gary Drayton, the one that's on Oak Island, the Curse of Oak Island? He's over at what you call it? He's over in Quintana Roo right now.
Is he the professional metal detector?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's British, isn't he?
Yeah. He posted, I think it was yesterday. He was in Quintana Roo. I was like, well, that's fascinating. What are you up to over there, sir? Because I keep getting stuff. And oh yeah, I wanted to go back to
Galaxy just put a good thing in chat. There is 3 different pictures in the book. One is the chest closed. Other 2, the gold is displayed differently. You're correct, man. The chest is open with the gold nuggets at top. The chest is closed, and the chest is open with the gold nuggets in front of the chest, lying in front of it. You're right. I never. That just good eye, man. There's 3 different. So how do we group that? That opens it up even bigger now.
Galaxy. Get your butt on chat or in Zoom. Oh crap! I forgot I was on camera the entire time. Oh no! Fail! I have no words. Oh well, whatever. Galaxy, get your butt in chat. Let me go into hermit mode. There we go. Hermit mode. I'll be social tomorrow. That's what I always say. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna chill today and I'll be social tomorrow. And you know what's really messed up, Street? I was literally thinking last night, I was like, okay, I get paid in a couple of days. I think I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna like take myself to Target, cruise around, my hometown and stuff. And then this crap happens about the quadruple 4 murder, right? And then on top of that, I see all over TikTok these women talking about all this trafficking going around right around in this area. And I'm like, what? And they were at a Target, or no, they weren't at a Target. They were at a Walmart. And there were men following them in Walmart, like in a public fucking place. People were just following people around in Walmart, trying to like get them and stuff. It's terrifying. You wonder why I won't leave my damn apartment or condo, whatever.
One of my daughters during the summertime, I think she said she heard it from TikTok, but there was, if you ever come out, and it was like to all ladies on it. It was a sent out to like one of those TikTok ladies. If you ever come out, and there was, I think it was like a dollar bill sticking on your windshield wiper. Leave it. Hurry up and get in your car and lock the door. Or something. There was some.
Yeah.
Supposedly they were putting like markers. And there was another one about a tire. If you ever come out and see something like a white piece of paper around your tire, don't try to pick it up, because that's when they like deter you and then grab you.
Well,
That's
they
sick
are getting
shit, man.
creative
That's
now.
that's human hunting, for God's sakes.
Yeah, and it's like right and just blatantly obvious, right in public, which is absolutely terrifying. And they also started doing where they put napkins in between where your door handles are. And if you touch the napkin, it's some type of drug or poison that soaks into your skin, and then it incapacitates you.
That is freaking insane.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm already one of those dumbasses that doesn't really pay attention if I'm not focusing on it. But the moment I focus or zero in on something, I'm like, okay, that's not right. But I'm like, I'm half a dipshit, and then I'm half like very aware of my surroundings. It just depends on like my type of mentality for the day. I'm like, la 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 la, whatever. Because like when I'd go out with DJ and shit, I would get so mad at him because he would never pay attention to detail. And I'd be like, how did you not see that when we walked in? How did you not see those people were having an argument? How did you not see that? And he's like, I'm not invested in other people's business. I'm like, bitch, you should be. You gonna die if you're not.
I got a controversy for you, Candy. I emailed you guys a video or a news story about sonic booms over Florida. Over the past couple of years, if you Google sonic boom Florida, there's been sonic booms, and they had, I think the military admitted they were testing some kind of bombers and they were doing stuff out in the Gulf. Well, over the past 2 years, it's really interesting. And it happened last month and it's happened again. You know how a sonic boom, did you ever hear one?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, they'll go like a boom. I mean, when the plane passes over you and you'll see the plane go by and then you'll hear boom, right? Well, this is like that in a chain, as if there's like 7 bombers or something. It's like boom, boom. And I mean, it shakes the whole, I mean, it shakes. And nobody knows what the hell's going on. No, it's been happening in Florida. I was asking Larry in the other chat on David Pisano if he'd been hearing it. Really strange. Obviously, it's the military because they have the Space Coast here, but they are not shuttles going off or not. Because I've been through a lot of those. I know what those sound like. There's it's like a sonic boom, and then like 2 seconds later, another boom. 2 seconds later, another boom. And there'll be like 4 or 5 of them in a row, and then it'll stop. And then about a minute later, you'll hear the same thing again. And it's like a loud, like a rumble. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Very weird. So the military's been up to some shit.
Yeah, I saw that email. I meant to respond to you. A sonic boom, the aviation, I was in the Navy, aviation was always around it. The sonic boom is when one aircraft breaks the speed of sound. They don't continue to make sonic booms unless they're throttling down and going right back at it.
Or just more than one, right?
Exactly. If you hear more than one sonic boom and it's against federal aviation standards or whatever, commercials, they can only break the sonic barrier unless there's a catastrophe, which that never occurs, where they have to speed up like that. Military is the only, if you hear a sonic boom, it is a military plane that's doing it.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, they have different restrictions, like at 10,000 feet, the first restriction. But no, I knew that. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes when the shuttle is flying by, right, you'll hear the sonic boom. And like I'm saying, there's only one. And that's when it crosses, after it crosses over, you hear it, right? And you hear the boom, and that's it. But this is boom, 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 like 5 of them in a chain, and then it stops for like a minute, and then you hear it
trying to fucking eradicate.
No, it's obviously the military. And one time they admitted they were doing, because they have a naval base in Tampa, and they were doing testing, a bomb test, blowing things up in the Gulf, basically, and of course on the other coast, straight across, we have the shuttles that go off and other satellites and rockets. So you know when they're happening because they'll announce that it's going to be happening tonight. But nobody's saying anything about these booms, and people. I mean, literally, it'll rattle your windows. Street. That's how loud it is. But you can't see shit in the air. Normally, you see the plane going by, and then you hear the boom, but you won't see anything in the sky. It's really weird, man. And it's been happening. The last time it happened was last month, and it's happening again tonight. It's stopped now, and it's not fireworks either. It's really weird because you'll see it. Just Google sonic boom Florida, and you'll see like all of the reports all over the place, especially in November.
That's why they're not allowed to do it, because it can startle elderly people. It can break windows. It can rattle cupboards, and it's not recommended. The military is the only ones that do it.
Yeah, and for people reading the chat, if you don't know what that is, it's basically whenever a plane is flying faster than the speed of sound, that creates a sonic boom. If you're flying slower than the speed of sound, there's no boom.
If no one's ever seen one, go to YouTube and look up the Navy, and it's usually out on water. The reason I say that is when they're close to the water and there's like a cloud that it looks like they're going through a time warp, like they're going to disappear into a time warp, man. A big cloud around it occurs, and if it's close to water, it just ripples the ship. Just look for it yourself. It's very interesting to see. Sound barrier over water, breaking the sound barrier.
That's Mach 1, right? Isn't it street? The speed of sound?
600 and I don't know, don't quote me, 658 miles per hour is the speed of sound, I think. I think it's 600 and some.
Yeah, but I mean in Mach, I think that's Mach 1.0. I don't know that for sure.
I do know the military admits to they can do Mach 3 is what they admit to. I think the issue occurs the human body. They haven't got the technology to stabilize the cockpit in a natural state where it doesn't change and all the elements and physics that the human body. They have machines right now in flight that humans can't push it to the limits. We'll pass out and die from it.
All right, so I just looked on the internet. Yeah, Mach 1 is the speed of sound, and which is 767.269 miles per hour.
Well, that those black spy planes we got that took over those long wing ones, they admit to being able to go over 2,000 miles per hour on record. Now, humans can handle two. What's that? 3.5, Mach 3.5.
Yeah, most of the commercial planes I know through the flight simulator, when you're going through the air traffic control, you have to maintain below a certain speed. Normally they can go to max speed, I believe, the commercial airlines when they're above 10,000 feet. I'm pretty sure it's max that they go, and most of the planes are not going to be flying at the speed of sound though. But I think that if they could, you could do it above 10,000 feet.
Without doing any like rumbling on the ground.
Right, because I mean, I know most of the planes go up to 30, 40,000 feet, but the commercial airlines, depending on how far they're flying, but below 10,000 feet is where they have the restrictions. You can't go above, I don't remember what the speed is. I think it's 250 knots. You can't go above 250 knots until you go above 10,000. And then that's also when you shut off the landing lights. You're supposed to have landing lights on when you're at 10,000 feet or lower. But that's commercial. Like you're saying, the military, they can do whatever the hell they want, you know.
Well, I thought commercials, even no matter what their altitude, they never broke the speed of sound. That's why what was that plane? I think it came out of France. They could get from what? Yeah, the Concorde. That because they broke the speed of sound over water. That's why there was no big. Plus, it was commercial shit.
Right. No, you're right.
There in 3 hours instead of 10, you know?
Yeah, you're right. No, I mean, no, the commercial airlines for the planes, they don't fly. I think they fly, I forgot how many knots are converted to miles per hour, but no, it's not, it's way lower than the speed of sound. But all I'm saying is I think that you have to stay below even 250 knots when you're below 10,000 feet. I believe it's 250, I forget. And that's all across the United States. And I think also pretty much around the world. So what they do is that's where all the, what do they call, the low altitude airways start at 10,000 feet. And then they take to the, like if they're going across the Atlantic or the Pacific, they'll go up higher and then they'll take one of those, what do they call them? You know what I mean? They fly further north because you want to fly, like you can fly over Canada and get to Hawaii quicker than if you tried to fly straight from Florida, straight west. They would never do that. They always go north, because
that booming you're talking about, when I first looked at it, Area 51 years ago, I'm talking like double digits, 10, 15 years ago, at nighttime, viewers started, well, even daytime, but they started seeing an exhaust swirl, like circuit. It looked like a bunch of smoke rings in the sky. And the UFO watchers of Area 51 said they were testing a new pulse engine. And when I first opened, I'm thinking, shit, wonder if this continuing boom, 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 maybe it's the thrust of those the exhaust is creating the sequence of boom, boom, boom. Do you see any well, next time you list, see if you see any circle like entrails, they call them or whatever.
Well, there's a problem. It happens during dusk. It never happens during a broad daylight.
Oh, see, well, that substantiates it. They don't want you to see those circles in the sky.
By the way, I just looked it up. I was right. It says here, unless authorized by the administrator, no person may operate any aircraft, and this includes commercial, below 10,000 feet MSL at indicated airspeed of more than 250 knots, which is equal to 288 miles an hour. So what the most of the planes do, like I said, they'll climb at 250 knots. As soon as they hit 10,000 feet, they'll kind of level out and go into a steady climb, and then they'll increase the speed up to a higher rate, like 350. It depends on the plane, but Forrest, for example, that's how he'd be able to fly so fast. I believe his plane was capable of 350 miles per hour. I don't know what that is in knots. I believe that's true with the turbo that he had. So he could literally, I believe it would take him roughly 2.5 hours to go from Santa Fe up to Cody and land. So yeah, it's 10,000 feet. They can't go any faster than 288, but the military can, like you're saying. So I think if you did have a Concorde or something that could fly, and like you're saying, I don't know if the Concorde could break the speed of sound, but if they did have one of those planes, I believe they can do it above 10,000 feet.
Concorde did break the speed of sound. That's how they could get you from Europe, from like Paris to New York in 3 hours. They did break the speed of sound.
Yep. So I believe the Concorde would be able to break the speed of sound as long as they're above 10,000 feet. I don't think they would do that though, because flying at 700, almost 800 miles an hour, when you're at 10,000 feet and you're coming in for a landing, it's not something they would do, because you know what I mean? They wouldn't land properly. They would be going much slower than that. Most of them.
No, I'm saying over the Atlantic Ocean, there's no threat of anything underneath them. They can crash or whatever the reasons for their safety protocol over land. That's why they were allowed to go so fast. I'm not saying they did it all the way. They would slow down on their approach, 300 miles off. They'd go into the normal speed, whatever you said the perimeters were. Here's something. I think commercial airlines fly faster than 208. I think they're up into 300 miles per hour.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh yeah, no, I'm saying they just can't go faster than 288 miles per hour if they're below 10,000. And it doesn't matter whether. Yeah, no, of course. So absolutely, they fly. Like I just said, Forrest Fenn's turbo prop plane would go faster than 250. Yeah.
He had a special fit. He took the props off and put turbo prop engines on.
Yeah. So I'm looking at it. The 747 can fly at Mach 0.855, which is 656 miles per hour. So as soon as like if a 747 took off, it couldn't exceed 288 miles an hour until it hit 10,000 feet. Then they can go up to six, whatever their mat, whatever. And it flies at max of 656 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I think the 777 is actually faster. 747 is old.
Well, Forrest is playing with 2 turbo props on it. It definitely did in the 300s, if not low 4s.
Yeah,
he had the wingspan. He told us the wingspan. It wasn't a big fucking plane. But he had 2 turbo props on it, man. That helps on a smaller body.
I'm looking at it right now. It's his normal cruise for his plane. What is it saying? That's just the maximum altitude is, I believe, 25,000 feet. But I just had it in front of me. I don't know. Yeah, it'll actually, wow, no. It says here, this is the Piper Malibu Mirage, which I believe that's what Forrest Fenn had. But he had the upgraded engines. But it says by default, I guess the stock one can only go 203 knots or 233 miles an hour.
That's what
I
the
think his
prop-
was faster than. I think it was closer to 300 with the turboprop. I don't know.
Yeah, he definitely got a boost.
Yeah, oh yeah, here's another one. Yeah, 267 knots, 1,556 feet a minute max climb, max speed 267 knots. That's for the Piper Malibu Meridian PA 46 turboprop. So yeah, he was around 265, 270 knots. So what is that? 270 ATS to MPH, 310 miles an hour. Yeah.
And he's going 600 miles. Hell yeah, he could be there in 2 hours from taking off from Aquifer Airport. 2 hours, he's landing.
Yep. I went to that there, pushed that door by myself. I mean, don't you think it's interesting too that I got a copy of Shiloh's pilot license, the first one he had. And I believe it was in 2004. And Forrest expired in 2001. So as of 2002, he was no longer licensed to fly, but Shiloh was. And what I always thought was that Forrest Fenn hopped in his car, threw the chest in there, whatever, drove to the airport, went to the hangar, went to the airplane because nobody will question him, put the chest in there. Then he goes back to home, picks up Peggy. All right, Shiloh, let's go. To fly up to Cody. We're going to the rendezvous route. Boom, he flies into Cody, lands. They all go to the hotel. Forrest Fenn jumps in a rental car, goes back to the airport, takes the chest out of the plane. And Shiloh has no idea. He just helped Forrest Fenn bought the chest there. I mean, that's easily how he could have done it. 2.5 hours there, 2.5 hours back. He said he did it in one afternoon, but he could be timing from the rental car. Like, in other words, where he drove, not including the flight time. Because some people say, from his house. He never said from his house.
What if his car was his rocking chair on the porch of relaxation? And he hid it in his thoughts.
That you say that is funny because I know the 2006 interview at the Cody Museum. That's a really good interview, by the way. But Forrest says a lot in there. But anyway, he admits that year, that in 2006, they asked him how he got there or whatever. He drove. So how old was he in 2006? Oh, 75? Right? That's right, right?
No, 30.
No, not 2006. And he was 80 in 2010. So 80 minus 4, you're 76.
Yep, 76.
So he drove up there to Cody to go to that when he went to there for that interview. He says it right in the interview. But I don't think he drove when he would go with Peggy because that's too uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that when you got a grandson? You could say, hey, fly us up to Wyoming. He could ease and try. And Shiloh would have no idea what's on board the plane. You know what I mean? So that's how he could have got it. And a lot of people say, well, because he said he did it one afternoon. How could he be back to New Mexico? He never said that. He never said he went home. He said, I hit it in 2 trips in one afternoon. Right?
So he was home for dinner. I think there was a meal involved.
Yeah, but he could have flew up to Montana, right? Park the plane or whatever, go someplace in Montana or Wyoming, hide the chest, be back before dinner in Montana, right? You used a rental car. So he never said that he did it from New Mexico. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I didn't want to get it. I just wanted to talk about the speed. I don't want to
Well, no, on the counter of that is, if I was sitting on my porch and was reminiscing about my childhood time living in Southern California in the 70s, am I actually in California in the 70s? I would argue, yes, I am. Even though my physical body is sitting rocking on the chair here in Ohio on my front porch, mentally, I did take a trip. I took a trip down memory lane to a moment in time in my life.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. The only reason why I'm saying that is that it is possible that he could have done it. That's what always made me suspect when that guy told me I'm going to go to Wyoming and wrap it up on June 16th. And then on June 16th, he calls me at noon Wyoming time, noon, right? Wyoming time. And Forrest Fenn announced, I mean, he put out the pictures roughly 9 p.m. Wyoming time. So there's a 9-hour span, right? So somebody easily could have went up there and worked with Jack or something like that and did some kind of an exchange during that time and been back in time in order to release the pictures. I mean, don't you think it's even more? I think Cynthia is helping me prove my point. If Jack emailed all those pictures to Forrest Fenn, why did Forrest Fenn wait 10 days to put them out? And why didn't Forrest Fenn put the cool picture out with the cobwebs and all that? When all of those pictures that they showed in the McCracken emails, none of them revealed the finder and they didn't reveal the location. There's no reason why Forrest Fenn would have not put those pictures out. I can understand why he wouldn't put the office out and show a picture of Jack there, but not the chest. So nobody's been able to explain that. You know, it's like, why? If Jack sent him pictures and he solved it in 2019, so we got him emailing Dow in March of 2020. I'm thinking of calling it off. He wouldn't do that if he knew somebody solved it in 2019. And if Jack sent them pictures, all of those pictures, if that were true, why didn't Forrest Fenn include them? Why did he just pick that one picture? You know, and why does that one picture not match the other ones? And it's got some weird, clearly that's a number or letters. You could see that even on my low res image of my community. That is not wood grain. You know what I mean? You could tell the difference between wood grain and characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just something really odd going on. But yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you guys.
No, you're fine. Was that a mistake? Was that a mistake, INFJ?
What's INFJ talking
about? Amy put down, "Hey, Lucky." Amy was hidden by INFJ. And I don't know. I didn't see. She was just saying hi to everybody.
Oh, I can't see. I'm not a moderator.
I think it was a mistake. But you know how it is, man. I mean, people run off on it. Yeah, you gotta watch those mistakes. They seem to happen a lot, man.
I fixed it. I unhid Amy.
Yeah. Well, the other night when JK had a wrench, was the only wrench, and that shit happened. Yeah, you know, it's just.
I don't think JK Pioneer meant to do it. He's usually really cool about his moderation and stuff.
But you can't. You have to click 3 things to do that, and he's going to do that multiple times. I don't think.
Oh no, trust me. When I was taking a shower, listening to David in his chat room, I had my phone up on the shower thing, and it almost blocked like 4 different people. Like, I'm not kidding. You can do it without even knowing you're doing it.
Well, so. The JK thing, it's no big secret. They don't like me, and I don't like them for whatever reason. We've butted heads, and when that, and you know, I think the comment was, he said, "Where's the wrenches in this room?" And I said, "Ask and you shall receive." Well, I knew this person doesn't like me to begin with. I gave him a wrench. And when that happened, like Troy said, you have to go through a process, man. And, you know, I just took it as, nope, I'm done. But yeah, I think the INFJ said, "Sorry, I put it in my hoodie pocket."
It was barely any product.
Yeah, it was nothing that had to be a mistake, because there was nothing Amy was saying. You know how the Troy, Candy, we all know how these rooms get, man. They get pretty heated sometimes.
Yeah, they do. Crazies.
What are you saying, Paul's here?
No, thank you.
I'm sure he's lurking in the background.
I mean, if he hit the room and go on, he's more than welcome to, but I heard every fucked up thing he said about us last night. So
are you wearing a thong tonight? Treat.
And my butt plug, man. I got my butt plugged in. I'm ready, Paul.
That's right. Bill has that fantasy.
Yeah. I thought that was well, I talked to you on the phone. I'm like, you talk about creepy, man. That was like, so Bill's picturing me in a thong bikini with a butt plug. That's fucking weird. That's what I said. I was like, what? I had to replay that. I'm like, what the fuck? What? And Paul was right with him. He's the one who, I think he had me in a striped thong bikini sitting on my throne.
I do not subscribe to this.
It was crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I know Paul's out there. He's listening. Come on, Paul. I'd love to talk with you tonight, man.
Yeah, he could join if he wants, but I mean,
maybe they were doing what that dude did to Candy when he was talking to her on the phone. Maybe that's what Paul was doing in the background with Bill on.
That's another thing that struck me weird. Zozo brought up. Paul seems to think I'm waiting on the chest. I told everybody January 20th of 2019 when I did my video, I found it. There it is. I'm putting it back where I found it. You guys can look for it too. I thought that was really clear. I've never once indicated I was waiting for anything. Money, chest, anything. I'm not owed anything. I put it back.
Put it back.
Put it back.
Land was not an issue.
Nope. And I showed everyone where I found it, where I put it back to.
Put that thing back where it came from, more so help me.
Yeah, everybody here has no life, but then he has a life when he sits on somebody's channel for 3 hours just to bash them. Why be there? Like, obviously he thinks the entire chase was a hoax, so why is he listening to any channel?
Dude,
I don't get it.
Fucking unnerving. Did you hear what you said, Troy? Did you hear what you said?
What?
Like the last time he thinks none of this is real. That is so fucking unnerving. You wanna know why? Because there's multiple movies that are based off of this. Shit gets so extreme that someone ends up possibly getting hurt or dying, and the person thinks it's not real, when in fact it is real.
I don't know what you mean. Like, where?
Like, have you ever seen The Game? It's a psychological.
No, but I don't know. I don't understand what you're getting at. Are you saying it's weird what Paul did, or like I don't?
It's unhinged what Paul is insinuating. He believes he could trash myself in street and God knows who else, based on the validity that he believes we're not real people, that this is all some type of psychological thriller, and therefore anything he does has no repercussions. That is what's fucking terrifying.
Oh, I know what you mean now. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
People that you see them in the movies, they live in a delusional world, and they like think they're playing. Well, I'll give you a fine example. The guy from Pennsylvania who broke through Forrest's gate and got that clothes hamper.
Okay, describe his laundry basket.
Yeah, he actually said, "Oh, I thought it was all part of the game."
I mean, that's sad, but still, that's exactly a prime example.
Yeah, if you're breaking in with an axe and stealing a laundry basket, a dirty laundry basket, I could see the next step is killing someone and thinking it's a fucking game. I agree with you, Candy.
That's probably why they held him at gunpoint until the cops got there. Because they felt the same way that you did, Street.
Yeah, that's not. You're not. Elevator don't go to the top floor.
That's scary. That's scary. I mean, the only people I have out here by me, or at least used to be, were Ben and Ashley. Now I don't have anyone, so stay the fuck away from California. Thank you very much. So Galaxy still isn't going to join on the festivities?
Says he's playing a game with his son, but he's listening.
He said that like forever ago, though.
Yeah, well, kids are important, especially with games.
I know. I love games. No clue.
He's probably sitting back. The game he's talking about, he's probably sitting back now. Now listen, son, you see this person talking right here? Now this is the type of person you need to stay away from. This type of person. Listen, that's the game he's playing with his son.
Now Galaxy's got a good excuse. It's Galaxy that wants to play the game. Oh no, I'm playing with my son. Yeah, both of you are into it. Admit it.
Though. Nobody knows what game.
No, I think he said it the other night, but I forgot.
Is it oh my god, what was Canasta, or what was the other one that's associated with Canasta?
I don't know.
Which I will still never fully remember. All I know is Canasta was mentioned in The Catcher in the Rye. Other than that, I know canasta means basket in Spanish, right? I never understood why Forrest chose the term canasta to stay home and play.
Candy, I'm surprised that you haven't actually. It is slightly off topic. Well, not really. It's gaming. I know that Mindy plays World of Warcraft. I'm surprised that you and her have never got into. You never got into that with them.
Oh no, I was. My cousin Ronnie used to be like deep into it. That's how I got what's the name of that one book? It was written by the creator of World of Warcraft. And it's A Dark Tale of Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. It's like one of my favorites. You know what? I gotta get that back from Jonathan, especially because I'm pissed at him. You better give that back to me.
So did you ever raid or anything, or you were just played it casually?
I would play casually. I was more into like, oh my God, what was it called? It was this demon one. My ex that I used to date, he was really into it. Oh my God, I forgot what it was called. It was something so weird. It was like the complete opposite of World of Warcraft. And he would play it all the time. Fuck, can't remember it.
I'm surprised that you're into Tolkien. They got one based around Tolkien. They got Lord of the Rings online, right? And they got Elder Scrolls online. That's another big one. Final Fantasy 14 is still out there. EverQuest, all of them are still up running. Or, some of them I like better than the others. World of Warcraft, to be honest with you, I don't like it that much because it's what they did. Like EverQuest was fun because it was hard. And then when World of Warcraft came out, it's easier because everybody runs all kinds of macros now, and it pretty much does all the work. And back then, we used to have to use something called ICQ to communicate, and it was like instant messenger, right? You had to type. But nowadays, everybody's spoiled with all these different, voice in the game, or they'll use Discord. Is probably the most popular one that they use now. So when some of the raiding groups, stuff like that in World of Warcraft wouldn't even let you in their group unless you have Discord.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, because it's easier. Like if you're in a group of 5 people, and the bosses that you fight are scripted. In other words, certain events will happen during the fight. And sometimes each person in the group has to go and stand in a very specific spot or something like that, right? If you don't do it, the monster makes a move and then it kills everybody in the party and you got to start all over. So when you're doing it in a voice, it's easy to say, okay, Jim, you go here, Joe, you go here, and you pre-plan it instead of having to type it. And that's why they use it. So and it's kind of cool. I don't like it. I wouldn't join a guild that required Discord because they also do a lot of other crap on there, and there's a lot of trolls and flaming and all of that. And I don't want to be into that, but and then they use private channels when they group though, but and then other games have it built in. But yeah, they have games based around all of that stuff. And I'm surprised, especially with Tolkien and all that, because the Lord of the Rings online is actually pretty good. They're the only ones that actually have the license to use the Tolkien material. So when you go in there and you're walking around the Shire and stuff like that, you'll see the actual people that are in the books there, Gandalf, Bilbo, and so on. And all of the areas are named exactly and designed exactly like they are in the Lord of the Rings online.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The game's kind of old now. I mean, it's like 10 years old, but there's still people playing it.
Oh, that's interesting. I do like that. I just feel like if I did that, I would never have time for my obsessive research that I never stopped doing.
Well, you'd be surprised that when I go on, for example, EverQuest 2, I play it on there. I'm in a guild on there, and almost every single person in our guild is from like 30 to 50, most of them. And there's no fighting, and everybody's really cool with each other. And it's kind of a lot of fun. And it's cool to, be away from a game for like 6 months and you log back in and there's still people there that know you. but everybody gets along. And I'm surprised, with Forrest Fenn and all that. There's like that's a lot of things we discussed on EverQuest, and there was quite a few searchers that I didn't even know they were searchers, and they were in my guild, and we ended up having a lot in common. It was cool.
That was cool. I like it. Ow.
Sorry for that distraction.
No, you're good. Why is Candy getting ready? Oh my god. Fucking moisturize, really? Oh, you guys are savage in chat. You guys are absolutely savage. Oh, you guys are ridiculous.
Oh, lucky digger, you ain't too old for games. I mean, I'm going to be 61 in May. There's nothing wrong with that, especially like I was just saying, like Alex playing with his son. You're not too old. Play with your kids or your grandchildren, have some fun,
My channel is fighting.
Pretty cool,
No, I would totally do it because I'm a major fantasy nerd. Like, I don't think people understand how massive of a fantasy nerd I am, but I am a massive fantasy nerd. So obviously I know all about World of Warcraft. I know about Kingdom Hearts. I love Kingdom Hearts. I used to play that with my little cousin Jake all the time. I actually was getting super excited for, I think it's releasing in a couple of days, the Harry Potter Hogwarts video game where you could either play as the hero or the villain and you go through Hogwarts school and all kinds of stuff.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Potions and spells, and it's just like, hey, what's up, Rob?
Hey, he was just talking about EverQuest. See, I do PC games.
Yeah, there you go, bro. Hey, by the
Yeah.
way, Candy, you're gonna wear a helmet tomorrow night when you go underneath the table just before midnight.
That's a good game too. Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I play. Oh, I love Baldur's Gate.
Oh my god, that game is. Oh my god, I have like 80 big box PC games. Pretty cool. I love the artwork too. Pretty dope.
Did you get the latest Baldur's Gate that came out? It's like $59, so it's on Steam.
No, I'm just a collector. I'm just a collector of the boxes and games, so I like how they look. But
I play with Divinity, Original Sin. There's a whole bunch of single player RPGs that are out there. They're really good, really good.
I'm just a collector now. I don't really even play. I got so many video game stuff not from the 80s and 90s. I just collect it. I just like it for the memories.
Remember Diablo 2?
I got that.
Diablo.
Yeah, that was fun, man. That was I still have that game. I could still log in. I'm not talking about Diablo 3. I'm talking about one Candy stuff about Diablo 2, where people would log in and you go down to dungeons and all. Man, that game was cool. I mean, it was a lot of fun, especially if you're playing with people that you got along with.
Yeah, that was actually like I noticed, like when I went to the flea market, the guy had like 200 of these boxes, and I'm like, "What you want from me?" He's like, $20. I'm like, "Man, that's gonna really look nice in a little collection," because I got it like in the collection area, and I'm like, "Man, you guys just get rid of these now, huh?" He's like, "Yeah, there's no use for them." I'm like, "No, there's a use for them." But it's pretty cool. I just like the design work on the boxes. Pretty cool.
I love playing those games.
Yeah.
And there's another really good one, but it's not fantasy themed. It's called Black Desert Online. That's really, really deep. I mean,
I think I had that. I think I do have that in my room.
Black Desert is really cool. There's a lot of Asian games. Lost Ark came out from. That's another Asian game. The problem is those Asian games. Amazon sells it here in the United States, but it's hilarious. They got like I think, let's say 150,000 people playing at any time of day, right? But somebody did some research and they looked at it, and there's really only 50,000 players. There's literally 100,000 bots, and all they do, and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
They're all macro, and they all jump and they start fishing. There's like 100 of them in a clump, and then they run to the auction house and they put up all kinds of stuff, and they totally screw the market up in the game, and people can't make money. And then they sell the gold online, and people pay real money for the virtual currency so that they can be cool in the game without having to spend the time.
The only bad part about these games, they don't have endings to them.
Oh, those.
They'll go on and on and on until nobody starts playing them. When nobody, like the guy told me when I first got into the PC gaming, he said really it doesn't end until everybody's off the server when they don't play it anymore. There's no ending to it.
Like Candy would like one Ultima Online, the single player game. I know she would. Even Ultima Online or the Ultima series. And the reason why, Candy, they used to use the moon and the stars, and they had moon gates.
Yeah.
That's how you travel. You have to literally go on top of the moon gate, and you had to type. They had a special language. So I forgot what it was called, but you would have to type in like ooh or something like that, right? There were certain words for depending on where you wanted to travel, and then it would travel from one moon gate to the other.
That was a hard game.
When that game first came out, Candy, in 1997, it was funny. Lord British, who's Richard Garriott, he was giving a speech, and there was probably like 100,000 or 200,000 people logged in. So many that the servers were overloaded because they just came out. Mm-hmm. So Richard Garriott is standing in Britannia, and he's giving out a speech like, I take the throne today or whatever. Now, that was a game that they had player killing in there. In other words, I can go up to, Rob's character if I don't like him and kill him. And he has to fight me. There's no way to avoid it. There was PvP. So Lord British is up there talking, and the developers forgot to make him invulnerable. So right in the middle of his speech, within the first 5 minutes, some player killer ran behind him and backstabbed him, and he friggin' fell. His character falls over dead. They're like, oh, we'll be right back. We forgot to make him invulnerable. And of course, it was over.
You're talking about Ultima, right?
Yeah, Ultima Online. The first day, in the first 5 minutes.
Give me the weakest and they're coming after you.
Right. The guy became famous. And same thing in EverQuest. There was a bard, and the bard went around this area and called the Oasis. And he would do what they call building a train. Yeah, in EverQuest. And he built a train of like 80 sand giants. And then he took them and he dumped them all on top of the newbies because he was a bard, and bard had the ability to kind of do like a feigned death where they could pretend that they're no longer there. And that means that all the monsters turned on the nearest players that were standing by them and killed everybody.
Yeah, it has like a real good storyline to it.
Yeah, but there were people doing some interesting stuff. Like I say, a friend of mine had an enchanter. And then enchanters used to be able to cast a buff on people to give them increased mana regeneration, right?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm going to make Street a host real fast just because I have to go upstairs and do dishes real fast. But I'm here. I will be here. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, this like I said, when it used it like a I don't know if you would call it a law system. So if I went and I attacked Street, right? Whether I kill him or not, I become a criminal now. So when I'm a criminal, I have to avoid the guards, stuff like that, right? Because the guards will kill me on sight. They'll attack me, and they're usually really powerful, and I'll die. And it takes like 5 minutes for my criminal flag to wear off. If I killed Street, then I would get a murder count. And if you get so many murder counts within the short span of time, your character becomes a murderer, and now you're 100% killable by anybody in the game, including the guards, and you can't enter any city. So what somebody would do is they would have either a murderer or a criminal, and you run up to an innocent guy. Let's say Rob is standing there, and Rob's an enchanter. I say, yo, Rob, man, I need a clarity or whatever. Could you buff me? So Rob's like, oh, yeah, man, I could do it. So Rob casts clarity on me, and then I bolt. And then Rob gets flagged because he assisted a criminal, and the guards that are standing next to Rob will kill him. So they would do that all the time.
You ever see this one, Troy?
Yep.
This was one of my greatest ones here. Advanced Dungeon Hack. And then this is my all-time favorite.
Do you have Dark Age of Camelot?
No. But Advanced Dungeons and Dragons was, oh my God, that was so fun.
Online, I played that too. Yeah, AD&D.
I love that.
You know what I didn't like about it though? They used the real rules, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you after you kill the monster, You had to literally go sit down for like 10 minutes somewhere to regenerate, heal up, and
Oh yeah, it would take a while. You could
yeah,
walk
it's too
away.
realistic, man. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to go bam, 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 one after another. You know.
My dad was the same way. My dad played video games till actually the day he died. But his favorite game was Final Fantasy VII. That was he loves the role playing games. That took a long time out of his life. He's like, yeah, this will last 3 months for me.
Well, Final Fantasy. It used to be World of Warcraft that had the most players, but right now it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14 overtook them. They're number one. I think they have
my dad
almost 1 million people still subscribe.
My dad didn't like it when it went on the internet. Final Fantasy. He's like, nah. He's like, he told me he got to feel the game in front of him like that. You know, like he didn't like the internet because the game doesn't have a story, and it'll keep on going as long as you're playing it. My dad's like, so there's no ending to this one, and the guy's like, nah, until everybody stops playing.
I liked it though because you get an economy in the game. I did
too, but you know he was stuck in his ways. I'm like, yeah, time changed, pops, and he's like, yeah, just put it on the PlayStation. Why you had to put it on the internet? You know. But,
you know what's funny? Some people they really like the trade skills. So you go in there, become a leather worker or a tailor, right? And you make the armor for the other real life players.
He hated that. Oh,
they'll buy it. Some people just love that. A lot of people just want to log in and make armor, and then they sell it. And I mean, literally, they make massive amounts of gold, and then they end up buying all the cool looking stuff, and they walk around looking like they earned a lot of stuff, but they earned it only through crafting. It's actually interesting, but it baffled me because why would you want to play a game and the whole time you're playing the game, you're actually going to be working, like out mining for iron ore and then bringing it back and blacksmithing it? Like, why not do that in real life where you can make real money? I never understood the trade skill stuff. You know, I gather shit. I'll gather, like if I'm out fighting and I kill a monster or something, I'll skin it and take the hide and then go and throw them up on the auction house and let one of the leather workers buy it from me, because that gives me money to spend on other crap that I need. But to actually craft stuff, it's cool, but I don't think I'd like doing it.
A lot of RPG games. Me and my dad used to play till like 2, 3 in the morning. He's like, man, the sun's about to come up. I'm like, yeah, we've been on here about at least 12 hours, Dad. Pops, you know. He's like, man, our electric bill's gonna be high.
Hey, Street, you know, it's funny like that. You look at some of the games out there now, like Farm Simulator.
Yeah.
So instead of working a real job, people actually play a game that they have to work, and you get nothing for it other than to put on Facebook or something and say, look at me.
Yeah.
I don't get that. I really don't. I mean, I can see a young kid wanting to do it, but I don't know.
I can't do it now like that. That's just too much.
It's a hobby. Yeah, we all have different
it's a
hobbies.
hobby, yeah.
I never got into gaming because I always played games in real life. I never got into gaming. I mean, all joke. I never got into gaming. My kids does, my grandkids. I never did, man. I was busy in life playing games.
You play pool or anything like that?
Sure. Yeah. Pool, ping pong, pool. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I love shooting pool.
You guys good at pool? I suck at it.
You know what? I haven't shot pool probably, I'm gonna be honest, about 12 years. I bet you I lost a step somewhere, but I was pretty damn good at hustling. I used to go to a pool hall, you know, and play on the 10-footers, because a lot of the pool tables are 8-footers, but the one that I played, I liked the long table, the 10-footers, and I didn't like playing on short pool tables. I just didn't like them.
Yeah, the little 6-foot ones, some bars, the small bars have.
Yeah, I don't like
it. It takes you a while. I like that. I think they're 8 foot, whatever the
is it 8 foot?
Size.
Okay, yeah, whatever the regular size. Maybe it's 8 foot, but you know, I like the longer tables better. I played better on it, you know.
Then again, I spent a lot of time in bars. If I was sloppy drunk, yeah, I'd rather play on a 6-foot because you don't get that double vision shit go. Even if you do, you can half pass.
I played
6 foot away.
I played a lot better drinking. I played better drunk than I was sober. That's honest God truth. But I don't know what it is, but it's just like, I don't know if people say you lose focus, but to me, I was like, no, money's on the table. I didn't lose no focus.
What is that the pool table with all those bumpers in the middle? Is that like snooker? Or like what the hell?
What did it say? Well, you gotta hit can't hit the bumpers in it.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell it's called. What is that? It looks like a pool table, but it's got all them things in the middle.
No.
It's kind of
Steve
octagon
probably
shape
knows what
too,
it is.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never played. I never
played either.
even. I have no idea how to play it.
Well, what the hell is snooker? Why do I keep thinking of that? What is?
I know shuffleboard I played. That was pretty cool.
No, this is snooker.
Snooker
SNO.
is with the white and red balls.
Oh, so it's a regular pool game, just a different version.
I think I might be mistaken. There's no numbers on the balls, and you don't get stripes or solids. I think snooker's like a British game of pool.
Oh, is it?
I think.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Yeah, there's also said it's bumper pool. So is that the one with it looks like an octagon. It's got like all bumpers in the middle of it. That's a snooker table? Or is that not the same as snooker?
I don't know. Is it related to a nooker?
No, well, Fendi no, and Zoso said it's bumper pool, but I'm wondering, is bumper pool the same thing as snooker? I don't know.
I played at a lot of 6-foot tables because my mom bought me a pool table in the basement. I mean, I could play real good on 6-footers, but you know what? A lot of people like to play 8-footers, so I had to get used to the 8-footers, and I got way better on an 8-footer.
I just played 8-ball.
You play 8-ball? I like playing 9-ball. I could get it over with quick.
Yeah, I just always played 8-ball, and it's once you realize it's not about the shot, it's about the leave. Don't worry. It's where that cue ball is going to end up.
Yeah, you got to set yourself up for the next shot.
Yep, it's not about the game of pool. To me, is not about hitting a ball into a corner.
But you gotta know your angles playing pool. If you don't know your angles, you're in trouble.
Okay, crazy. I'm back.
If you can play around and like shooting on the table, just playing around and make that cue ball end up where you want it at.
It's hard. It's very hard. A lot of nights I played in my basement, and I tell myself, how do they get the ball to get to exactly the other side? It depends how you hit it.
So then you put English on it, backspin and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't learn that till I started reading books and all that, because we didn't have the internet. I remember, but reading books, I'm like, oh, I could see it. Like a lot of time I fouled my shot because I hit the ball too high. So I had to start learning to hit the ball low so it stops on a dime.
You guys know, was Jackie Gleason a good pool player?
I don't know. I never saw pool with him.
He played Minnesota Fats in the movie.
Oh, really? Get out of here, did he? Wow.
In the movie, he played with Paul Newman. He played,
Paul Newman, yeah.
I think Jackie Gleason played the part of Minnesota Fats.
Okay, guys. Jackie Gleason's cool as hell. I loved him.
My dad used to call me that. Minnesota Fats taking all my money.
Did you know I could kick all y'all's asses at pool?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Candy. I would tell you to put your money back in your pocket, man.
No, I do it all the time.
Kick my ass.
It's my favorite thing to do. I will go to a bar, especially with my friend Raquel. It's either Raquel or my cousin Kendra. Our grandpa, Kendra and I's grandpa, was a pool shark. Like, he's won championships and stuff for it. And he's the one that taught us. Nice. And we'll go to a bar and we'll stand around and we'll see the men watching us and we'll fuck around acting like we don't know shit about pool. They'll come up, try to take advantage of us and be like, oh, want to play a game? Oh, sure. I don't really know how to play. And they're like, oh, it's okay. You want to do bets? Well, yeah, sure. How much? $100. Okay. Put $100 on the table. Oh, don't worry. You can break if you want. Oh, are you sure? Yeah. The best move to do is on a break. You hit the 8-ball into the middle pocket. That's called an instant win. That's where you literally take the money and walk away. That's
we used to do 8-ball and you pay double.
What?
We did if you broke on the break and the 8-ball went in, you paid double. So you lost the game and the 8-ball goes in.
No, you don't lose the game. It's instant win.
I'm saying you win the game. We used to play. If you hit the 8-ball in, you win. Plus, you get the break of the 8-ball going in. So you win double your money. That's how we play.
Oh, I've never played double. I just played.
Well, yeah, technically, if it goes in, you get double the money. That's how we played. So, like, if I bet 20 and the guy hit the 8-ball, I lost 40.
Huh.
Yeah,
I
we
know
always
that.
played like that. He should have paid double, so he should have won $200 because you got the 8 in on the first break.
I just know that's my specialty shot. It's fun. And then
I
when I
played a lot
drink,
of 9 ball, quick money 9 ball. You could win within like a minute, 2 minutes. If the nine's right there and you got the one set up, game's over.
well, yeah, because you don't play slops. I hate it when people play slops.
Oh, I hate it too. I'm like, come on, you didn't even call that, buddy.
Want to know fun fact? So when I was in Scotland at that haunted castle, there was this like beat to shit pool table with like, it wasn't even center. It was like literally dipped down and like had a roll to it. And the sticks, the pool cues had no fucking cues on them. So it was like down to the very like,
Oh, you just had plastic.
oh yeah. And I still kicked Adam Body's ass 3 times in a row at pool with that. It was so funny. He was like,
I broke so
oh,
many of them
first
tips
one
on
was,
them.
you know, luck. I was like, okay, let's go again. So we went again, and then we went a third time. And he was just like, I don't want to play this no more.
I love the people with their pool sticks. Them are the people I like to go after.
Oh, the ones that bring their own pool sticks?
I love that. I'm like, I could beat you with a house stick.
Yeah, I mean, my specialty shot, I love to do behind the back shots, especially when it's coming down to the 8-ball. I'll call the pocket, and then I'll do the behind the back shot. It's my favorite.
Yeah, we play where if 8-ball's in the corner and you can't get it out, you got to call 3 rails. So the cue ball got to hit the rail 3 times to get if you hit the 8-ball in, even if it's live, if you hit 3 angles, you win. It's legal too. Like 8-ball, if you play 8-ball and you can't get the ball out of the corner, and it's nobody's spot, you could call 3 rails. So the cue ball hit 3
You
rails.
bank off the 3.
Yeah, you got to hit 3 rails or you lose.
We
Well, so
always
you know what's
played.
funny?
We always played. You had to bank the 8-ball. That was
You had to
every
bank the
game. You had to
That's
bank the
hard,
8-ball.
man. That's
Yeah.
hard. It's very hard. That's a man's game right there.
Well, did
That
you
is.
guys know if you like say someone were to scratch, right? And you're supposed to set it up to hit it because it's scratch, you're not allowed to move the white ball anywhere except for the first 2 lines from where the
Correct.
throw.
That's all
People
you
will
get.
be like walking around the fucking.
That's
like,
only
white
9-ball. 9-ball, you're allowed to move the ball on the scratch, not 8-ball. It's got to be between the 2 dots.
Yeah, exactly. And it drives me crazy because I've seen people that claim they know how to play pool fucking
Yeah,
walking
they don't
around
know.
with white ball. And I'm like, bitch, you're not allowed to go past
Yeah,
2 dots.
no. You see this full stick? You see I laid it down anywhere between them 2 lines, not anywhere further.
You know, I did a shot before where I lined up the white ball up at the second dot. The 8-ball was on the left corner pocket right next to it, right? And I banked it off of the far end and then shot it back all the way into the left
Nice.
pocket.
All the way back down, huh?
Yeah, I was like,
Nice.
this is too fun.
I did that. I think the guy had a solid left. My 8-ball was in the corner and I couldn't get around and I didn't have an angle to bank it off. So I jumped his ball. It went in and he said I lost because I jumped it. I said, no, I'm allowed to jump.
No, you're allowed to jump.
Yeah, I told him, no. And then this old timer said, give him his money. And then I'm like, yeah, right. He goes, that's fair. They do it
Dude,
all the time.
jumping is really fucking hard to do. I've only done it a few times.
It's hard, but you gotta be pretty accurate and pretty fast when you hit it. Because if you do it too slow, the ball to hit the stick and it's gonna go sideways.
You know, it's really funny. So when I'm like on a good one and I've had a few drinks and I'm just like, this is fun and shit, they call me sniper because I'll go in
Nice.
and
I
if
like
you
that.
fuck up even once and I'm feeling good, I will clear that whole table and I will snipe each one of those shots.
Yeah. Once you get in that zone, it's hard to get out of.
I did it to my friends Jonathan and Jared like a couple of months ago. It was like the first time I went out being single. And they were like, oh yeah, let's play pool. And they're like, well, we'll be easy on you. And I'm like, don't you guys remember me kicking your ass like years ago? And they're like, that was years ago. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna fuck with them. So the whole time I'm letting them hit everything in. And I'm like purposely missing my shot and everything. And then they start getting too cocky and talking shit. And I was like, okay, $50 on the table. So I put 50 and they put 50. And then I was like, it's been fun, guys. And I just cleared the entire table and then included, I called the 8-ball and hit it right in. And I like sniper shot it where you hit it so hard that the white ball banks off and just froze. They were just like, fuck. And I was like, don't ever get cocky with me again.
We used to play partners. I had a real good partner. We used to, go ahead.
Is calling the 8-ball required? Like what happened?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the
opposite.
optics.
Yeah, you gotta call your pocket.
So if
Yeah.
you hit, so
Hit
if
the
so,
8-ball, if you hit in the 8-ball in the wrong pocket, that's an instant loss.
all right. So, but also, if let's say you're solid, the other guy's stripe, right? If you hit the 8-ball in before you cleared your color
Game's
balls,
over.
you also lose, right?
Game's over.
When we always played, if there's money on the table, you call every fucking shot, man.
Yeah,
Every
you
shot
call-
you
yeah,
have to
you-
call.
Or at least have the stick and you point it towards that pocket.
If
And
you
it's-
don't call every shot you do, it's called slops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if it rattles out of the corner, it goes in another corner, that slop, you lose your turn. That's all you get. You lose your
Yep.
turn. But at least you got a ball. So sometimes even if you got the ball in and slop, it's okay. You lost your turn, but at least you eliminate one of the problems.
So how do you play 9-ball? What's the difference between 9-ball and
9-ball is like 8-ball. It's a diamond. The 9 goes in the middle of the diamond. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the 8 and you got the 9, but it's up the 8 going into a rack. It's a rack of a diamond, and the 9 goes in the diamond in the middle. So you got
So-
1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, and into a diamond.
So, but then you have to hit the 9-ball in last end, like this is the same rules.
So you got to go in order. You got to go 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9.
Okay.
Now, if the 9, say you want to bank the 1 and the 9 into the corner, you got to call bank the 1 and the 9 in the corner. Game's over. The one guy to hit the 9 and game's over.
I didn't know you got. So you got to go in order. 1, 2, 3.
You got to go in order. Yes.
I didn't know that. So all the 3 of you play that? Did you play that, Candy and Street? 9-ball.
That's where I made all my quick money. I'm like, I can't play 8-ball and play this back and forth game all day.
Nope,
I've played it a few times.
I never played 9. Only 8. 8-ball's the only pool I ever played.
I mean, me and my old man, he loved 8-ball. He said 8-ball is, it's a slower game. It's a man's game. 9-ball is a quick money.
Well, 9-ball can continue like hundreds. You can play hundreds of games before the bet's over. That's why I never play. I like that instant, gratification, one game and done, and then you go for another bet.
9-ball is like Monopoly. It never fucking ends.
No, it doesn't.
I got 9-ball. Man, I think I broke a lot of 9s right off the bat. Right in the
If
pocket.
you see if you see the old black and white movies of pool playing and they got that string with those little beads up, that's what they're keeping track of, man. They could play for like poker games. It could go on for days. Man.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, those scores is keeping each other's scores. How many games have you won?
I never do that. I just always played with them. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's big time. That's like going to the big room, a poker room, man. No, I always just 8-ball.
No, I mean, like I said, if I want to play quick money, I went to the 9-ball. Now, if somebody wanted to play 8-ball and it was their rules, I'll go into 8. Then I go 8-ball.
You guys any good at craps?
No, I never played it.
I like Abbott and Costello. You've probably seen it, Street, where Abbott Costello pretends he doesn't know anything about dice when he's in the military and he's good at playing craps. And he goes, "I'm new to the game, right?" And then he goes up and takes a shot. He's like, "Snake eyes!" Like he's using all these terms, and then they kept on slapping around. It was hilarious, man. He knew all the terms of the game, but he just claimed he never played it.
Yeah, I would
Actually,
like to shoot. I
my-
like to shoot pool.
My favorite game growing up young was quarters. Where
Yeah,
you pick-
my
yeah.
mom taught me to play that.
when
Quarters,
you pick a, well,
quarters.
not into the cups. We would play it. You pick
On
the
the
brick
sidewalk.
wall, a cement stepway, and the closest quarter you had to stand like 10 foot back across the
Yep.
line. And
Yep.
and if you get like 7 or 8 people at it, man, hell, you could clean up in it. I mean, as a kid, you could walk away
yeah.
$20, $30 in quarters easily.
As a kid, we used to do it as adults. We had like 3 people on one side, 3 on the other side. And then like if you hit the middle of the cement, it's called like a bridge. If it's a bridge, you get double. They got to throw more quarters out for you. Then if you get a liner and you win, you get everybody's quarters. If they don't get a liner with you, then
I've played that before.
Isn't that what Street was saying? Like when you hit the curb, if the quarter stood up on its edge against
That was like a hole in one.
a hole
right.
in one. Yep.
Or
Now,
in
if you
horseshoes, that's like getting it right around a
Now,
ring or whatever.
say Troy you throw your quarter and it goes in the line. Okay, you get a liner. But I throw a quarter and it turns into a bridge. Like
Yeah.
on both sides. Your liner don't matter no more. My bridge wins.
Remind me never to gamble with you guys because I'll get my ass kicked.
But you know
my
what?
mom-
Quarters was fun. Sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Quarters was fun because everyone, they were easily available. You didn't have to have a pool table or cards or anywhere. You could find a straight edge, a cement straight edge anywhere, man. Hell, wood it's easy to find a curb, a wall, something, man. And you just sit around and it was a fun game.
If you throw your quarter like it goes into the grass and don't hit the cement, you lose automatically. You lose your quarter. It's got to stay on the cement.
We were tough back in the day. What the hell was that game called Street that we used to play in gym back in our day? I don't think they play it anymore. We used to have to basically beam the ball at people and hit them.
Dodgeball.
Oh man, that was fun.
And they were those red rubber balls, man.
Oh yeah,
Dude, I always caught those fuckers.
Me too.
They hurt, man. They hurt.
I could have thrown because I got small hands, but they told me just catch it.
Well, it put welts on you. If it hit you, even if you had a shirt on, it put a welt on you. Man.
Oh yeah, I got hit with a couple of headshots, which is you can't do, but they still hurt.
My mom taught my cousin and I when we were really young how to play quarters. So she used to do it with like soda and stuff. But every time we go to a party now and there's the game quarters with the cups, we always dominate.
What is that? What is quarters in a cup?
Quarters in a cup is when you bounce it. You gotta like make.
Well, I'm not hip to that. I'm 40 years old. I did the old school like quarters in the streets.
Yeah, so you ricochet it off the table and you have to get in the cup.
Okay.
And if you get in the cup, the person against you has to take a shot or drink the whole drink.
You get to keep their quarter too and drink?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you use a small cup, like a shot glass size, or do you use?
No, I'm ruthless. I'll use a huge one because I know how to make them bounce really high.
No, I mean when they play, do they go down like it's smaller size cups?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can, but it's mainly like you just bounce a quarter, and if you get into the cup, they have to drink the whole thing or they'll take a shot. And so obviously the point is to get people drunk. So if you want people to get drunk, you want them to get the big one. So
that's
people would be like, fuck, Candy's here. They would just make that shit bounce up so high in those really tall glasses. And people would be like, fuck, I'm gonna be gone for the night.
Every time I shot pool with my partner, he used to hype me up. He's like, we're gonna blow him out. We're gonna beat him. I'm like, that's when you lose, man. I'm like, just let me be in my zone. You go in your zone, and we'll be fine.
INFJ, and my name is, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I think a Red Rover, kill ball. I mean, I don't know. I guess I was talking about what Street said, dodgeball, where you just whip the ball at people.
Yep, dodgeball.
Man,
dodgeball. You could dodge a wrench. You could dodge a ball.
I remember playing wiffle ball too, man. Wiffle ball was fun.
Oh, that fucking hurt when you were hit with those things. Holy shit!
I know. I hit my dad pretty hard with one.
You know what I'm really good at? Oh my god, is it packed? Sorry, my cousin just messaged me. I'm really good at beer pong.
Yeah, I won't mess with you with that. I like to shoot a game of pool with you.
No, like I love beer pong, especially when it's my cousin and I. When we're teamed up, we're like undefeated. And if you don't win a round, you have to sit under the table while you're at a party and stuff. Keep in mind, I haven't done this in a while, but I can still probably do some pretty good damage. But our favorite move to do was on the opposing side team, you get, one re-rack, meaning you've got all the party cups and you line into a triangle for the setup. And once you hit a certain amount, I think it's 9 exactly that are left on the table, we ask for a flower, or also known as a Death Star. And so it looks like a flower on the table. And if both you and your partner both hit knock the ping pong ball into the center cup, that's called an explosion. So the center cup and any cup touching the center cup, you have to drink. And that's called instant death, because every single cup outside of the center cup is touching. So that's an instant death. And then the only thing they have left is a rebuttal. And so they have to try to get it back. But before that, because it's called balls back, if you get both cup or both balls in the cups, it's called balls back. And then if you do it again, there's no coming back from it. And everyone has to drink their side and your side.
Well, hey, Lou Lee got a good idea there, man. I think it's about time Candy starts the Fenn pool tournament.
Dude, that'd be so
And there you
fucking
go.
fun.
We can
I would
watch
do
Rob,
that. I would
Rob
do
versus Candy,
that.
man. Rob versus Candy headlining it.
And you can have a silver turquoise bracelet as first prize.
Hey,
That's
No,
tell you,
I'm serious. She's
I'll tell you
in
what,
Vegas.
I tell you what, I want to go lightly on her. I know I'll go right down the block at least for a year before I have to play her.
Nah, dude, I'm savage. I'm sorry. I'm savage when it comes to pool.
Yeah, I would love to go one-on-one with you, and you could pick any table there is.
I would definitely show up for that get together, man.
I would too. Yeah. I mean, there you go, man. There you go, Candy. There's an idea.
A pool tournament.
You sponsored a tournament.
That
Somebody else for Are you and Ben, you know?
That'd be funny.
Like a unisex. You could have both parties, a pool tournament.
There you go. That would be freaking awesome.
And when you're in it to win it, don't matter who it is.
They can have Street there too. Street will do the quarters game. I'll go over here because I'll get my ass kicked in the pool. I'll play quarters with Street.
No, man, I'm gonna go play quarters too. Then if I lose the Candy, I'm gonna play quarters.
World Series of Fenn Gaming.
Have a game of kick the can in the back, man. While we're at it, what the hell?
Yeah, there you go. World Series of Fenn Gaming, man. Got somebody set up a couple of laptops. People get like on World of Warcraft, World of Fencraft.
We'd just be some gaming fools for a weekend, man.
That would be fun. That would be
beer pong, quarters, darts.
Yeah. Nothing but old school or fun games like that.
That would be awesome to if you could get that together with somebody. That would be very awesome.
Seriously, that would be.
That would
instead of serious casino, big bucks. Just have some.
You don't need that much. You play whatever, like 4 or 5. You know how they have like, what is that casino night? Like a church. You know how the church has like roulette and all that. Like you give them like $20 and they give you a bunch of chips. I think it's called like casino night at church, where you have like 5 events and everybody can go to an event.
Damn it, Street! I'll be at the bingo.
Sounds like bingo.
I'll be at the bingo.
20 bags.
A Kinko machine.
No, we don't gotta do bingo. Now
fucking Blinko or whatever that.
Well,
oh my God, no.
You have to cover all the age groups, man. So we got to have like sit down and enjoy,
Oh, come on, Street. I bet you could shoot pool still.
Hey, we can have whack the nooker. We can have whack the nooker instead of whack them. Have different heads popping up, different bobbleheads of the nookers popping up, and you whack them down. Now there you go.
Make sure all the heads stay up for at least 5 seconds.
Yeah, no. There's one of them that's going to pop up all the time.
You guys are savage. That's funny though.
Oh my God.
What if we did that for charity? You know how Paul was making video the other day saying like, the YouTubers should like try and get something together to like raise money for charity. What if we did something like that to try and raise money for charity?
I'm down for that.
I would be down for that. Yeah. I mean, it goes straight to absolutely.
Cancer. Children's cancer.
Yeah.
Yes. Cancer. That would be do it in the name of Fenn. Fenn donated in the name of him.
I'm trying to think, like, when would summertime be a good time to try and do that?
Yes. Because that's when I could really get out. So.
It'd be nice too if you did it like in, let's say, Texas. This way, it's central. People on the east and the west could go there.
I've never been to Texas.
I've never been there either, but I'll take it.
Hey, we'll do it in Temple. There you go.
I'm sure we could get the town council behind it, man. Rent all. Do they have hotels and stuff there? It's a pretty good sized town, isn't it?
That's a smart idea right there.
I think.
Hey, wait a minute! Isn't there Forrest Fenn's dad made a park there? We could do like a donation there.
Fenn dedicated a park, Marvin Park, to his dad.
Yeah, right. We could donate it there, and they'll be on the local news that they're donating to the cancer.
No, but you need the pool tables and stuff. So you need a
park. We could play kick the can in the park, and what better photo shoot than a bunch of old people out running around?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is serious. That's something that I would absolutely back.
I would too, man. I would save up money right now if it comes true. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm down for Texas, but we'd have to do it in a bar because we need the pool tables, we need beer pong, we need darts, we need quarters. Like it'd be all
Yeah,
fun stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
you're
there's
right.
got to be stuff near.
And then we do
Temple.
obviously like a trivia off, right? Forrest Fenn trivia off.
Yeah, we could do that.
It could be like speed trivia.
Well, we'll have the pool table so you could relate to the pool that he got, that he won a bracelet from. So it could kind of add to your story for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Make a dummy bracelet and have like the Harvey tournament or something.
Yeah, something like a replica. Not saying it's Forrest Fenn, just make a replica, and then whoever wins the tournament, they get the replica, and then all the proceeds go to cancer.
Yep, and it's donated right at the park, right where the Forrest Fenn. So that would be respecting.
Hell yeah, I respect that. I'll go down there. I don't think they got rattlesnakes.
No, I mean that would be respectful to the family and respectable to Forrest himself, and I mean that would be that's true donating to me. That's real. That's
we
sincere.
could even make arrangements with the town council in this park to donate a tree or something that's going to grow, preferably like a tree. We could like.
You're gonna have to call
to get a tree.
Call the township on that, don't you?
Oh well, it'd be good to get the town behind it because you'd have local support too.
I'm sure they would agree to it. Come on, I mean, his father got the park. I'm sure they would love it. It's not going to hurt the town. It's going to help them out.
It's going to help them out, and people are going to show up and be like, "Oh, this guy did impact people's lives."
And plus, it's not a big expense. You don't need to go get a $600 hotel room, and it's cheap as out of it. There'll be good barbecue food, I'm sure, nearby somewhere that people want to go eat.
Melinda Cash just a VFW. That would be perfect. They have a bar and pool tables.
Yeah.
You can grab VFW halls.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm plotting. I don't half-ass things.
Hey, Candy, if you could get Shiloh, if he would be
messaging him right now.
This is totally cool. It had nothing to do with. It's all in the Forrest name. I mean,
it's all in the memory of Forrest. Yeah,
this is cool. This would be really cool.
Yeah. And we all came up with the idea, and there was no arguments.
Well, it's fun. It's like she's saying, we're playing games of all ages. Let's go back. I mean, serious quarters, even dodgeball. We can have whatever. I mean, how much?
Darts, they got darts there. I'm pretty sure we could get a.
Yeah, it was lawn darts. I mean, or like horseshoes.
Stuff darts and stuff that Forrest probably did when he was a child.
Yeah, it's a picnic. You do it at the park. How much is it going to cost to get a couple of dodgeballs and maybe badminton?
Nothing.
I don't know. There's nothing.
You could pick them up anywhere.
It's similar to what they do at the Fenn Berees, except we would do it right in Temple, Texas, and have the VFW involved somehow.
Yeah, right in this
at Marvin Fenn's Park. There you go.
In the home of his whole family, not just a family.
Right. That would be cool. That would be awesome.
Yeah, like I said, I'm down for that. And I think it's a wonderful, greatest idea I heard so far.
Chess, quarters. What was the other one? Did you say dodgeball?
Yeah, or badminton. Like the type of games that you would play out at a picnic. Volleyball. I don't know, whatever.
Horseshoes.
Lawn darts.
I kick everyone's ass for horseshoes. My family does one once a year. We have a tournament once a year.
I've set bags making it in honor of horseshoe, like a horseshoe, like a forest thing,
Hey, Candy, one thing, if you do it right, make sure that it came from like street and you. And this is nothing. I mean, you could involve Ben, but I don't want to see K Pro all of a sudden turning this to hers.
No, that would just break my heart.
I would back this even if I couldn't go, I would donate money or something to it.
I will get on that train and go. No matter.
I mean, it's fair. It's in the middle of the United States. It's fair to everybody on every coast.
It's not in the middle of the United States.
Well, no, I'm saying it's better than having to fly to Nevada.
Yeah, but it's not
2,500 miles away from me. The East Coast always gets ignored. Put it in the middle of the country.
Yeah.
And Temple, Texas is perfect. That's almost in the center of the country, east-west wise. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be pretty dope.
Make sure they got bingo, though, for the old guys like me in the street.
Oh, yeah. Definitely bingo. Like, come on. Hold on.
At least you're gonna have and darts, you like play darts.
Oh, I brought that up.
Cards, little card game here and there, nothing big.
Jeep Girl Jody brought up a good thing. I'm sure most places have like campgrounds around or national parks. Maybe there could be like groups if you want to hang out and do the camping experience during the nighttime, the party and getting together, and then gaming in town the next if there's a camp area around there, which I'm assuming there is.
There's got to be a camp area by the Temple, Texas somewhere.
Well, it'd be nice to do what you just said. Call either the city, have somebody call the city or the VFW near closest temple, or and ask them what they think about the idea, what are the close places. And you estimate that you probably have, I don't know, I'm guessing probably roughly maybe 200 people. I don't think you would have more than that. It's not like 10,000 people will show up, because they're going to ask you how many people you think would come. They're not going to want.
Probably our best chance is communicating with the city council and saying, hey,
That's
here's
what I'm
our
saying.
idea. What do you guys think? And what do you have that can accommodate this type of gathering?
Yeah, are
Yes.
there any legal issues involved? I don't think there is. I don't think you need like insurance, because you're not going to have vendors there and stuff like that. It's
Yeah, I
not.
just sent it.
It's not a
Yes.
commercial thing. I don't
City
think.
council would be perfect, man. They'd set you in whatever direction and everything. We got this, we got this hotel, we got this ground, we got this is available, blah.
Right.
Or they could just say, hell no, we don't want you crazy people around us, man. Don't you dare come.
No, I don't think they would. Not in the world that we live in today like that.
No, if they do agree, I mean, what I would do is I would talk to, like Candy's talking to Shiloh, see what he says first. But regardless of what he says, it's still possible to do this. But if he agrees to it, he might be able to help provide a contact to Candy or something that they can get back to in the Temple area, and do what she said.
Well, this is what I sent. I said, question, what would you say about this idea? I'm live on YouTube and we're talking about creating an event during summer that's in honor of your grandfather in the chase. We'd have a pool tournament as the main event, inspired by the Weatherall bracelet, and then other games such as beer pong, chess, quarters, dodgeball, horseshoes, bingo, etc. It'll be a chance to get everyone together during the summer in possibly Temple, Texas, ? All proceeds would be raised for children's cancer donation. This idea was brought to you by myself, Street, Troy, Rob, Lily, and others on the panel and in chat. I planned everything, just wanted to get your opinion on the idea.
Hey, Candy, one thing in the street. You know what you should do too?
I think it's really good, Candy. I think it's really good.
All the games that Forrest Fenn has in Thrill of the Chase, like marbles.
Like Canasta.
To do everything in the Thrill of the Chase. We could do the marbles and all of that, just like he did when he was in school. Maybe even have a contest where you rub, like he did in the class where he was making arrowheads or something. Or no, he would make marbles.
Marble.
Yeah, I'd make my marbles.
You have to make your own marble to play in the tournament.
That would be hilarious.
I mean, you got to feature the games that Forrest Fenn did as a kid.
Yeah.
That would be fun, man. You know? Wow.
That's even a better idea, man.
I never played.
I'm almost positive I read in one of the books he played beer pong. I do remember hearing gambling.
Did he really? Because I'm all for beer pong. Like, get me there. Shiloh, want to be my partner? Let's go.
Well, yeah, you know what you do, Candy, besides what we just said in Thrill of the Chase? Go on to Google and look for the games that the kids played through the 30s and 40s and feature all those games, because that's what Eric Forrest Fenn grew up in. So the whole theme is you can go back and experience what Forrest did as a kid. Maybe you can even involve fishing somehow. You know what I mean?
Didn't they have like jacks? Didn't they play jacks too?
What? Oh, like jacks?
Yeah, you throw the ball, you see how many jacks you get.
Yeah, I remember that. I was really little when that happened.
Yeah, but they played that back in the day too.
Hello, Melinda. I don't really normally see Melinda in my chat. Hello, welcome. See Zozo's in there. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't looked at it yet. I'd give it some time. If not, probably tomorrow he'll respond. I think he probably thinks I'm a goober, because for the longest time I didn't even know what type of gin to get. I was just like, what is going on? Galaxy's like, yep, this is definitely a cult. Laugh aloud. How about who can chug the Kool-Aid fastest contest? You mean drink the Kool-Aid?
Chug.
I'll drink the Kool-Aid.
You know, it'd be cool. You could even have, like, I don't know if this is possible, but like the same kind of food that Forrest would have eaten at a carnival or something like that when he was a teenager or a child.
We'd have
But-
like pimento cheese sandwiches and
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all themed around being experience the same that Forrest Fenn did as a kid, play the
Well,
same games.
Davi B just came up with something smart too, checkers.
that's what I put in the email that or the
Oh,
message
okay.
I sent.
Yeah, chess, checkers,
Oh wait, did I just say chess? I should have said wizard's chess.
He just said chess like CHEST. Be like, what?
Hey, and if you really want to be annoying, also play Chaseopoly.
Oh my god. I'm trying to get along with everyone in Vegas so it doesn't suck for me. Behave.
Horseshoes too. Yeah.
Monopoly, just a bunch of Monopoly games. How many? What is it? 6 players, 5 or 6 can play one game of Monopoly.
That's like, again, Monopoly is like a torture game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too.
Lasts a
That's
long
that's
time.
too long.
I know it was one of Fenn's favorite board games though.
You gotta have patience for that game.
Oh my god, Jeep Girl Jody said charge it to Shiloh's credit card, call it a company picnic. We can have a 1930 swimsuit contest.
We'll bring some Dr. Peppers too for the memory of.
Right, great bet, Dr. Pepper.
Yep. All the drinks that he had.
It'd be like a Fenbury 2.0.
Hey, we'll even have a Coors Light in his memory.
A what?
Coors Light? I think he drank Coors Light, didn't he?
Coors Light? I thought it was Bud Light.
Was it Bud Light?
I don't know. I think Christy knows that one.
Well, wasn't there a picture of him by his Pueblo drinking a Coors Light beer can?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I think so. Look at that picture. I think
Yeah, you know what? I think there's nothing wrong with Chaseopoly. I think it was really fun because, I purchased one and I played it a few times and I used to like email Fenn and tell him like, I'm getting my butt kicked right now or I'm winning. And it was fun. I liked it. Galaxy, just the swimsuit, or do people have to be in them? We can do the old versus millennial contest and settle this for all.
Nah. It ain't my war.
That's funny. Oh yeah, we could call it My War for Me. My War
Yeah.
for Me.
Tug of war, yeah. Like
No, My War for Me, because the name of the chapter, My War for Me. So we could call it My War for Me 2023 Summer Tournament.
That sounds really good too.
Or I could probably get more crafty, or maybe if Shiloh is interested or likes the idea, he could like chime in.
We'll buy
Obviously, we're gonna
we'll buy-
serve the Shiloh's 48K Martini. Did you
We'll get
guys
a-
see my post?
we'll get a big ball of string too.
Well,
Yeah, put a big ball of twine. You could even, I mean, this would start getting a little bit too difficult, but you could, for the younger kids, have little, like, teach them how to make like them little, not Kiva dolls, but like some kind of little doll like a native would have, or teach them some kind of a skill.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to find a person that knows how to do all that. Right?
Yeah, but that's hard though, because
That's hard. That's why I said it's too hard to do that. I'm saying no.
That'd be pretty cool. We could
you
bring the
guys see
kids
this?
out there.
can you guys see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the recipe Shiloh gave me today for he calls it the 48K after the olive jar. So it's called Shiloh's 48K Martini. So you do 6 parts Hendrix gin. And you could also do, if you can't get Hendrix, like I couldn't, I got like 1 shot worth. There's botanist botanist and monkey 47. You do 1 part vermouth, a dash of olive juice, double olives, jalapeno or blue cheese preferred, and then shake vigorously. And then this is so cute. He's like, after that, he said, where did he put it? I think it's in my messages. He said, where is it? Oh yeah, he's like, sure, don't vigorously shake the olive with the drink. That's for garnish only, of course. Haha.
You know what?
Monster would shake an olive.
You know what else is kind of cool about this idea? I mean, if I were you, Candy, I would try to write it up like a little bit and send it to him so he gets like a real idea of what we're talking about, that it's not just games, but and instead of focusing on the thrill of the chase, like in gold and money, let's try to I would try to focus more on kids that are the same age that Ben was when he was, like kids that are, growing up, and put some kind of a focus around them too there, so that you're benefiting the same kind of people that Forrest like. Because he always said he liked to help the kids and help them discover. Matter of fact, we could take things and hide it. That's another, like an Easter egg hunt. But instead of doing that, we hide things around the park and let the young kids go get, just like they do that kind of stuff at Fenbury's, I imagine, right?
Well, so
It's
like
all-
the difference on how to differentiate like whatever we're trying to do versus Fenbury, because Fenbury was basically like 3 days of camping and hanging out and stuff, but there was no donations or anything raised for donations.
Yeah.
The kid thing is a little bit more difficult, but I understand, everyone's got kids. I don't have kids, so it's harder for me to understand. But
Yeah, but hiding Easter eggs or hiding like fake arrowheads or plastic arrowheads or something to let little kids go and find them. I mean, that's anybody can do that. We don't have to hire. I would hide them. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff we used to do at the Special Olympics where we would help the handicap kids. I mean, to me, that's a really giving back and doing the kind of thing in Forrest Fenn's name to honor where it's not really adult themed like a Vegas thing. This is more, something where everybody could just have fun playing the old games that you would play as a kid and introduce kids to those games that they may not have anymore today. The same kind of games they had in the 40s, in the 30s, the 40s, 50s, 60s, exactly the games you guys are talking about.
That's why I suggested getting the council. That way we get the town involved. It's not just us, it's the whole freaking town. Hell, it's one of their hometown heroes.
Right. And they can even make it the
local. It would be beneficial for raising funds for, childhood cancer if we get the entire community, maybe some radio play around in the local area. I think it'd be beneficial if the entire town got involved. Not just
now
us.
maybe the schools would be able to help out, that they have like an arts and crafts type of a thing for the people that do bring really young kids. We could hide things for them to go look at, to let them experience like some form of archaeology. We can have like real simple crafts like that maybe the schools would be interested in donating, or the teachers would want to go in there and help. I believe that can be done without a major deal if you planned it properly, and especially if it had somebody like Shiloh or Zoe even behind it. That would be awesome. And I think it's a tribute to their family that's honorable, and it's not around like an adult theme. You know what I mean? It's really for the kids. And I believe that Forrest himself would love something like that.
Or you could do that chocolate gold coins. You know how you peel the gold coins in the chocolate underneath it? Kids would love that.
Yeah, I think this is like an awesome idea. I haven't seen anybody do anything like this. I think it would be cool. And like, like I said,
they have them in a bag in the nylon, and they got all the coins in them. And, it's pretty cool. They look like gold coins. You could put them like in the little egg things and have them search the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think this would be kind of a good way to kind of kick off 2023 instead of, everybody ripping each other's head off, do something that everybody can enjoy. And there's nothing about it that's like,
and it's for all ages. It's not just
for all ages, but it's going to a good cause. And it's a real physical thing. We're going out there, we're getting out away from our machines, and we're, I think it's a great idea. I don't know. I would love to see, hopefully Shiloh would back something like that. That's why I'm saying I would explain it a little bit better than just the text message, because he might not understand the gist of it if he used to see a couple games where you tell him we're trying to get the town involved and perhaps do it at his great grandfather's park,
Maybe there's a little fishing pond you could fish out of too.
That's what I was saying for kids. Teach them how to fish, not fly fish, not complicated. Just
just
fishing, whatever.
Yeah, simple fishing like the old people used to do back in the day. Bobber, and teach kids how to throw a fishing pole.
Go bobbing for apples and stuff.
What's that?
Bobbing for apples. I feel like that would be dangerous for children nowadays because they probably
because parents, and then the water, everybody's gonna be in the same water. They're gonna be like, that's the same water that people can't really. I mean, my opinion.
I don't know what you're trying to talk about. Oh wait, no, you're talking about the little kid thing, right? Like where there's prizes in a little kiddie pool, and you use like a stick with a line and a hook to try and
Oh,
get the
yeah.
prizes out.
Yeah.
Well, heck, you could even do it in a little pond like that. Use a real stick and a real thing and teach them how they used to fish before they had the reels, you know.
Like bamboo pole.
Right. And maybe wood whittling.
King
I mean,
pole. There you go, king pole. That's the term of it.
yeah, or whittling. I mean, I'm sure they did that out. They did out in the West. All the kids there are probably familiar with that kind of
That's
thing.
how my old man taught me with a wooden stick with line and a bobber.
Yeah. And then, I mean, just stuff like that. I think it's nothing harmful about it at all. And I don't think it would be a big
No,
expense.
mom and dad.
I feel like the spicy pickle martini got me really ballsy tonight, and I might be in trouble.
Mom and dads will be there with the kids fishing, teach them how to fish.
And by the way, I mean, obviously K Pro and Mike would be invited, and so would Cynthia. But all I'm saying is I would rather not see them host it. That, like,
well,
she
I'm
would
not
say,
gonna lie though, like they've already hosted so many events, and same thing with Luli. So I would want to gravitate towards Luli just because I know you guys wouldn't be as happy if I gravitated towards Cynthia or K Pro. But
yeah, if you went to Cynthia or K Pro, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't support it at all. No, I'm dead serious. I just don't. I've seen enough of them. We've seen enough of them. I would rather see a Luli or you, or even Ramblin' Pam or somebody like that, or Jenny Kyle. I mean, somebody different for a change.
Yeah, that's too much of one area.
Yeah.
I was saying like it'd be nice to maybe gravitate towards Luli and see if she could help, because she's she's hosted the Function and the Junction a few times. So she's more familiar. Like I've hosted parties before and events, but it would be like, obviously this wouldn't be until next summer, and we'd need to do like a poll to see what the chase community would want to gravitate towards. Obviously I could create like a PowerPoint or a video to explain in more detail and make it more presentable.
You know who else you could talk to? Who would be perfect for this? Eugene. Talk to Eugene, because I'm sure he has experienced it, and Luli, and who else would be good? There was somebody else.
Godelkin would be good. Wait,
Godelkin would be good. He would know what to do. Right. I'm just saying, use different people. It's no offense to Cynthia and K Pro. I'm just saying, let's see somebody else. Let's see somebody else.
It's getting boring. To me, it's getting boring. No offense, but it's getting
no.
boring.
And this idea originated here on your channel right now. It didn't have anything to do with them, and I don't want to see them stealing the thunder and then turning this into a 9 Mile Hole thing or anything.
I mean, I don't think they would or anything like that. It's just the main point is trying to get everybody together. That's the main point, is trying to get everyone together, everyone to get along, everyone to remember what the fun was about. Because remember, Shiloh said he can't wait for the drama to be over and we can return back to the fun. Because even he sees it. He's like,
well, then might I suggest that if they were interested in joining in, anyone, delegate a certain, okay, if you want to get involved, if all ask, hey, do you want to go? Yeah, do you want to get involved? And I'm talking, like the K Pro, Cynthia, and the other group, to say, okay, here's a list of things. Which would you like to be in charge of, to like oversee and like organize it if they're willing to, that. I have no problem with that. But the overall, I think it should be from all of us. Anyone who shows up, that's who's hosting it. The searchers that show up, it's all of us are hosting it, man.
Yeah. But what if we had like a YouTuber's booth, right? So like Street, you had a booth, I had a booth, Troy, you had a booth, and it would just be like something that would be chase related, but also our channel related, to be able to like give as a goodie bag or like something to add to it. Wouldn't that be cool? Because you know how you go to like those parties and stuff and you get like goodie bags? We can make them like fun, cute little like.
You want me to give a goodie bag out? Okay, I can do that.
Hey, I've got like over 200 Chasing Indie shot glasses I need to get rid of.
There might be certain things we can't do. Obviously, we couldn't give out food. You need a license and a permit. You're not going to be able to sell anything because you're going to need a permit to sell things.
No, it's not selling. It's for free.
No, I'm just saying what things that we couldn't do.
Well, if vendors want to come, vendors can easily apply for a vendor's license,
their own license. Yeah. Nobody's going to. That's what I'm saying. That would be their own expense.
Yeah. If you bring an
I would
item
not
to
pay for
sell-
vendors there. I would not be doing that. I mean, I thought this would be a fun thing with kids and play the games and just do it in Fenn's name. I didn't imagine it as like a huge carnival with, I mean, I don't know.
I'm thinking circus, man. I'm thinking 3-day circus.
No,
on
you
Sunday.
can, but I mean, no, but I mean,
What, you want an
I,
elephant too?
Yes.
but I mean, I've had some experience, like I said, with my parents, and we ran Special Olympics and everything through the fire department with the kids. I grew up doing that. That's why I suggested Eugene. And the problem when you start getting into food and vendors and stuff, now you're dealing with permits and all this other legal crap. And I would,
Well, no, we're not going to bring them in. In other words, let's say like Luli, for example, she wants to sell some of her wares. Well, that would, if she wants to set up her tent or, or whatever, the canopy, it would be her. That's what they do. We're not going to pay the food vendors if any of them in the local area say, shit, if they're putting on this weekend affair, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday affair or whatever days, local merchants will try, that they'll set up their tents, man. That's why I was a PTA president overall for organizing is all about getting the people to know what it is for a good cause. And that's when the feelers go out and you can get other people to undertake certain things. If they're good at this, organizing permits or whatever, well, then, where I don't think it should fall on just a handful of people. I think it should be spread out and it should fit. The best organization plan is putting the people who's in charge of certain areas an expertise. They should know what they're doing. That way everything runs smooth, not like a learning curve.
yeah, there's plenty of people that can do that. Like I said, you got Eugene and stuff like that. But there's plenty of people that can do that. But Street, what I was saying is I think that they, like whoever wanted to set up a tent, that would be their responsibility if they wanted to do vendoring of something. But what I'm saying is you can't make that part of the proposal to because if you made it part of the proposal, then they would require that you had to get special permits overall for the entire event. And I think that that's too much work. I guess what I'm saying is, and also it probably shouldn't be Thrill of the Chase based. It should be Forrest Fenn based or based around his ideals and his, what he was trying to teach. In other words, we're not doing like a Fenn Barrie or a Fenn poker tournament. It's a different kind of experience. At least that's the way I would like to see it.
Marion, Ohio has the Popcorn Festival every year in September, a weekend after Labor Day. And the vendors, the city does, the vendors reach out to them. The carnival, the rides and all that, they have a contract with the ride company that puts up all the rides, but all the vendors, they come independently. They run a circuit. And Texas is where a lot of them go or come from. And summertime, they'll do the northern circuit. Wintertime, they do the southern circuit. But a lot of them originating out of Texas. And it's money to them. It's income to the city. The city loves it because now you got people coming in, possibly staying. They're going to be spending their money there. Plus, they charge for a permit. So cities love this type of atmosphere.
They do, but coming from like EMS and fire department, when we ran a lot of events, depending on what you have there's local like ordinances where you would have to have EMS there. So now you need to have, literally they have to have an ambulance right there. They have to have maybe a fire truck right there. So there's some expenses on the town side. It's not as simple as like, oh yeah, we're going to bring 200 people to a park. But if you start bringing like when carnivals come, they're bringing in rides. So they got electrical issues. They got, so that would require how maybe if they needed to have security there, do you need to have police or fire? And the more you keep adding, the more demand it puts on. And I think it becomes more difficult just through my experience.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting rides, and that was just an example. I wasn't suggesting like rides, but yeah.
We're talking about carnival. Fuck.
But if you had like tents or like people cooking and barbecue, you got chances for fires and you got chances for people to get hurt, they might require certain things. That's all I'm saying. I love the idea. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just saying that there's certain things that this is an outdoor event. It's different than like scheduling the poker tour. They don't, a lot of the things they handle is being handled by the casino itself that is accepting the tour.
Well, I mean, didn't Christy have to have a license for doing WSOF? So
I don't know, but I'm saying that's different. It's not an outdoor event. The fire department and EMS and all that are already handled by the casino. There's a lot of the logistics that are being picked up by the casino that she has no idea on how to operate. Where we would go out.
Didn't she get in trouble for like when she was helping with Jamie Jordan and raising funds for her? Like someone reported her because she didn't have a license for something. It's kind of the same concept.
Permit.
Yeah, so it's like we still need to do something. I'm like a child, so please, someone help me over here.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think Eugene, and then you got Streets got experience. I have experience with where we did it from a logistics point of view, from the EMS and fire department. And I'm saying you want to try to reduce that. You don't want to have that kind of dependency because now it becomes a burden on the town. They're going to need to put a couple of extra police depending on the number of people.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna need some security because there's some psychopaths in the world.
Right, exactly. And the casino the casino handles that for K-Prom. Then when they do World Series of Poker,
I would suggest our first step, if we're serious, is to get the plan together. What are our activities and all that, and reach out to the city council. Number one, we got to know if they're acceptable of it. What's just like you're saying, Troy? Is there any like things we can't do? There would probably be our best source of resources. City council.
Yeah, and then after that, I would also try to see if Shiloh's in on it or Zoe, because if they are, they would be able to help out with some of the logistics. That's how I would do it.
I wouldn't want to bother them except for like to have a support. Maybe if a miracle happens, have like Shiloh show up, because I think Shiloh's mainly front and center of all this, so his mom doesn't have to deal with it or his other family members.
Yeah,
that's like what
I would still, just out of respect, I would still ask him anyway. We don't need his permission to do any of it, but just out of respect, that kind of like the LLC never sent him an offer to go to Heritage. That was kind of rude, I mean, I would run it by him anyway, but it was not like he needed his approval. No, of course not. I think he would support it. Just
Oh, Lily says Fenn function at the junction is going on next summer. We might have a pool tourney there, maybe. What if we just did it all in West Yellowstone again?
No, yeah. See that? I thought the whole thing that was cool is Temple, Texas, Central Country, and that Fenn Junction is more chased around the thrill of the chase. I don't know.
When does Lily do her Fenn function the junction? Because I don't want to step on her toes. I was just thinking it'd be fun in summer because everyone's off. They're more flexible for vacations and stuff like that. But
people did bring up in chat, they are right. Texas in summer is fucking hot. So spring and fall would probably be our best bet.
Oh,
yeah, but I mean, to me, going up to West Yellowstone's I think it's too expensive.
That's true. It's very true.
I mean, it's a different thing. I'm not putting function in.
Everything's so expensive right now, though. I just spent $300 on a damn plane ticket to Vegas for a fucking hour flight.
Oh wow.
Bullshit.
Matter of fact, that's another guy you might want to talk to, Sam. USA China One. Talk to him.
I always talk to Sam.
Yeah, talk to Sam. Talk to Eugene. At Street, obviously he's got experience, but I would start there. Honestly, I don't think it's not that big of an event. I don't think he needed really any help to do it.
Well, so the main question is, how are we going to be able to raise funds for the charity to begin with? What if we did something like, how Christy and Mike, when they play World Series of Poker and you have people represent them, right? Like someone will buy them in to represent them or something. What if we made that an option? So one part of the proceeds we could help make are for tickets to be at the event, right? And all proceeds go to Cancer Fund. But then there's also people who have the option to represent or back one of the members that are going against in the pool tournament or in one of the games or something. And so like each game or each level, it'll go like higher. And if that person wins, then that person gets to put the whole funding towards the donation. Would that make sense?
I think Street's idea is probably the best. I think the city council will know the answers to all that. They even know or suggest you. They might say, for example, we have like local vendors that go and set up like food sites, or maybe they got some kind of rides or whatever they do, and there's already people that they already are used to working with, and then they would hire them, and of course the people would buy tickets to whatever they do, and then that money that's earned from the tickets pays the expense, and then whatever's left goes to the charity, something like that. But they
I
would
was gonna
be able
say
to
we
help
could
you.
host it on August 22nd for Fenn's birthday, but like what day does that fall on?
Your idea is good, and that would give people the opportunity that can't go, like Davey B and Mario, out of the country. It would give them an opportunity to participate.
Wait, what was the idea? Shit, sorry.
The idea about sponsoring people is one way to generate funds.
Oh yeah, my idea. I was
You
like,
can
wait, what I
have
missed
like,
it.
you could have auctions of items, donated items, of course. And it's all about the more people you have involved, the more resources you can draw from. So instead of like, hypothetically, there's 10 of us and we got to each come up with $1,000 each, you put 100 people and that just dropped it down to 100,
Yeah.
The more we get involved. So yeah, reach out to everyone.
Well, also,
we're all searchers.
Street, like you said, when you talk to the city council, right? Let's say, like I said, the arts and crafts, just as an example, right? Let's say that some of the teachers will donate their time, and then you have the kids are making items. I don't know what they are, arrowheads, whatever they're making, right? They make it, and
Dream
then you
catchers.
auction the stuff off that they make, and people, they're not buying quality items, but whatever the stuff auctions off for is how you would make the money and do the auction online.
But then you need a license for the auction.
No, but that's why I'm saying the city can help you, because the city you would do it through the city, and they already have a lot of that stuff in place. And they might even have a local organization that you could do it through that's already licensed. All you're doing is having, like I'm saying, for example, a bunch of kids create stuff during the event, and then they have like a mock auction, but there's no cash goes to anybody. The auction's handled through the not-for-profit, and then the funds get donated to the cancer, Kids for Cancer, whatever they donated to.
I think the best option we have is to get sponsorship, especially within the Chase community, and then build off that for marketing, for like to get it out, like to get it out.
I would do what she said, talk to the city council first. I would do that step one, because they're going to tell you, they're going to give you ideas of what to do. And then, of course,
you want to handle that part? I'm not good at that part.
The city council?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're already on the city council.
I'm good with politicians. I know how to behave myself and talk civilized. Sure, I can handle that one. I'll reach out and get all the criteria, and yeah, I can do that.
I just got another person that can help Street too, Bendy Jones. No, I'm being serious.
Yeah,
Bendy Jones
he's good with reaching out.
He has major experience dealing with politicians and setting up things like this. He did it with his father. Years he spent working with it. And he also has experience with the vets and stuff like that. He might know who to get in touch with in Temple. I'm being totally serious. I don't think Fendi would be, act like funny like that, because it's a serious event. I'm serious. I would give other people a chance to shine, like Street and Fendi and all them. It shouldn't be the same people all the time. That's all I'm saying. And I mean, I mean,
obviously I'm down. I want to be able to try and like put something together for the community. And it's really cool that we're all like coming together to come up with this idea. It's just a little bit ago, it seemed so simple. Now it's just like, shit, there's a lot that goes into this.
No, I think it's simple as Street said. You talk to Street talks to their council, and then maybe talk to a couple other people and see what the city council says the street. That's the first step.
Well,
It-
first
it's-
we have to figure out a place. If you want Temple, then yeah, just like you said, either spring or fall. But the thing is, it's really hard for people to be able to travel and take time off during spring or fall than they are for summer, because summer is when like usually everyone's on vacation.
Yeah, but then,
True.
like I said, who wants to keep going over to all the way across the United States? That's the majority. 2/3 of the United States is on the East Coast. You're losing a lot of people by having it that far away too.
No, I said Texas.
Yeah, Texas. I mean, I can't see it being any other way than Temple or even Lubbock. One of those two places. I think
Lubbock?
Temple would be more fitting.
Yeah. I just feel like, okay, so city council, but then we'd have to figure out, like, see, this is what Christy's so good at, figuring out good places that don't cost too much for like hotel stay, events around the area, food, entertainment.
I don't
Like,
think you don't need to worry about any of that until you talk to the city council. And
Here's what always bothered me when I heard when these groups would get together and start organizing things, they always tried to go close to an airport for easy travel Trust me, if you have to fly into an airport and get a rent-a-car and drive 100 miles, if you really want to go, you'll go. So I never understood this close to an airport. Plus, once again, if we're talking to overall cost reduction, the bigger the cities, the more it's going to cost you. Temple, anywhere around Temple is perfect, man. It's better than Dallas. Trust me, like I said, I can't say it enough. If the nearest airport is Fort Worth, Dallas, whatever, if people want to come, and that's why I think it's imperative to get the city to back it, because now we have how many people live I don't know how many people live in Temple, Texas.
well, so this is the trick too. Remember, Christy and Shannon tried to do this, like a version of this, last year with where did they want to go? They were trying to think of like a summer version of WSOF, and it was going to be on the East Coast instead of the West Coast, because like everyone in the East Coast doesn't really get to gravitate to the West Coast. So they were planning, but then they ended up canceling because not everyone could make it and it was getting too expensive. They didn't know how to like plan it. So that's why I keep saying we need sponsorship if we were going to do this, because it's expensive to get the venues. Even if you do go through the city, you got to figure out like a venue spot. You need to figure out like rental shit. Like there's so much that goes into it that we're not really thinking about, like the food, even if you're like were to say bring your own camping food or whatever the fuck, it's still really complicated. And then if you do have people bringing food, you have to have a whole entire list, just like they did with Femboree, assigning people certain items to bring.
well,
And if they do bring it, you have to have a license for
There's,
the trash.
there's
Yeah, but
82,000 people in Temple, Texas.
well, no,
How
I'm just saying 82,000.
Holy shit, that's a big town, man.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is though, Candy. I mean, no offense to Shannon and K Pro, but I don't think they're the smartest bulbs in the shed. There's the sharpest tools in the shed. There are people out there way better than them at planning. I don't want to it's just my opinion.
No, I'm not
I don't
saying
think
that.
we
I'm
can
just
rely
saying
on
it
them.
gets complicated. And I mean,
No, we're only making complicated. It's not complicated. There is no venue. It's a park.
no, that's
There
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
have
If
to
you
be
wanna
any
use the
food.
park. You still have to get permission. You can't just go and use a park.
Exactly, and that's why Street said to contact the city.
Yeah,
But
but
we don't
even
need
once you
food.
contact the city, you still need money for the fundings, because if you got trash going on, you have to have the trash license for all that shit going on. If you have a
That's the
contest,
city
or-
part.
I know that. That's what I just got to tell you. We ran. I did it my whole life. This is what we did, longer than K Pro. And I'm telling you that you got it. Like Street said, you got to go to the city first, because they're the ones that are going to know the ordinance, and they're going to say, okay, we require this and this and this and this. So until they tell you that, there's no point to go out and try to get funding or anything, because we don't know what we need.
It's always good to start it. If we should all start reaching out to people now and saying, "Hey, here's an idea. We're trying to get it going." And like Candy's saying, yes, sponsorship is important. But my theory in planning like things in the PTA was, every time someone like this, what about this? I'll worry about that when we get to it, man. And I've never found a bridge I couldn't cross. There's always an answer and a way to get around it. Why stress about 1,000 things that could happen? Just worry about what we're dealing with today.
That's what I'm saying.
The order of business is to contact the city council. Candy, you and I can talk, or whoever, we can talk and figure out what we want to propose to them. In caps it, like Troy said, we have to be specific and I'll cover all the details. We have to sell this baby to the city council like it's beneficial to them. Like we're helping them, they're not helping us. And just see, and we'll know by their response real quick if they're acceptable, how, you know, we'll be able to tell. And at the same time, right now, we should everyone in chat, us, we should be reaching out to people. Hey, this, blah, blah, blah. We should start the ball rolling. And sponsorship, yeah, it is. Money is important. That's how you get the ball rolling. You have to have money in the bank to, like Candy was saying, to get all this, you know, the permits or whatever we got to do.
Yeah,
Well,
but in order
I'm banking on the 82,000. I'm banking
Why
on
don't we
the
just do
city.
Santa Fe instead, like we're used to, just not the same spot that they do Finbury at? Because I mean, if we do Santa Fe, it's closer to Shiloh, so it's a bigger chance he'd show up, for one. And two, I think it's a small, like, is Santa Fe smaller than Temple?
Yes, there's not 82,000 people in Santa Fe, I don't think.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I you know, like Street said, I think until you know where you're going to be able to do it, what city's going to permit you to do it, it's pointless to go to anybody and say, would you sponsor something if they don't even know where it is? So
Well, that's what I'm saying. We should start with Santa Fe because they've already had sponsorship through the city for Santa Fe because of Fenbury.
Santa Fe's too expensive. But like I said, I think that's silly. You know,
Wait,
it's
how
an
is Santa
expensive
Fe too
place.
expensive if Texas is a bigger city? Is Texas cheaper?
The hotels are going to be far more expensive in anywhere near Santa Fe. That's a ritzy area. That's like saying, oh, let's go to Beverly Hills and have it. I don't know. I think central United States it should be in Texas. I don't know. You guys could do what you want. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I'm just offered my opinion. I would not be interested in going to Santa Fe.
Santa Fe is 87,505 people.
Jesus.
All right, now run the cost of living on Santa Fe versus Temple, Texas. Tell me what come up with there.
The cost of living.
No, seriously, don't laugh. I mean, that would tell you how expensive the hotels are. Santa Fe, there's no way the average person could go there. It's too far west.
I underestimate the shit that Christy and Cynthia have done over the years.
They didn't do anything, in my opinion. That's nothing special about what they did.
No, they did do stuff.
Impressed. Nah,
like
nothing.
Every time they did Fenbury, it was really hard. I was there, like when Sasha was doing stuff and Christy's done stuff for WS. Like we're behind.
But that's kind of rude. You're saying essentially, I have no experience. Street has no experience.
No, I'm not saying no one has no experience. I'm just saying I never understood how complicated and how detailed it was to be able to plan an event like this.
It is
a lot of work behind the curtain. There's a lot of organization, and there's always hiccups. You can always see from this point on, if you're ever in an organized get together, you can tell who's in charge of it because they're pacing around, running, they're talking to people. There's always hiccups, man. Always. It never.
Yeah, and the more complicated it is, the more expensive it gets. The more time it's going to take. But I think we could use the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. What's the event? Why is it in Temple, Texas? Because that's where Forrest Fenn grew up as a kid. You know, what are your games around? They're around older games. So it's in a park.
Fenny, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Fenny in chat has a great. Let's do it in Puerto Rico.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I mean, hey,
in Puerto Rico.
Hey, let's do it in Ohio or Florida. Florida, there you go.
Galaxy says, "How about the gallery?" Let's just do a cruise.
Yeah, New York City.
Contact an organization there, Elks Moose and VFW. What the hell is that? Anyone in chat know more about this shit? Are you good at it? Step up, like help. I'm good with creativity and coming up with like fun treasure hunts and decor and like themes and marketing. I don't know shit about councils. I don't know shit about vendors yet. Like I can figure it out. I don't know about it.
Like I said, Street and Fendi. Fendi knows the VFW. He's a veteran himself. Street's a veteran. You got all these people around that know all this stuff. Let them. I'd like Street say, go to the city council because they may say no right off the bat, and there's a problem, you know. But they're going to tell you what you need. They're going to say you're going to need EMS, fire department, blah blah blah. And if you have food there, you need a food license. If you have vendors there, you need this. Then you need security. And see what they say, and then approach the VFW and have maybe Fendi do that because he knows how to do that. He did that with his father. That's what they spent all that time to for the veterans. And Forrest Fenn is a veteran, so. You know, the VFW and the town council is where I would go. I think Street's right on the money there. And then after that, you got to start doing what Candy's talking about. Once you know where it's going to be, then you got to seek sponsors. But at least at that point, you know what you need to seek, and then you just get the sponsors. That is where maybe K-Pro could help out with getting sponsors. You know what I mean? But you don't need her for the initial planning, I don't think. No.
If we could get the city council and BFW, because Forrest was a honorably discharged, I mean, he's got the Purple Heart and all, that would be monumental, man, to have those two both on board. Monumental.
Yeah, no, and the other thing with the fire department, I could speak to this directly. There was no cost in having us there because we did it. It was a town event. We go there, we put in our time. We were a volunteer. We're free. Bring the truck there and it's a boom. We sit there and we're there. It doesn't cost anything. So the VFW, for example, might turn around and say, well, you know, we have vendors that work with the VFW. We could supply food. So we'd be interested. So they might be able to handle a lot of logistics for you right when you go to the city council and the VFW right there. You know, the police might offer to donate their time for security because there's only going to be 100 or 200 people. I don't think it's a big deal. In Vegas, they're going to have requirements because you're in a hotel. You have to be insured. You have to have, you know, a certain amount of people limited in the room. And, you know, I mean, it's all kinds of hassle that other legal things. But once you reach the point where you need sponsors, that's where I think somebody like K-Pro would come in helpful. But for the initial planning, Street to do it, I think.
But you got to get them the degree, number one.
Right. But I don't think it's that comp. I think the fire department would, it'd be the ambulance. If they're a volunteer like we had, they would agree to donate their time as long as you start at the local level, you know?
Okay. Yeah, if you know, if everyone's keen on Temple and that's, wherever we get, it's beneficial to reach out to the city council. I think Temple would be perfect, man, for many reasons. It's his hometown, the veterans.
The park.
You not only have the VFW, you have the American Legion too.
Yep,
they're like hand in hand.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, by the way, Lou Lee, I didn't misquote you. I'm the one that told her. I'm the one that told Candy that you were talking about the Fenn Pool tournament. That's what got this whole thing started. But then we ended up talking about children games and stuff like that. So
yeah, it was just an add-on, basically.
It doesn't matter who suggested the idea. I'm the one that told them, hey, look what Lou had a good idea to do the Fenn tournament. So why are you saying I misquoted you? I didn't misquote anything. Why is everybody always looking to be like, it was my idea? Who cares? It was everybody's idea. It's yours idea, Lou Lee. It's Street, Rob, Candy, me.
Hey, I just want to have a good time. That's all I want.
Yeah, that's what I want. I just don't want to see it. It's not another Fenn event. It's not a Fenbury. It's nothing to do with the Chase. It's not an adult themed poker tournament. It's just something that family fun with kids. I thought that's what we were talking about. You know, I don't think it's going to be that complicated. I think if one street or somebody talks to the city council, they're going to tell them exactly what to do. And then you go to American Legion, VFW, but the local volunteer fire department, the EMS, they'll handle all that stuff for you.
That's 35% of getting everything done, and just have the council say, "Oh, it's okay." The rest of it would be easy.
Right. The rest of it's easy. Getting a sponsor is easy. Like I said, you could if you get the schools to have kids do like arts and craft, and then you do an auction and have a local not-for-profit run the auction, like the BFW or the American Legion, because Forrest Fenn's probably a member of the BFW. Then you ain't got to worry about a not-for-profit license.
VFWs love them type of things. They love that.
Right, and they're already licensed to have the auction, so you don't need to worry about any of that. But, you know what I'm saying? It's not that complicated. And the other thing you don't have to worry about, Street, you're going to get a kick out of this one, is somebody working out deals with local hotels so that they get kickbacks from all the guests that get there.
Oh, the population will go up a little bit.
No. What I'm saying is when you're sponsoring a tournament, you can go out to all the hotels and say, hey, welcome to your hotel. For every 100 rooms or whatever, we'll give you a kickback of this amount of money,
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff happens at bigger events, but this isn't really needed. I think I can't imagine more than maybe 100 people going, or maybe 200. It seems like a park event where you just put a bunch of kids running around and people playing quarters and badminton and stuff.
That's why I suggested if the city council is on board, BFW, American Legion, that brings in the city. It's not just like it won't be a private board. It'll be a tribute to what do they call people? A son of Temple, Texas. Marvin Fenn taught here. I mean, come on, the town. Yeah, I think they would.
Well, also,
I would be relying on the temple itself showing up tenfold compared to the searchers.
Oh, exactly. But that's the thing.
I agree with that.
Also, Street, the city's going to be able to handle all the legal issues about running an auction. You don't need to worry about any of that if it's done through the VFW or the city. They already have the rights to do that and collect the money and make sure that the funds are going to the organization that's specified and all that.
Yeah, you could have it like those big written checks, right? Okay, we raised so much, on Sunday, after brunch or whatever, we raised so much, and hand it right to the mayor, and they dig that shit, man. It's good politically. It's good for them.
It's good for them. It's good for them. It's good for us. It's a win-win situation.
Exactly, and there is no big, sponsors needed and all that. I don't think you need any of that. You don't need like large food trucks and beer trucks. I mean, carnival rides. That's not the kind of thing you're talking about, because that would be very expensive. And then you got insurance to worry about. I would talk to the city, because the city might.
It's a small town. We're talking about 85. They didn't gain a lot. I mean, trust me.
No, we got 65,000 in my town. It's small.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Chicago here is 8 million people alone. So I'm telling you, it's not as big as you're going to be. But a small town like that, have a gathering that's going on that we would have. Yeah, they'll call attention to that little small town.
Yeah, I mean, how many towns do you know they have?
Honoring a hometown, we won't use
Sure.
it forever. Hell, his father and him both.
They didn't name a park after him just to name a park after him, so them people, it's going to be word of mouth.
Yeah, I think they would like it. Like I said, I don't think, like there's not going to be any problems, because these towns, we used to run like hundreds of them, like all summer, winter. We have Santa, and we would have like sleigh rides and stuff for the kids in the winter. And there was never anything involved, but we had auctions. We would have 50-50, they called it, right? And it's like a form of gambling, but we didn't have to worry about it because it was done through the city. They did it. Yeah. So they handle all that for you. You know, the only time somebody, and I don't even really want to say, the only time somebody wants to get involved and do like the logistics of that, they're a middleman and they're sitting there making money. You don't need that. That's not what this is about. Let the city do it. They can handle it. It's not a million people.
Any BFW or American Legion you go to on a Saturday night when they have a band, they have 50-50 drawings all night long, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. They don't pay any. You don't need just a law. The only reason why there might have been a law with K Pro is because there's profit involved.
And
no matter what she tells you, there's profit involved. There's insurance
and veterans. They'd have no problem with, as long as hell. At the worst, we'd have to pony up for how much they paid for the tickets. We would pay for the tickets themselves, the cost of the ticket roll. And I don't think they'd have a problem donating, like 50% goes to winter and 50% goes to children's cancer. I don't think they'd say, well,
no, that's a win-win situation. They say, go ahead and do it.
Yeah. I've come across several situations where they're willing, as long as you pay for. Some of them don't even ask. They're like, yeah, we'll donate it. We'll do it, man.
But
we'll use our ticket.
We'll break it down to them.
That is your sponsors right there. BFW would sit there and set up a tent. You go to their tent. You buy a 50-50 ticket. Boom. There's your sponsor right there. You want another sponsor? The BFW. What I mean, they're right there. They already exist. They're in the town.
BFW, it's gonna have people come in and talk, and people get to know each other more. And it brings a little attention there too.
Right. Even the fire, we used to run 50-50s all the time. They would run bingos and they would, of course, go get the bingo machine for the church would give it to you for free. And then you bring it out there because the fire department or the VFW is going to use it. And all the money, of course, would go either to support the city or go to some kind of a charity. In our case, it was always the Special Olympics or the city. So they've got all the infrastructure already there. You don't need to get any gambling permits. And the only time you need to do that is if you're doing your own event for yourself, or you're going to say like, oh, this is a World Series of Poker. But if the city is doing it in honor of the Fenn family because he grew up there, you're not running the event. You see what I mean? So all the legal issues are on the side of the city. You don't need to worry about any of that shit. The only reason why K-Pro has to worry about it because it's her event. They're setting up an event. And the casino is not going to be held responsible for it. So that's a whole different ball game. Here, Street's saying, let's let the city do it and the VFW. And I think they would do that. I think that they already do that shit.
It would take a burden off a lot of people. Once the city gets involved, the city will say, hey, you know what, we'll do this for you. And you basically do whatever you want to do then.
All you got to do is attract the people to go there to spend the money. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's not hard, you know.
No, that'd be probably the only first thing you got to focus on. I mean, once you get the council thing going, you just got to worry about the people.
Well, that's where K-Pro and them would come in, right? Or whatever. Because once you got the whole thing planned out and worked out, then you could say, hey, K-Pro, would you do get involved by doing a video and help promote it on Calazar's channel? That's all right there. Boom. Just all your goal is only to attract people to come there. Don't worry about sponsors. We already got them. Don't worry about, we got the raffles set up. We got all that stuff set up. All the games are just going to be volleyballs and lawn darts and stuff. There's no real expense. It takes care of it. The city would take care of it. 90% of the work. You'd only have to
that's what I'm saying. So easy
advertise it.
Yep.
Yeah. Anybody can do that.
The council is
would be sad to see some, I don't think it's that hard. As long as you don't add like complicated things, like I said, big food vendors and rides.
No, just keep it simple. Yeah.
By the way, Street, they used to have kissing booths back in the day. You think maybe you should talk to Barbara or if she wants to come?
Y'all are just trying to get me in trouble tonight.
Well, in COVID, it'd have to be mask to mask.
Mask to mask. There you go.
Yeah.
You guys are bad.
Well, Bob, are you do you want to run the kissing booth? Does you get trusted living out there? Some women like a beard.
I don't know about all that right now. I'll take a back seat.
I'm trying to be a little bit funny. I don't know.
That's cool.
I'm joking, obviously.
I'm good. I'm good with humor.
I'm literally sitting here eating a bowl of cereal, listening to you guys be absolute weirdos right now.
Why are we weirdos?
I'm going to rename Troy Eeyore, man. You're Eeyore tonight. Everything, it was like, oh, you got to have this. It's like, God, I'm having fun here. Just imagining good times. You got to throw a monkey. You got to bring in reality, Troy.
And she got the answers already. That's funny. And everybody's
that's the funny thing, Street. You answered all of the questions, though. You said just go to the city council and go to the VFW, and boom, it takes care of 90% of the work's done. If they either going to approve it or not going to. If they do approve it, they got all the answers. You want to make money? You want to spend? We do a 50-50 or a raffle. There's not going to be any legal issues.
It's essential to know how they feel about it. It'll be, like I said, it'll be instantly. Their first response will be how accepted they are of it.
Yeah.
If they write back saying, no, we're not interested, well, hang it up. I wouldn't. It's just going to be more work. It can still be done, but it's going to be massive, man. If they
right, then
what do you need? Tell us more. Let me give you so and so's email and get this guy in the loop, and let's get this rolling. Then shit, okay, and then you say, oh. We're working with the VFW and American Legion too. We're trying to make it, like a family, blah blah. Oh,
it's a small town, so they will agree to it. It's small. They
I feel like the perfect person to run the charity part would be Copper Dan, because he's already done multiple charity hostings. So wouldn't it be smart to have Copper Dan in charge of the charity?
Nope. He doesn't even know how to get a proper signature. I'm being serious too. No, I don't think you need him. I think you got people here that already know what to do, that kind of stuff. I don't need him.
Dude, I'm not trying to do like a us versus them thing. I want to include everybody.
Well, I'm trying to include everybody that doesn't normally get included. He's always in everything.
Well, here's the question. He's good at getting signatures, damn it. Okay. What
He's
are we
good
going
at
to have?
getting Shiloh's
what are
attention,
we-
just like me.
What are we going to have him sign, and who can we get? Who would be interesting for a signature of, and what would they be signing? Like a book?
He literally just got Shiloh's signature the other day on a new map for the WSOF prize.
Okay, so Forrest's signature is out of the question. Jack, I wouldn't. We've already seen it. Shiloh's already signed something. Who's next? Who else?
What about the LLC?
What about Douglas Preston?
That's a good one.
Let's see if Dan can have Douglas Preston sign something, maybe one of his own books, A Thrill of the Chase, something. That would be interesting. That would be, yeah. I'd like to see Douglas Preston's. That would, yeah. If anyone can do it, Dan can do it.
Exactly. Or we could just politely ask Shiloh if he's on board. Be like, hey, by the way, you mind bugging Preston for a book? The codex. Sign the codex.
What about 3D Browns? He would do it.
Does 3D Bronze do charities?
I don't know.
I know
There's
he
a
does
lot of
the
people that
replicas.
I know
He
a lot
just
of people.
did a
that do
jar replica.
charities.
Did you see that? He printed a 3D replica of Fenn's jar.
Yeah, I know. I seen that. I was talking to him on his channel. Yeah, it's really cool. I've asked him like, what other things do you make? And we were talking about he's thinking about getting a CNC machine. But I mean, he's in the creative side. But I mean, getting something to donate. I think that the county may be able to help out with that. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of people that donate different things. I don't think it has to be in the name of Fenn or Doug Preston or anybody like that. I think, you know, I don't know. I don't. What's the point in that? Like, when you can raffle off tickets and make this so much. Why do we need a book by Doug Preston? How does that have anything to do with Forrest Fenn? What he was trying to teach kids, you know, about archaeology.
Preston wrote the codex. The codex is basically Fenn's story. That's what it has everything to do with.
Well, but it doesn't have anything to do about a kid growing up in his 30s and 40s.
Well, it's just a something to bring in and to like auction off to generate money. I don't think Douglas Preston, if Copper Dan was to have him sign, let's say, one of his books and explain to him what was going to happen to it, we're going to auction it off at this get together and donate the proceeds to childhood cancer.
Well, it's not up to Copper Dan. That's where you run into the issues that K-Pro ran into. It's up to the VFW or whoever's going to be handling the non-for-profit. You know what I mean? Like I would just do what you said, Street. I mean, and then see what they say. Because maybe, you know, if Dan wanted to take a book and get somebody to sign it, and then he gives it to the VFW for free and let the VFW auction it off because they already have the auction in place. They already got the legal handles in place, and let them do it. So if he wants to donate a book, why not? Like you said, why not have Doug Preston donate a book? Why not have Copper Dan get it? But does Copper Dan need to run the auction? No. Let the VFW run it. Let the city run the auction. You're donating items, and the city's raffling off tickets to win the items. I mean, it's already there. Why do you need, you know, Copper Dan or really anybody to do what the VFW can already do, and there's already legal setup to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Troy. Let them deal with all that. And if he wants to donate, so this is what it's going to, and it'd be a great cause.
Right, there you go. K-Pro. They have a bunch of Chaseopolis. Donate them to the VFW that's running the event. That's all you need to do.
Yeah,
Get him signed by Shiloh or something like that and donate them. That doesn't mean she needs to be in charge of running the auction and worrying about the legalities of it, because the VFW will handle all legalities. You're just giving the VFW or whoever a bunch of items, and you're saying, here, I'm donating this for free.
We could donate too. to the VFW as prizes too. So, and they
Exactly. And then they'll run the raffle tickets, and at
And
the end
then-
of the night, the shit gets auctioned off, and there's your money.
Yep, and then they deal with all that.
Right.
They're just saying, oh, Troy donated this, or Robert donated this, or Candy donated this, and then
Barbara can be in charge of pies.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. She said she's good at pies, so she could be in charge of pies.
No, but that is true. I mean, Candy, if you look at it, like a lot of people, like I said, 3D bronze, maybe 3D bronze, right? When they auction it off, right, the VFW, right, they'll put the items up there. This item here created by 3D bronze.
They will do that.
And then they'll take this item here is by Douglas Preston. It's his book. It's pre-signed, and they're handling the auction. They're handling the money collection. They already got the license. They already got everything in place.
Everything's out of your hands.
Exactly. And so Copper Dam wants to donate. Go ahead, donate it. Give it to the VFW. Doug Preston. Give it to the VFW. The more items you can collect like that, the better. But I'm just saying,
VFW will say, "Hey, this is Copper Dan's product. He donated it to us as a VFW to do whatever we want."
Right. Exactly. So everything is already there. You just got to get the items. So
That's all. Yep.
that's where Copper Dan and 3D Bronze and Doug Preston would come in if they want to help. Just donate their craft items. Donate a big map, put it in a frame, donate that, and give it to the VFW, and let them handle all the hard work of collecting the tickets.
And they will do that to VFW because they're to be more than grateful.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, they would, because how else would they get prizes to give away to raffle off? That's your sponsor right there. You're selling raffle tickets for items made by the people in the search community.
Yep.
Yeah,
Even
but if you raffle,
right?
you got to get a licensing for the raffle.
No, you don't. They already have it. They already have it. They're not for profit. The VFW.
They can't do nothing about it. Will take care of it.
You don't need to have 10 different auctions and Copper Dan running an auction. He doesn't have nothing to do with it. He just if he really wants to donate, let him go through the expense, make a map, get it signed by whatever, or get a book from Doug Preston, and literally go to Temple if they agree and say, here you go. And it's fierce. And then he walks away. He's not needed anymore. When they go to raffle it off, they're going to say this item here created by Copper Dan, So he still gets his advertising, but he doesn't need to worry about any of collecting the money and all the legal tax implications, because the VFW already has that worked out.
Yeah, they back that up.
I think it'd be cooler if this event was all headlined by a bunch of YouTubers. That would be cool. Like, everyone who's a YouTuber gets to headline. Everyone who has a YouTube account, whether you have one subscriber, I don't give a fuck, you get to headline.
Headline what? What are your headlines?
What's headline? Is that like snorting lines of coke or something? What's
No,
headline?
like to all be a part of the event. Like, someone contributes something, a part of it. So you have Copper Dan, you have Ben and Ashley with Treasure Warriors, you have Troy, you have your channel, Rob, you have a channel. Everyone who has a channel can come in and do something. Well,
that's what I'm saying. If they wanted to, I mean, if they auction something, that's their own problem. Let's say that Mike and K Pro said, "Oh, we want to give 10 Chaseopolis," and they want to run the auction. That's their problem. And eventually they collect the money and give it to the VFW. But I'm saying, instead of having to do the work, Mike and K Pro could give it to the VFW. Say, here's 10 copies of Chaseopoly, and then when they auction it off, the VFW or whatever, they're going to show the item and they're going to say, this came from, Kyle Lazar's YouTube channel, and, it's a Chaseopoly game. And then, we got 9 more of these, and they sell the raffle tickets. But K Pro and Mike don't have to worry about any of the logistics. So they're still getting their advertising in there of their website, but they don't need to do any of the work, and they don't need to worry about getting any license. It would be easy. And then this way, and this way everybody can advertise, like you're saying. 3D Bronze, he can make some of his items, and they'll say, hey, here's a replica treasure chest created by 3D Bronze. Hell, that Vanetti guy can get into it.
We're in the YouTube world, so there you go.
Right, anybody could do it. Rob could say, or even Josh. It's funny, but Josh could do some glass blowing, and he could offer that to the VFW. This is from Josh Jordan, some glass blown days or whatever. And I mean, anybody could be involved.
Everyone just have to be the YouTuber, whatever he or she wants to donate.
Yeah, and their name will show up in the auction. It'll say donated and this was
And-
created by, you
And
know.
it's
Oh,
for-
this is cool. Wait, hold on, you guys. So it shows that I was looking up pool tournament events for charities, and they talk about how if they could get the bar to sponsor, they'll have everyone turn up in the bar, and it's like $1 beers, and it's called the Cavalier Cup Pool Classic. So it's the busiest day of the year. Beer sells for $1 when someone isn't buying rounds for the house, and all the money Duffy doesn't make goes to charity, right? And then it talks about, it started off just having fun tournament for regulars, but then they did sponsorship and advertising and started getting bigger and bigger. Let me see. The fee was $10 to enter. All money went to charity, or you could do the 50-50 because some people are like, what do I win if I don't win for money?
The 50-50 sounds good. But
Yeah, 50-50s as well.
Yeah, no fee. This is completely
it
free.
sounds better on paper.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's no fee to pay. You
It's
just,
a
just go
win-win.
there. You want to go, you go.
That's what I'm saying. You need a $10 entry fee, and that's how you get the money to put in for charity and for the winner. So
Yeah.
it's
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Well, now you could do it 50-50. You would get money too. No auctioning items.
Well, no, you got to charge. If you're like, for example, we have a pool tournament, you're going to have to charge an entry fee.
Yes.
We have a dart tournament, you got to charge an entry fee. If we have like each of these, there's
Because
your
it
there's
backs
your
it up.
base prize, and then you can each, like, say Copper Dan wants to donate something to the winner of the pool tournament. Well, here's where the sponsorship comes in with, you
Well,
know.
There's another way you can do that.
This person, they ended up raising $6,000 in a day off of one pool table.
Nice.
Yeah, one pool
Does it-
table.
Yeah, one pool table.
Nice.
You know another way you could do that? Street. Just like we do on the boardwalks and at carnivals, okay? You got the lawn darts game, right? So what you do is you go to the VFW counter, whoever's sponsoring at the city or whatever, and you buy tickets. They're almost like ride tickets. And you take the ticket, you go over to the lawn darts, you rip off one of the tickets, and it goes in there. So a piece of that money that you bought that ticket for, you're essentially paying a little fee to play lawn darts or whatever you want to do. But you're doing it all through the tickets, right?
It shows that they have entry fees as donations. So one of the more popular methods for raising money for charities is to make the tournament entry fee a mandatory donation. Events like Fight for Rights, the movement Stand Together collected an entry fee for the events and donated 100% to charity. Tying the donation to entry fee adds more value to the donation, as the donors can appreciate the value of participating in the sponsored event. To encourage signups, the organizer may work with the sponsor. See, told you, sponsor. To provide pricing for the event or contribute to the pricing themselves. The organizer is unable to secure pricing for the event. While it is common to make 100% of the entry fee go towards charity, splitting the entry fee to help fund a prize pool isn't unheard of. See, that's exactly what they say is the best thing to do. Even
Right,
if the
but you're
event-
Googling it, and I'm going through 60 years of experience. They already do that. They're doing, the BFW does exactly what you're saying. They know how to run events and collect money. They do it all the time. So do fire departments, first aid. How do you think they get funding?
Yeah, well, I'm doing a plan B just in case they don't come through. So I'm.
Oh,
I'm
I
looking
see. I see. Yeah.
to an option for the pool tournament, because that was the main idea, was to have a pool tournament in relation to Fenn and his bracelet and everything. Because, you know, Christy did WSOF based off of the poker quote in the beginning of the book. We're doing the pool tournament because we're all kick-ass pool players.
Yeah. If you're going to run your own tournament, then you have to do all that. But yeah. But to
Marketing-
do everything else we talked about, you don't need to do anything.
Players. Credibility with players increases the charity's visibility, encourages participation. High-profile players willing to speak to the cause, encourage players to contribute, is another powerful tool for engaging with the community. See, that's where YouTubers come in, because we all have our own little, you know, following, subscribers and stuff. And so that's the engaging with the community. Combination
All
of
right.
high-profile players and a well-marketed event will lead to event viewership. Streaming is an excellent tool for targeting spectators at home and encouraging them to donate. Strategies that rely on donations from stream viewers need to make sure that the systems for taking donations are easy to use and discoverable from streaming platforms. So these are different, working with charities and sponsors, using
Yeah, but
merchandise, shop goals.
I'm saying you're preaching to the choir. You're telling us what we already know. spent a lifetime doing it already. We know everything you're telling us. It's not like this is all sudden new. What you're talking about is something if you wanted to run your, do everything yourself. But I think that it's better to do what Street said and have it the city or VFW that already knows everything you're talking about. Let them do it because it'll be a lot cheaper. It's quicker and easier. You know what I mean? But if you want to do everything on your own, yeah, then you have to do everything you're talking about. You also need to educate yourself on how to market it and all that. But the VFW, I mean, and all these other organizations already exist. They already do these things.
It's a lot if you're going to do it yourself. It's a whole lot.
Well, I'm saying, how many towns do you know that don't have wet downs, barbecues, carnivals? They do this shit all the time. They know how to do it. So why not just go to Temple and say, you want to do this in the name of Fenn? They say, oh yeah, that sounds cool. Okay. So how are we going to make money? Well, do raffles and then have all the YouTube channels donate items and they get their channel advertised during the auction and people buy tickets. There's no entry fee. You buy tickets to buy the items, or maybe you have them buy tickets to use them like ride tickets. They want to go and play, pool. They got to buy a ticket. So they're buying a raffle ticket anyway, but that raffle ticket isn't for a prize. It's just to be able to play pool. So either way, you got money from them. You know what I mean? So they'll handle all of the income taxes and collecting the money and charging the credit cards and all the insurance and the fire department, the first aid. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is advertise on your YouTube channel and donate items that the VFW can auction off. That's all. Now, I mean, I don't think it's that complicated.
I would say for sure, Marvin Park and Temple, we will have to come up with money to like reserve it or whatever. We would have to pay a permit. I guarantee that without even researching it.
You got to pay a permit. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, things like that are trip. I mean,
but they're not. Permits not expensive at all.
They're not expensive, and you can get.
We're talking $35-$40, man.
Exactly, because you're not running a gigantic concert.
No. It just means we're going to be here at this time. The city knows about it. It's approved. We have, yeah.
Yeah, permits are very important. I know that for a fact.
And in those situations, every park that we have like 8 parks in the city I live in, and there's all time summertime. They're all time doing like little get-togethers and shit.
Sure. That's what I'm talking about.
The city supplies that I've never seen fire trucks and EMSs, but they do supply. There's a police officer or two roaming the area or a sheriff just to like squall the assholes.
The worst thing they're telling you got a permit. Yep.
Yeah, well, we would have the fire departments there because what they would do, Street and the VFW and all that, they would show up, like you're saying, because they're also going to try to use that event to help raise funds for themselves. You know what I mean? So they were there anyway because the fire department's volunteers. So other than the taxpayers of the city, they of course they don't pay any salaries to anybody, but they still got to pay for the equipment.
We should go to Florida. Nick's the chief for the fire department out there. He could help. That'd be fucking hilarious. Just because the whole time he'd be doing it and be like, y'all are in cults. Nick's Bureau.
That guy I was talking about in Vietnam, the guy from the Navy, he was also a fire chief in the town that I lived in when I lived up north. Yeah. But yeah, those people, they do that, Street, the fire department, you didn't have to pay them to be there. Don't get me wrong. They would, at least in our town, they would go there on their own behalf because they would usually be donating their time. Because in order to do an event that's successful like that, you need people that are going to put in time. It's not only about opening up a wallet. You got to go there and physically work the booth and hand out the items, sell the tickets. And
every year I would organize 8 schools fun days, and it was always the last day of the year for the kids. It was they called it Fun Day, and 8 different schools we organized games for them to play, food booths and stuff. This is through the school now, and it's a little bit different. But the fire department, they would show up. They had this roaming firehouse, they called it. It was like a little miniature tiny house they pulled behind one of the fire trucks, and they would do safety things for the children. And you're right, it didn't cost us a dime. They did it and half the time they had a program where they would get all the kids smoke detectors, man. They'd run them through the house and teach them to, stop, drop, and roll. If alarm go off, they'd run them through the house. They do that shit for free. So you're right. They're
willing to donate their time. They're there. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They enjoy it. If it's for a good cause, that's what I'm saying. If it's for the kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In our case, it was a good cause because it was usually for Special Olympics, but we also did it for the city. Just like I said, they have what they called wet downs. And they would get out here and set the fire truck up, shoot it, and water in the air, and the kids are running under it. We'd have just the fire department would be doing their own barbecues. They would make the ribs and all of that. And they never had to pay anybody because other than the food costs, but the city would fit that bill. But there was never, and they would always do the raffles all the time. And you don't do there's nothing you have to do with that. There's no legal requirements at all. They don't, unless you started getting in where you're giving out money, like if you had, I believe it's $650. Now you got to give it like a 1099 to the person that won the money. But none of that stuff, it wasn't that big. People were mostly just buying tickets for a couple bucks. They spend, each person spends like 10, 20 bucks and, and they run the raffles and everything.
That's why it's imperative to get like the VFW, American Legion, and other local organizations, because they already have everything in place. The structure already there. They're already like, tax-free or whatever, charity. They already have everything in place, and they benefit because they're going to be selling shit. They already have everything in place. They got the kitchens, they got the connections. So yeah, it's an opportunity for them to sell their wares. So the VFW and organizations like that already have the structure set up where they're going to capitalize off the people showing up to this. So they're all on board. They try to promote it just as strong, if not stronger, than people, organizing it, because they're going to make, the more people show up, the more money they make.
That's kind of my point. The other thing we did, at least, I keep saying the fire department because that was the perspective I had. But what we would do, like for Santa around Christmas, stuff like that, we would go to the local Toys R Us in the town, and we would get Toys R Us to donate like a couple of bikes, a couple of toys here and there. And then we bring it back, and that's the shit we were raffling off. It was given by the local vendors, the people that lived in the town, right? So they're giving it for free in exchange for the fact that this was, you're advertising for them. This was donated by Toys R Us. This was donated by Jack's Hardware Store or whatever, right? So in our case, like Candy said, you get from 3D Bronze to give something, get Doug Preston to give something, get Copper Dan to give something. And then they would do the same thing. The VFW sit there and they say, we got this item here, we're auctioning off. It's, a beautiful print by Copper Dan, and people are auctioning it off, or they raffle with the raffle tickets and they win it, and it's it. You don't need to worry about collecting the money. They'll handle all of that for you. Any tax issues, they already handle it, So you're right on the money there, Street. Just go to the city. I think they'll handle 99% of it. The only thing you're going to have to do is go to all the other YouTubers and people like K-Pro and them or Copper Dan and get people to donate items that you can then pass off to the city of Temple or whoever, VFW or whatever, and tell them, here's the items we've collected. Here's the items Candy collected from her channel. Here's the items from K-Pro and blah, 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 And then when they auction it, everybody get their, and the beauty for K-Pro and Copper Dan and all them is they get their name mentioned, they create the item and send it in. They don't need to worry about any of the other logistics or lawsuits or, because everybody knows they're dealing with.
I don't want to deal with a lawsuit.
Yeah. So, it's beautiful because it would be the best of everything. But on the other hand, if the city said, no, we're not going to do it, then you have to do everything Candy just got done saying. And it becomes much more complicated. Sure. Yeah.
Well, I have an experience of nonprofit organizing. That's totally different than profit organized. I've never been involved with a profit organized get together. Anyone that's done it, nonprofit and profit is two different approaches, man. It is.
Yeah. Well, we did it for nonprofit, but it was also for profit because this, like, let's say we needed to get a new fire truck. So we need to get like $200,000, right? So now the fire department's got to raise $200,000. How are we going to do it? Well, we would usually do it by running carnivals or running, we would make ribs and sell ribs or something like that. And all the local residents would buy it. And part of their money would offset the taxes that cost to buy the truck. So in a sense, it was for profit, but it was just still a nonprofit that was benefiting out of it. You know what I mean?
Well, I know for a fact cities are more susceptible and agreeable to go with a nonprofit get together than a profit.
Yeah, but this would be nonprofit because nobody's making anything.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm
100% of the money's got to go to the
Yeah.
charity.
So
I mean, 100 minus the expenses, obviously.
yeah.
But no, nobody that donates anything won't make a dime out of it. Not at all.
This is all nonprofit, man.
They still get the tax write-off because they're donating the item.
Well,
but
the
they
individual entities will.
Right, that's their own business. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's doable. But the minute you start saying food vendors and or popsicle beer or soda, now you're getting into all kinds of things with the health department. And oh man, it's a big friggin' but even if you did want to do that, the city already has experience doing that too, because they do it.
Well, the city's making money because these vendors and beer booths and all that, they're paying fees to enable to sell their wares. So the city's benefiting from it.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So if Temple agreed to it, they already know, okay, who we're going to get for a soda or beer or whatever. They already know the answer to that. Who's going to supply food? They already know the vendor. So you don't need to worry about any of that stuff.
I would suggest keeping it with trying to get on board as plan A is the American Legion and VFW. I think they could do all of that. The vending and all, it would be directly through them. I think that would encourage them to get on board too. Especially you have Marvin Finn and Forrest, and Hollenby discharged Purple Heart. They have the means and everything and the infrastructure set up to handle all of it, food, everything.
Right. And at that point, Shiloh and Zoe or whatever, if they wanted to, it's totally optional. They could be involved or not. Either way, you don't need their permission.
I wouldn't even ask them, man.
It doesn't matter. If they wanted to, that would be good for them, but we could do it without them. You don't need anything with them. When you start, that's the beauty about it.
Candy was just basically letting him know what we were thinking, not like, come on, will you show up and you hand out? Nah.
No, I would not.
My
my main goal was just to get him to try and be on my team for beer pong. That's all.
Well, he might have some ideas too. He might not want to be involved, but he might have some ideas. Why don't you guys do this or that?
He might show up to just be grateful.
And whatever you do not ask him to donate something, please.
No.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
No.
Why would I do that?
I'm just putting it out there. Do not ask him or the family anything.
I am not.
Okay.
He might show up and shake people's hand and be like, "Thank you for coming from this place or this state or this state."
Well, if we're looking to draw more people in, see if you can get him sold on a kissing booth, man. That ought to draw a lot.
There you go, yeah.
A lot of women in, man.
By the way, Lucky Digger just pointed out something again. That's another positive. The VFW always has bands too.
Yeah.
So you get entertainment for nothing. I mean, that's why that's the proper way to do it. Try to host the whole event yourself. There's too much expense and too much work. And then it starts it's too big. It becomes like a big thing then. And like, I don't know. It's just no longer a small fun thing, I think.
Yeah. You're going to have to worry about everything else going on at once. And it's too overwhelming.
It's already overwhelming.
No, not once the city gets involved. It's 90% off the shoulders.
I think the city would like it, especially considering they have a Marvin Fenn Park there.
It's a small town, guys, so they will like it.
Yeah, I mean, I got 65,000 people in my town. 80,000 is nothing.
How many people a year does things like that in that town?
Well, not that I would lie in the letter, but I would mention there was 350,000 estimated searchers. So we're anticipating a large crowd showing up. Should put a lot of revenue into your system.
You're selling the product.
Yep.
And that's what you got to do. Once you get your foot in the door, you'll be fine.
Well, just saying, we're hoping for at least 10% to show up. Well, that's 35,000 people, man. That's what we're anticipating for, you know. And they see they're politicians. They see dollar signs. They're about their constituents, helping them out. Well, money and revenue into a town is always good.
You might be onto something there.
Bigger than what it is.
If they get Shiloh to show up, a lot more women will show up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Poor Shiloh.
Poor Shiloh, hell no, he would love it. I mean, we're complimenting the guy.
Like you're using him like a piece of meat.
Well, we're trying to be respectful at the same time.
It's okay. We're respectful, but hey, Shiloh, just so we can get a higher turnover, do you mind unbuttoning one more button?
Well, that would be one of our what do they call it? We have to be able to. He has to wear the clothes.
You can auction him off next.
What is this, Coyote Ugly?
Like, Shiloh, by the way, thanks for showing up to this event. Not to alarm you, but we have you up for bid exactly at noon, and whoever the highest bidder is, you have to, take them out on a date for the night.
So this is like
even one of those white collars with a black bow tie and those little like the Chippendales.
Right? It's for charity.
It's for charity.
Coyote Ugly, the movie.
Well, but you can calm Shiloh down a little bit, because tell him that in the next booth, we're gonna have Street there in a Speedo. A song, a rainbow song.
That'll be a win-win for him, man. They see
there you go, man.
His line will be all doubled up.
We're at Street in a dunk tank.
I quit.
Put him in a dunk tank.
The dunk tank. Yeah, that's actually another funny thing.
Street in a Speedo and a dunk tank.
Oh, they'd eat me alive, man. I ain't putting myself in a fucking dunk tank. I know. I might as well just stand there, man, and walk. Yeah, throw the balls. Go ahead.
With the baby shark in it.
Hey, you get Superman there. He could run what do they call that with the beanbag? Cornhole. He can make the beanbags for the cornhole.
Yeah.
We could also have. We could also have a little. How there's like little confession booths, if people are sinners, they confess. We could have Barbara on one side, and she could be the one confessing her true selves to people who want to come in.
Yeah, Street. We could put a healer up there too, right? You could tap everybody, and here comes a crippled guy coming up. You are healed, like we were talking about the other day.
I meant that all in fun. I was just trying to be funny.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I do like the confession booths, man. We could have some pretty good character. Yeah. Who's in the confession booth now? Oh, Troy's in there. Oh, I got some shit to say.
It's gonna be a fucking while. You better go home, man.
How many raffle tickets for the confession booth?
Yeah, you get to decide whether or not it's streamed over Zoom or not.
You get into the confession. It's like, all right, Troy's in you confess your deepest, darkest sins to him. He's like, what the fuck? Are you stupid? Get the fuck out of here, man.
No. You set it up like Hollywood Squares on Zoom, and whoever goes in the confession booth appears in the middle, and then everybody around them gets to decide their fate. Oh.
This time it's not the confession booth, it's the solve booth. So you'll have Ben in there with DB Cooper.
Oh, could you imagine that? Everybody.
You'll have Candy. You with yours.
Candy, they have bots. They have bots for like YouTube and Twitch stuff. You can actually have the chat room vote on whether or not sink or swim. If you had a dunk booth, and if some person goes in the booth and they appear on the Zoom and everybody sees them in the chat, and the people there get to interact and decide whether or not they sink or swim. Do they fall into the water or not? I mean, that's a cool way to involve people.
On there. You saw cool how long it took me to blow my hair out today. Fuck that.
No, but that's a cool way to get people like Davey or Paul or somebody that can't come here to be involved. They could be in the chat rooms and interacting with people that walk into the booth. They appear on the video. You have to agree to that. You're on the video. You're on the Zoom, and people decide to pay.
What if we all had our own booth, right? And each booth that went live versus in person, people were bidding on, and the booth that raised the most money, like everyone would be raising money, right? So all the money would be going to the charity anyways, but like the booth that raised the most money would get to do something like special. That would be really funny.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
I just want to confess that I'm not the finder.
Oh my God, we'd have a pick a number, chosen one booth.
I just want
For
I
the
just want to
people that
confess.
could.
I just want to confess with my ticket and tell them, you know what? I'm sorry, I am not the finder, father.
Even if you weren't able to go, there'd be enough of us there. We could run a 20, I mean, the whole time, all day long, live Zooms, man, for the people that can't make it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
Just don't
Yeah,
have
but-
me hold the damn camera. Last time I had a rolled ankle and I was filming the Fenn finale, and everyone's like, "I'm drunk right now." Candy's like got us all over the place.
Well, you know, one of us will not be drunk, so somebody will see it.
I like that booth idea a lot, man. Showing up on the Zoom and have people interact and decide their fate. That would be hilarious.
That would be funny. Although I'd be a little concerned.
I know. I mean, when you step in the booth, you're agreeing that you're going to be broadcast live on there. But it's joking, you know, like maybe you decide your fate whether or not you're going to be dunked in a tank or something, whatever, something silly like that.
It'd
I'd
be
rather-
like Caesar, thumbs
rather
up
be-
or thumbs
I should
down.
be.
Yeah, exactly. There's a poll, thumb up, thumb down, whatever. They have bots that'll do that
They
automatically.
get a snorkel then.
Why do I have a feeling that me just designing a treasure hunt and then raising funds for charity would be easier than what we're creating right now? Like, good God.
I don't think it's that hard. I think everything we're
I don't
talking
think
about
so
is
either.
doable. Street pretty much nailed it.
Of
He
a
said,
donkey booth.
I wouldn't imagine. I know our local VFW. We have a VFW and a couple American Legions. They have a dunk tank.
Oh yeah.
They own their own dunk tank. They own their own.
You know what I
like,
mean?
So
Candy.
would we call it the warm water halt?
Yeah, the warm water hall tank. Mhm.
no place for the meek is the booth.
No place for the meek. No place for the meek is the
People
target.
would pay to get out of the fucking solve confession booth. They'd be like, please, no, take all my money for charity. I don't want to hear it.
Well, that's another good one. We could like jail people in a live feed and just like, and they got to raise like $50 to get out type shit.
Barbara,
Yeah.
we need you. We need you here.
I'll be telling Troy, you got any more confession raffle tickets?
Benny, where are you?
I
Oh,
just
man.
need 2 more tickets before I leave.
We could have the secret booth too. Pay for secrets.
Toby can be in charge of that booth. $50 an hour.
And you get the videotape for $50.
Actually, I thought Christy and Cynthia would be good for the secrets booth because they're always coming up with secrets. That's pretty funny.
$50
know.
video.
I don't know if Toby would do anything. I don't think Toby really goes to anything anymore.
No,
You know who
he's-
might? You know who might? Jenny Kyle.
No, I don't-
She's
I don't
rural.
think-
Isn't she in Pennsylvania?
I
I
don't
thought
think so.
she's rural.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. No, I mean offer like any kind of help or maybe trying to fundraise
Or a
donate
donation
an
from
item.
Jenny Kyle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean physically go down.
Yes, you could probably donate something. Everybody knows her website.
I mean, there's a lot of people that that are creative in the chase, like you say,
I know.
Copper Dan.
I
3D
know
Bronx,
we could
you know?
have Mike Howling on a wheel, and it's gonna be called "Try the Wheel," and you spin it, and then whatever it lands on
Yeah,
is like
I
what
know.
Mike has to do.
No, I
Try
don't
the
think
wheel.
people were not going to like that if they did that. Go, oh, they're getting solves, and I wouldn't even.
In the wheel and it goes to 5 Springs.
9 Mile Hole is the I just said it before with the people that's a cornhole. 9 Mile Hole, 9 Mile Cornhole.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like either
Superman.
prize or like what they need to do. It'd be like try the wheel, but it'd be like Mike on a wheel spinning, and then whatever it landed on, that's the prize you got. That'd be funny.
How you
Hey.
gonna stop, Mike? You
That's
gotta have to
infamously known
get
for
something
try
to
the
stop.
wheel.
Superman could be that strong man thing where you hit the hammer on the thing and it goes up and hits the bell. You know what I'm talking about?
The big, guy?
Superman.
yeah, the big muscle guy with the mustache.
The drunk tank is Atlantis. That's Bill Gorman's.
Oh
Yeah.
man, no, He would just be like full of piss and vinegar the entire time.
It's like
Not a
Atlantis.
city, it's a continent, damn it. Get it right.
Yeah.
But then when you fall in a dunk tank, you have Moses go over.
Yeah, Moses opens the water back up. Oh,
Oh my god.
With a
We're
stamp.
getting off track here, kids. We need to focus.
Hey, this is how you come up with good ideas.
you got to
I'm all
admit one
for
thing,
the-
though, Candy. If some of the stuff that we're talking about, you got to admit it. The people that are still left around in the community would know exactly what you're talking about. If it,
Yeah. Yeah.
everybody in Temple will be like scratching their head. What the hell are they
We
talking
could
about?
have Greg having a yes or no panel.
Yeah, the council's gonna be like, who are these people?
Are you having fun at this event? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Yeah. I didn't ask you that. It's a simple yes or no question. It's like, Greg, I gotta tell you why I agree yes or no. No, you don't have to.
Oh, and then we could have Galaxy at a booth, and he'll have 3 chests, and under one of the chests will be a pong ball, and he'll be moving them around, and you got to figure out which chest is the real chest with the pong ball.
Okay, which one's a replica?
Davey and Mario, they could run the word hippo booth.
We
I
could
thought
talk
they'd
to
be good at
Bronze to
bingo.
put three chests, and he could do that. Galaxy, I don't know where you are, but I volunteer you as tribute. That is so funny. Or you could have me with Grail cups, one of the two. You chose poorly.
Every booth will be a wild ride to go on.
Oh man, my booth would be like a psychedelic trip in and of itself, probably. Or actually,
Are you saying make it like different YouTube channels, for example, can make their own booths? That would be cool
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about one booth like that. Yeah, it's even better like that. I like that
like
idea.
all people who want to participate, especially YouTubers and stuff, you can make your own booth, and
Yes.
booth will be raising money for the charity. All money raised from all booths will go into the charity, and whatever booth raises the most money for charity would like win something cool or like be able to do something special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool because it's kind of like when you want to get celebrities together for charity to raise funds. It's kind of like our weirdo little mini celebrity hall because we're all addicted to watching chase content or whatever the hell you want to call it. So everyone who has a YouTube goes live, like Susie Fenhaven, Street, Rob, like there's so many. David, like fucking David's gonna be like, I'm the solver. I'm the solver.
Hey, I'll be sitting next. I'll be sitting next to Trusted Living, but how he thinks, I'm gonna have to grab a chair and a drink.
Wait, what?
Trusted Living, how he thinks and how he his imagination. He got a real good imagination, so I would have to sit there, have a drink, and talk to him because you got to understand him. Trusted Living is a very smart guy.
He would teach us how to make bread.
Yeah, like that guy.
At the end of the world.
He just
This
got
old house, he'll be building like a house, like a homesteader. This old house.
How to translate
That's the
old
coveralls. He's got the beard on and stuff, you know.
No, he would be like, this is how you translate the Hebrew language or the Hebrew
Yep.
alphabet.
Yeah, he's the professor.
It's so awesome. I like it. I
That's
like it.
pretty cool. Everybody has a YouTube booth, and it, everybody has a, will give something out and have it, and just have YouTube thing. It'd be
It would
pretty
be
cool.
like a YouTube thing, but it would be for fun and the chase.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think of like, there's still an element missing. What are we missing?
I have to get in contact with John Bon Jovi and get him to show up.
Yeah, okay.
Attract some money. Hey, don't challenge me, man. I might be able to pull something like that off.
Really?
Let's see. Costume contest.
By the way, I mean, obviously, I'm serious. I'm gonna see what I can do. I mean, I'm just curious. I want to find out what happens first if you can even do it. But
Yeah, you got to go.
I'm not talking about a concert. I'm saying him show up with an acoustic guitar there. You want to attract some people and stuff. That'll do it.
Well, I mean, we could reach out to Xavier Marks because they have all of the connections and they would be really good for like making a booth and getting the word out and stuff.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, the town itself will help you do that. They'll advertise it too in the local
But what I'm
papers.
saying is Xavier Marks are treasure hunt creators and they have a huge connection to celebrities like Melissa Joan Hart, who was Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Jesse Eisenberg, like a lot of really good, respectable celebrities. And
they won't do it for free though, and nobody's going to pay them. It's 100% charity. They have to do it for free.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they've been doing for their hunt. They've been advertising for free. And it's the coolest thing to watch. Every time it's like a new celebrity. I'm like, how the hell did they get that person? So cool.
Shit, I'm gonna try to call Josh Gates to see what he's doing.
I mean, probably. It's just, if we make it that big though, we gotta like be able to bring at least like 10 grand in for donations.
Why?
Why? Yeah.
Nobody's going to get any money. Nothing. Zero. You get nothing. You got to donate. Everything you're donating is 100% free.
100%.
That's why
Nothing.
I said $10,000 in donations.
You don't need it. They're going to get it through everything we just got done saying.
Oh my God. Never
You don't
mind.
need to. What do you need? I still understand you selling.
The more the donations, the more people will show up. In other words, donations include like items to be auctioned off and time and donations.
Yeah, you already said that. Yeah, I mean, local merchants and stuff. That's not a big deal.
No.
They'll do it in exchange for advertising.
I would rather organize a nonprofit gathering than a profit one, because profit, then you start getting in, the government wants their cut, the city wants their cut, the county wants their cut.
Yeah, the water gets muddy in there.
Yeah.
It gets more complicated and shit. Big ones, you got to have a lawyer on board, man.
Well, we have Carl. Let's get Cynthia. Cynthia's job is to bring Carl in.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, we don't really need to advertise it. You got YouTube channels to advertise. That's it. You don't need to pay for advertisement, because the majority of the people that come are going to be locals, and the city will advertise it for you for free in the newspapers. You don't pay for it; they'll do it.
We want to make it like fun within the community.
Yeah, well, that's what you do. You donate your time, use your channel, sit there, make a show, and get people to go. That's the whole point of doing charity. You actually got to do some work at some point. It doesn't just happen.
The city will have the news there. The news will probably put you in their local paper and all that if you want to, and stuff like that too, which would be pretty cool.
Of course, but it's not like you need to hire an advertising agency.
No, I'm not saying
a fucking rock concert here. You're talking a few hundred people. You know, the YouTube channel should be able to handle gathering enough people. Hell, I mean, K-Pro could do it for the poker tourney. You don't need to pay for anything. Nothing. All that's free. That's what Street was saying. You're not going to pay an advertising agency. You don't need to pay for a celebrity and all that. The celebrity wants to come, they'll do it for free.
Yeah, they
or
do
you
it
don't come.
They do it because of charity. Yeah,
right. I mean, that's what, because we had celebrity, not Bon Jovi, but I mean, we had celebrities that would show up and they do it 100% free. You don't pay them anything.
Yeah.
They're going there. They want to make money. They'll sell their CD or whatever. They'll have a table and have a bunch of CDs there. They can sell them, but that's their business. But you don't pay them to show up. They don't want to show up. You get another one. They're a dime a dozen.
Paul started this. Where the fuck is he? UK Paul, show your face right now. Show your face. Where is he?
Who?
UK Paul.
Oh,
he's the damn brilliant YouTuber that was saying myself, Street, Troy, and stuff should come up with some wonderful idea for charity. And now it's turned into this.
It's 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning over there.
Good. He just has enough time for tea or coffee.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Street, do you really think any of this stuff is way out of reach that we're talking about? I don't.
Oh no, not at all.
It's extremely easy. You're making it sound more complicated than it is. It's not complicated at all. Not at all.
Complicated to get a hold of everybody for YouTube events to create their own booth. Probably spend money on to just create a booth. Then on top of that, come up with some type of idea to raise funds and money. And then on top of that, get everyone who is interested to travel in the middle of either early or I don't even know fucking what time season.
So
It
you
doesn't matter. Even if no searchers showed up, the point is they're still going to make money at the event. We don't, I mean, that's the point. If you really, if K-Pro and Copper Dan and all these people are so sincere that they want to help people, then they get off their ass and fucking do a show and drive
Don't
people there.
To them right now, like if you want their help, don't tell them to get off their ass and stuff. Like I've heard it.
Well, that's how you donate, Candy. You work.
They do work. Okay, I'm not saying this because I want to get along with everyone in Vegas, but for one, Copper Dan, he may piss me off and I have words with him sometimes, but he goes above and beyond to do charitable donations for communities and different cancer funds and everything like that for St.
And
Jude.
so does everybody, Candy. That's my point. Everybody does.
What I'm trying to say, Troy, is you keep bashing them. Like, why do you keep bashing
I'm
them?
not bashing them. You keep making it sound like we need them. We don't need them. I'm saying
community. We're all one community. So
right. And if they want to donate their time, they donate their work. I mean,
yeah,
Candy, I don't want to sound harsh. Look, I'm fucking, I did this for a long time. I did this for a long time, and I find it very offensive that you think you need those other people. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. I'm gone.
Oh, fine. I really don't care right now.
That turned crazy.
Yeah, within like 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just sitting here listening to him bash them, and it's like it's getting annoying at this point.
Anybody and everybody, man. The only people that would be benefiting financially would be this, like the VFW, the city, of course, for people coming, 10 or 100 or 1,000 or whatever show up, they're going to benefit. The local VFW or American Legion is going to benefit. And childhood cancer fund's going to benefit. So it's a benefit for them, and that's what encourages cities to do that.
Okay, he's throwing a bitch fit in chat. Great. He's saying, don't need a lecture from a 30-year-old who knows nothing about donating time. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Street, did you know I don't donate any of my time, especially to, research and treasure hunts for the community, multiple of them, a multitude of my hunts I've done fucking for free out of my own pocket. And I allegedly, I don't know about donating time. Like, and he's telling me now, learn to respect people. Dude, I have sat here all night listening to you, trying to respect you. That is real thick for you to say, learn to respect people when you haven't respected a single person that I kept bringing up that I said would be great to add to this idea. Because Copper Dan is really good at donations and doing funds and having people come together to do those funds. That's why I said he'd be a great idea. Just because he's a part of it doesn't mean he's stealing anybody's thunder. And then to continuously sit here and hear him keep talking so terribly about Copper Dan, about Cynthia, about Christy. And look, I am not a fan of Christy. Everyone knows that. But I am just tired of people bashing people for no fucking reason. I might not like Christy, but I will admit she knows how to handle shit. She knows how to fucking do the fun events. She knows how to provide people with information. And so it's like, what's wrong with having everyone in the community come together to do something? I'm so fucking tired of an us versus them thing. Like, I'm tired of it. Street, like, you know how tired of it I am.
Right. My theory.
It's not a competition. It's not a fucking competition. Oh my God, he's saying I don't need to be treated as if Copper Dan has done more than me in a lifetime. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Dude. What were you going to say, Street?
I know the more people involved, the easier the jobs become. If you have the more people involved, the more people that's willing to donate their time, effort, and all that, the easier and smoother things go, because it delegates. It delegates. Instead of one person doing 5 things, you got 5 people doing 5 things. That's always beneficial to any gathering, man.
Yeah, I agree.
I hear everyone, Jeep Girl and Jody, and it's tough. It's not that easy. I'm aware of that. It's all a matter of organization, man. And there's going to be hiccups. There's going to be hiccups, but you just roll with them, man. You use what you got at your disposal, and the more you have at your disposal, the easier the hiccups. There's going to be speed bumps. It's easier to cross them, man, with the more hands involved. Like I said, go to any gathering, and if you can tell one person in like go to a gathering of 250 people in a park or whatever, you can tell who's organized it because they're rushing around. They got walkie-talkies, people's talking to them, and it's one person trying to put out a dozen fires. Well, that's when delegation comes in. The more people hands-on, and that goes both sides. There is no groups. We're all treasure hunters. We're all thrilled to chase people. We differ in our opinions, but we're all the fuck down to our core. What brought us here? To thrill the chase, Forrest Fenn. I think we, like Candy was, I think we should put all of our differences aside. We can laugh at each other, fuck with each other. Oh, how stupid your solve is. That's life, man. It's nothing, but the more hands we have on board, the better off it and the smoother.
This is what's messed up. So like one lucky digger in chat saying no one will want to be there if Cynthia Capro and Nookers are there, and then Troy saying she can't get into her thick head that the Nookers aren't needed. We have experienced people who have spent far more time raising money than any of them. It's rude and a put down. How is that fucking rude or a put down? They already have the connections. They've done it multiple times. It makes it easier and fun, and it makes everyone included. Like, fuck, dude. Like, I'm so fucking sick of being forced to choose sides. Like, if I was on Cynthia and K-Pro and Copper Dan's side, I was an asshole and I was against everyone. So then I tried to get, U Street and Greg and all the other people to get along. And then I was seen as the enemy on the other side. It's like, both sides need to grow the fuck up and just get along with each other. Like, I'm tired of it. God damn.
What is going on?
What's
Hey,
happening,
Trusted.
Trusted?
How's it going, Trusted?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
What the heck is going on?
What booth? Hold on. What booth did we delegate? We got to run it past Trusted. What was he in charge of again?
He's going to be teaching us how to translate the Hebrew alphabet.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yes. You're gonna have
What
a
are we
popular booth.
talking about? I was having a nap.
whatever.
I was having a nap and my ears were ringing.
Yeah,
And
see,
I-
we woke them up because of all the drama. See?
And I got up and I heard my moniker used, and people were talking nice about me. And I
Yes,
went and
we
put
were.
some clothes on, and I come back and there's some arguing going on. And
We were talking about
What the
pool,
heck is
and then it
going
turned
on?
into an idea for a tournament, and the tournament turned into a motherfucking circus.
a
We were trying to
tournament?
think of something cool to do for the community next summer that raises money for cancer donations. And now it's just gone all to hell because how dare I try and get everyone to fucking work together?
Oh,
We were having
yeah,
fun
I-
too.
I'm
I
just
just
looking
stood
forward
out here and I
to
was hearing the us and them thing, and I guess I'm going to chime in on that. K-Pro was the one that drew the line years ago. It's either my way or the highway, and she made herself queen bee amongst the chase. And I don't care how high up she got. I don't care how many friends she has. I could give a shit less. She is a piece of shit.
Why
I
is
wouldn't
it
do
that
anything with that person. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. It doesn't matter if I wanted to gather a group up and she knew all the right people. I could give a flying fuck less. I'm telling you. She drew the line in the sand herself. She made her own bed. There's a lot of people that don't like her.
I'm not telling her to run anything. I'm just saying, obviously, we want to include everyone because we want to have it fucking fun for the entire Chase community. But what I got really annoyed with is why Troy kept getting annoyed with me because I kept saying like Copper Dan would be a great, addition. And then I dropped it and then he brought it back up again. And then he just kept trashing them. And it's like, I may have my words with Copper Dan because of some shit, but it's like, it makes no sense to trash him and give him crap for like doing good things for the community and raising, fucking donations and stuff for St. Jude's. He's done it like 4 times so far. So what's wrong with him trying to help us run it again?
I'm not gonna be involved in any of it, so it really doesn't matter. I mean, I'm just saying my opinion, but I think Troy's, Copper Dan's on the list of people that annoyed the hell out of Troy. Copper Dan's on the list of people that annoyed the hell out of me. I could care how many places that he supposedly raised money for. I have no idea how much he raised for anything, how much he actually got, how much he actually turned over. What I do know is when Packer Jack entered the scene and him, they conspired together to get people all in a big frenzy and go and donate to what it was and bid on the shit that Copper Dan had. They're conniving people, and I dislike them. The only person that I kind of think is okay is Packer Jack, and that's because I think he's probably the smartest character out of every one of them. He's the best actor. He's the best speaker. I believe he's a real hired hand. But I wouldn't have anything to do with any of those people. Matter of fact, if I was the solver and if there was a piece of land involved that I got, I would put pictures up of those people and with a notice that they are not allowed on this property or they're criminal trespassing. That's what I think of some of those people. But anyhow, you're free to associate with whoever you want, and because you're associating with them doesn't make you a bad person in my mind.
I just want everyone to get along, and it's like I'd have better fucking luck getting
would
hit by lightning, mauled by a bear, ate by a shark, and stuck in quicksand than all at once than to get the fucking people of the chase to get along.
You would. It's not going to happen. The shit that those people did, it's not going to happen. It doesn't just go away because some time has gone on. They're proved wrong. It doesn't go away.
So I
They
guess
should
I'm
go
the only
away.
person aside from Street that's able to get over some life fucking scarring events that have happened to me. Like I'm literally in a condo renting for $1,000 a month. My entire life has been uprooted and changed. And I'm still willing to get the fuck over it so people will just have some fucking fun for like 3 days in Vegas. Like if I can get over it, why the fuck can't anyone else?
Yeah, but everybody don't feel the same like that, Candy. I understand where you're coming from, but everybody does think differently.
You don't have to get along with those strangers. You might have talked with them and met with them a bunch of times over the years. They're still strangers. You don't have to get along with them. Matter of fact, if you had relatives that were like them, you wouldn't have to get along with them either. Matter of fact, I would say don't go to the family reunion. You don't have to. If you want to, that's fine. Like I said, you're not guilty by association. I don't see anything you're doing that's wrong. I understand the way that you feel, but you don't have to do those things, and not everybody's going to feel that way. And that doesn't make them bad either.
Oh my God. Street, what's your comment? Because I'm ready to just throw in the fucking towel.
Why are you so discouraged? There's always hiccups. Remember I said with every organization, there's always hiccups. You're not going to make everyone happy. You're not. That's a given. When it comes to what we're trying to do, I understand everyone else. I have some harsh feelings towards certain searchers. And actually, if you look at the bright side of it, if someone, and I'm not advocating violence, people come, no, but it's one thing to deal with someone like Trusted alluded to, we're all perfect strangers. It's a different thing when you're in person, and you always hear it. Oh, I met so and so, and they're not they're not what I expected. Well, no, it's in person now. You're seeing a totally different them. I understand. Like I said, I have some issues with other searchers and their behavior and all that. Would that stop me from going to something like this that I'm a part of trying to get together? Not at all, man. Would I discourage them not to show up? Nope, not at all. Actually, I mean, it's a perfect time to air differences. And I'm not talking about yelling and screaming matches. Those are the only times those happen in this type of situation. And I'm speaking from experience is when alcohol's involved. Then people start getting kind of like crazy and stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, get used to it. We're all adults. There's thousands of people that despise me. I accept that. And once you accept people, not everyone's going to like me. Their opinion really doesn't matter. The only time it matters if you want to engage them to have fun or play a game, then you can engage them. But 9 times out of 10, when people get together, if you don't like the person, you just don't go around them. It's really simple. You don't
That's
talk.
what the old man
You
told
could
me.
be standing next to someone you truly dislike in the chase. Just don't talk to them. It's really simple.
That's all you really do, man. And that's really the way. It's our actions that show who we are.
I was just trying to say that Copper Dan could help team up with someone else to do the charity. I'm not trying to have him steal anybody's thunder. And after the way that people have been talking about him, I fucking doubt he would even entertain this by now, because this is just ridiculous. Just fucking, and then Troy's talking shit the entire time in my chat room. Oh, 30-year-olds need to learn respect. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, the only thing keeping me from writing Shiloh right now saying fuck this, forget I ever mentioned anything, is because I know Street and Rob, you guys are like excited about it. But honest to God, why the fuck am I putting my name to Shiloh saying, hey, let's do this, when all it is a complete shit show bashing people, doing exactly what he doesn't want to happen? He doesn't want drama. He wants people to get fucking nice, play nice, and get along.
Yeah. What we were talking about, I was pretty excited, man. My mind was off race.
I too, man.
This, that, and I not once did it cross. God, I hope I don't run across this person. No, I don't give a shit. I'm going to be having fun, man.
I'm the same
I'm
way,
not going
man.
to worry about who's there.
If you're gonna say hi, I'll say hi back, and that's it, man. It's simple as that.
It's a fucking game. It's a game, and we're all adults, for God's sakes. I mean, come on, man. Did I play a mean, vicious game on YouTube to certain people? Yes, I did. And I've always said, look at the people that I'll use the word quote unquote targeted, got my attention. Well, I was upset with them for some reason, and that was my game with them. Did I knock on their door or nothing? No, they weren't threatened. I just got inside their head. It's a fucking game. But organizing what we were talking about, I was pretty pumped. I forgot all about the game and was thinking of fun things to do, hell, with the community and a larger community of Temple. I was thinking, shit, man. I think if the city council got on board with this and the VFW and the American Legion, fuck, it might be pretty big, man. This would be exciting, like an annual event type thing, man. That would be cool. No, I don't think at all you were insinuating. This is just like I said, this is just the first hiccup. You're going to have this. You can't keep everyone happy.
You can't make it. David told me, but the hundreds of people he knew, you cannot make everybody happy. You're going to win some, you will lose some. That's how life is.
Well, down to what we were planning as games, what we started out. We can't, I mean, think about it. If you have 24 fucking games, that's a lot of organizing. We're going to have to limit it down to what games we're going to have, the price. It's just a hiccup, man. Don't get frustrated. Don't throw in the towel yet. Hell, it's just we haven't even birthed this baby yet. It just crowned. It just crowned, man. We got a little bit of time yet before the birth happens.
Who the fuck is Tranquility Base? I'm letting them in.
Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
I don't know who this is, but I'm letting them in. They don't have camera, and I don't know if they have audio.
I hope it's Paul.
Oh, okay. Hello.
You miss him already?
Who is this? Who's Tranquility Base? Hello, welcome to my channel.
Hey, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm trying to get everyone to get along, and it's a fate worse than death. How are you?
Good. Hey, listen, very stable person here, not crazy at all. I've been doing this for a very long time, and I really kind of want to help. I want to put some things in perspective for you guys and maybe shake this up a little bit, because we all know the ending was bullshit. We all know that. Let's start from the beginning. You ready to do it?
Fuck it, why not? I have nothing else to lose.
This might
It's
be
not
better
this,
than
I'm gonna get
Tranquility
bitched out by
Base.
Troy, so let's go for it.
This might be better than Paul, man.
Go for it, buddy.
All right, no problem. Hey, Street.
Hey, Tranquility, how you doing?
How you doing, brother?
Good.
Well,
Are we starting from the beginning?
yeah, I'm just letting him finish talking. I'm not rude.
Is he talking right now?
Yeah, he is.
What? I don't hear him.
I don't either.
I don't either.
Well-
Who's talking?
Hey, Street,
Yeah.
or everybody, let's. Hey, very good. Hey, outstanding. Street, I figured you would understand that.
Are we getting trolled right now?
No, you're not. No, you're not getting trolled at all.
You know, let me just say this. I'll interrupt you real quick, and I'll say this. Anyone that starts out saying, I'm sane and I'm in a good place, I question. I just want to put that out there.
You can. Listen, that's fine.
I'm
You-
just wondering if Street really was talking when
You're
you were
not.
saying it.
Listen, everybody, you're not getting trolled.
Well, my roommate's having a huge party right now, so I don't hear the sounds of silence for sure.
I must be speaking subliminal.
But I think so. Or you're talking out of your ass. One of the two.
No.
He must be an ass whisperer.
I'm talking about you, Street. He said you
Oh,
were
I'm
talking.
the ass whisperer. Oh shit. Okay.
You're the ass whisperer.
There's an echo. How do I stop the echo? I can hear myself. but
Turn off
I wanna help.
YouTube. Okay, mute your YouTube channel when you're watching on YouTube. Mute the YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where it was. I thought you were just fucking with us, man. That's where you're getting.
Brother, I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not.
I wasn't talking when you said that. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. This guy definitely don't like me.
I have no words. I'm
No,
honestly questioning
I'm
my
literally
sanity
not
right now.
trying to mess with anybody. I'm not trying to game you guys or nothing.
But
Yeah, we
we're just
can.
confused because where was Street talking? None of us heard him talking. You said he was talking. Is he still talking?
Yeah, I'm still talking. I'm trying to figure out, like Street said, to mute my YouTube channel.
Okay. I mean, at this point, Paul and Bill are more than welcome to come on this damn Zoom.
What's a room without Moses and the Antichrist? That would round out the whole group.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm
heard
so
they-
glad it's not New Year's Eve yet.
The other day or yesterday.
Did you get it muted? Did you get it muted, Tranquil?
This is gonna be a fun ride.
I want snacks and there's a party upstairs. So if I want my snacks, I have to go be social. And everyone knows I don't want to be social. I'm a hermit.
You didn't pre-plan and bring your snacks up. You knew the party was happening.
I
Yeah,
did
it ain't New Year's yet.
before I could get all my snacks. So all I grabbed was like a little thing of chips and then a bowl of cereal. And I'm like, I kind of want more snacks, like my drumstick. Damn it. I just want to be like that kid, that meme is like snacks. That's my meme for like ever. That and the Elmo on fire. It's like so it's a great point for everything, especially when you're trying to explain this chase is a cult.
The sooner you accept it, that's half the battle right there.
I say goodnight to Troy. I know he'll be fine tomorrow, but right now I'm just like, bro, I can't whitey. A white girl can't even right now. A white girl can't even. Did that other person tranquility like, oh, I get it. Is he just being silent because it's in the name tranquility? So we need to be tranquil?
No,
Oh.
in my opinion.
Well, what happened to him? I thought we were supposed to go back to the beginning. Why do I feel like he's putting us in a time machine?
I have no idea. I'm confused.
I'm confused too.
I don't know if I'm coming and going right now.
Tranquil, are you gonna talk? Heavens to Betsy.
So
Well, I'll get with you, Candy, and put your feelers out. Temple, Texas sounds good to me. I'm kind of sold on that because of, his hometown, VFW, American Legion, all that. We'll
Do
come
you
up.
think you could go when it's snowing? That'd be fun.
Do they get snow in Temple, Texas?
I don't know. That's why. 'Cause I've never
no, I don't think so. No.
I didn't think they did. Maybe under freak circumstances they get it, but normally I don't think they do, man.
So with us, we'll be having 5 feet of snow, you say?
Yeah, but you're freezing, aren't you, in Chicago?
Right now, it's 32.
Oh, there's a killer in Chicago. I'm gonna stay clear of Chicago right now. They just discovered a serial killer in Chicago.
Hey, Reddy, I think is that the 3 people you're talking about?
The ones that went to a bar and then end up missing, and then they were found drowned in like the harbor or something.
Yeah, I think they found them.
No, they haven't. It's like it's
No?
more than one person.
Oh, I know they found the Idaho killer.
Yeah, I know. Street, and I was talking about it earlier.
Pennsylvania. They got him in Pennsylvania. They extradited him back to Idaho.
Yeah, but he's freaking criminal justice graduate. Like,
Yep.
I will never be able to look at another criminal justice.
He played the system.
Dude, I will always be sketched out. Like,
And you know the neighbor,
he got some sunken ass eyes. Like, no.
the neighbor that knew the guy said he was a very nice gentleman. Yeah.
Wait, the neighbor knew him?
Yeah, they said they talked to him all the time. He seemed perfectly fine.
Well, I saw on TikTok this one girl was actually friends with him back in like 2017, 2018. They went to high school together. And she's like, he was a heroin addict.
Well, the neighbor said the neighbor said he's very friendly. He said hello, good morning, good night, good evening. Very nice guy. The neighbor said I never expected coming from him at all.
Oh my God, no. I still think there's an accomplice, 100%. There's an accomplice.
I believe that too.
That's why the cop said that it's just only the beginning of the investigation. It's like, how could you say that if you have the suspect in custody, right? Because he had accomplice or accomplices. And my theory is it's pertaining to that 4chan post about 2 of the fraternity brothers. The fraternity, one of the guys in the fraternity claimed they overheard 2 best friends in his fraternity talking about how they've always wanted to get away with a murder, just like the movie Murder by Numbers, where it's like 2 friends that pretend they don't know each other, randomly pick someone to kill to get away with it. And in the 4chan post, they were talking about exactly how they would be able to get away with it. And they were saying, oh, we're going to leave our phone in our dorm and have it automatically playing YouTube videos. So it'll digitally, GPS wise, prove that our alibi was we were here the entire time. And I'm like sitting there thinking, I'm like, there's too many details to this for them to ever know how to get away with this. The only person that would know this is like a cop or someone in criminology.
Yeah, and he studied it too.
Exactly. And he posted back in June, he posted kind of like a survey thing for ex-cons to respond on the psychological, emotional responses they had on getting away with a crime. And it's just like, did you kill someone? If you killed someone, how did you get away with it? How do you
Well,
lead
look
crime?
at that girl. What's her name? Jodi Arias.
Who's that?
The woman that killed her boyfriend, stabbed him like over 50 times in the shower.
Wait, I don't know that one.
Jodi Arias. Yes, she was on. It was a real. There's a movie about it in Lifetime. It's a reenactment, but it's a true story. Jodi Arias.
Times?
What's that?
50 times she stabbed him?
50 times in the shower, and then she said she didn't do it, and there was a big court case about it, and she finally broke down after like a year in trial, and then she's like, yeah, I did it, this is how I did it. And she tried to go for insanity. They said it's not happening because if you stab him the first 49 times, you knew what you were doing. So she brutally murdered him in the shower. Yeah, it's a big story. Jodi Arias, a big story about her.
Wait, so is Tranquil gonna talk, or are they just gonna like sit
I don't
there?
know. He had something to say. It looks like now nothing to say.
I'm so confused.
I'm
I
confused.
was interested. And I was interested and I was listening to him. He said, let's start from the beginning, and I was gonna listen to it, but then he totally threw me for a side loop because he said Street was talking, and I was like, shit, am I talking over Street? I can't hear him. And then you guys were like, Street's not talking, and then he's saying Street is talking, and I'm like trying to listen. I'm like, Street's not talking. Am I crazy? Like, what's going on?
Is he still in your chat room?
Tranquility. I didn't even see Tranquility in my chat room. What the hell?
No, I'm just saying. I didn't know if he went in the chat room because I'm not looking at the chat.
Tranquility, are you gonna talk? I've got like zero tolerance for the omnipresent and the ominous. So if you're not gonna talk, I'm just gonna boot you from my Zoom because I'm talking about murders and stuff, and this is like kind of under the category of a little creepy if you're gonna sit there and not talk the entire time. So I give you.
Oh, well, he did talk, but he stopped talking.
I know. So are you gonna talk again, or are you gonna just sit there and not talk? Because if you're not gonna talk, I'm just gonna boot you. Is he on like mute or something?
No, he's not.
No.
No. He's listening to everything we're saying,
No shit.
which is really creepy.
Tranquility, can you talk, please? Did he like run to the store or something? Like, what the fuck?
Nah, don't assume a store. It don't seem like he went to a store type.
Oh man. What is going on?
I don't know. Every day something new about the thrill of chase, and now we got the Tranquility base.
Mayonnaise is finger food.
Talking about mayonnaise, they had the mayonnaise college football game bowl. It was kind of funny. They were eating mayonnaise.
I don't even know how to comment on that.
Did you make that own mayonnaise with the recipe we were given the other night, or?
No, I need to go grocery shopping.
I just did that today. It was crazy in the store today.
I was gonna make ranch, and then I was gonna try and make mayonnaise, like homemade mayonnaise, but I want to try and bake that cake for my birthday.
When's your birthday?
The 18th of January.
Oh, okay, right around the corner.
Yeah, it's funny because like 2 days before my birthday, it's the deadline for my work for the hiring quota. And I'm just like, yeah, no worries, no stress.
Hold on. There's somebody saying that he can't get his mic to work.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
Yeah.
take back the creepy comment then, because I was like, what the fuck is going on?
And I guess somebody say he needs help to know why his mic's not working, because I think
It's CMB in chat. He needs help. CMB. Oh, help me figure this voice deal out. Okay, so it doesn't show. Well, hold on. It doesn't show that. Here, I know. Tranquility. Leave the Zoom and then come back again. Just click leave, and then hit the link in the chat again, and it'll let you come in again.
and hit the join audio button.
Well, he had audio when he first joined.
That's what I'm saying. I think he tried to turn off his YouTube because it's echoing, and I think he turned off his voice. Period.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna have to leave and come back.
That's what I'm saying. He got to be booted the other way.
My roommate's fucking party. People are so fucking loud. They're like white girl wasted loud. Like
That's funny.
that's really fucking loud. If you understand white girl wasted loud, you know loud.
I do know.
Oh dear God, make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop me. I should have drank tonight just so I wasn't such a fucking uptight bitch.
Better you than me.
Oh my God.
As long as them white girls don't make me take my clothes off.
I'm just wanting to know what the fuck they're doing upstairs. Like, why is it so extremely loud?
Oh, I remember them days. I'm glad them days are gone. I only got to get up at 4 a.m, so be louder.
Oh God, no. I would cry. No, I gotta get up. I'm gonna get up at like 10 or 11 tomorrow. I want to sleep in and then I'll like get ready. I'm just annoyed because my hair turned out really good tonight. And I know once I go to bed and I wake up, it's not going to be the same tomorrow.
Are you going to have what they call that bedhead? Yeah.
Yeah. Serious bedhead.
I saw that one time too. I was at a haircut place and there's a shampoo or a conditioner called Bedhead. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh
is
yeah.
that?
I used to use that
Yeah.
hair.
I heard it works really good, but too expensive for me.
Wait, did he just talk to himself as a third person?
I'll throw this observation. We can clearly hear background noises from Tranquility. So I don't know what you're not muted here on your end. So I don't know. Seems to be no problem because I can hear background noise coming.
Yeah, but I think that background from Indy's friends upstairs.
Oh shit, you hear them?
Yeah, I think I heard. Yeah, I think that's coming from your people, not Tranquility.
It's fucking loud. I'm all the way down on the third floor.
That sounds like an upstairs voice, Shriek. That don't sound like it's coming out of chat.
Does it?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me mute real fast. Hold on.
We can't really tell unless I would put my money it's on Indy's friends upstairs.
Yep, I think you're right. It was. Yep, it was.
Because the talking sounds like an echoing, like came from a floor, like a second floor.
Well, like Candy said, Tranquility. And if you can't hear us, just pop out, leave room. It's on the bottom right. Hit leave, and then leave room will come up, and then pop back in.
Yeah, there'd be a red button that say leave, and then just hop back in.
Yeah, you hit leave.
Okay. There you go.
And then hit the link again, and it'll bring you back in.
She'll kick you back in.
I know he couldn't talk. I thought he was just literally like not talking, and I was just like, I've been studying too many psychopaths this past month. I'm sorry. Like,
you gotta get off the Idaho thing right now. It's done and over with.
Dude, ever since Idaho thing, I've been locking my door every night when I sleep.
I'm telling you, man, it's like this in Chicago a little bit too. I lock both of my
Did you see the killer fucking followed 2 out of the 4 victims on social media?
Yes.
I'm never going on a date again for the rest of my life.
Well,
if I do, it's going to be in a natural habitat.
Life lesson learned. Don't date people on social media. You'll be just fine. Start meeting people at grocery stores.
Oh God, no! I feel like psycho killers are there too. That's how they work. That's how they pick their victim in Murder by Numbers. They just pick some random lady who's grocery shopping, and they're just like, "Yep, I picked her."
I don't think there's any guy going to be out there for you then, because you're going to think they're all ready to kill you.
I swear to God, I'm already at that. Like, I matched with this one guy on Hinge or Tinder, and I was gonna go out to brunch with him. And the morning I was gonna go out on a brunch date with him. Q sent me an update on the Idaho murderer, right? And it showed they arrested some dude, and the dude looked just like the guy I matched with, and I was like,
"Oh, very nice." So you want to be the 4th member?
It was so bad. I was just like, don't get me wrong. I have religiously watched all the horror movies, and I know how to be a final girl.
You
But
need
do
you
I
need a
want to
bodyguard.
work to be a final girl? No.
You need a bodyguard when you go out to make sure
Nah.
you go from A to B.
Nah, it's just, what I'm the most worried about though is Vegas. That's what I'm the most worried about.
Oh yeah, some people don't come back from the desert.
Well, it's like there's psychos fucking left and right in the community that really do not like me, and I'm gonna be at Vegas. It's like, bitch, I'm gonna have a taser.
I think some of them guys in Vegas, they go on Tinder, and so there
Oh
you go.
yeah, 100%. Vegas is like the #1 creep spot.
Of course.
I'm just like, no, thank you.
And it was creepy back then. Imagine what it is now.
Is he trying to get back in? Let me see. Okay, here we go.
Thank God. There we go.
My bad. I kept talking.
Unmute yourself. Okay.
Hey, you got me now?
Yes.
We could, yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Andy, so here's the thing. I don't know if I'm messing it up or what. I hear you clearly. Just talk. Andy, talk to me.
I mean, I don't know if people can hear me because my roommate's having a party and they're very loud right now. Very loud. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
It's 11:30. Why are they so loud? God, I'm old. Whatever. Okay, what's up? We can hear you now.
Somebody, how do I mute? It's like a delay. It's like a major delay. How do I stop that?
Just pause your YouTube.
Pause your YouTube.
Yeah, like when you hit the play button on YouTube, just hit the play button again. It'll pause it.
All right. Hold on.
It won't pause the chat. It'll just pause the video, which is the problem.
Okay. Are you there?
Yes.
Oh shit, that may have worked. Hold on.
Yay.
Okay.
So what do you want to tell us? I've never heard 4 girls be this loud in my entire life. It's just 4 of them. That's it. Just 4.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it like live now?
Yeah, man, we could hear you, man. What you got to say, bro?
All right. So listen. Been a lot been going on. I've been in the chase now since probably before, I guarantee you, before both of you. For a very long time. Somebody say something so I know I'm not talking.
We could hear you perfectly fine. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool. We all know there's something wrong with the ending. Agreed?
Yeah, we agree.
Okay. And there is. There definitely there is. There is, but there isn't. Maybe it was meant to be that way. Maybe the guy was smart enough to realize that he knew that there was going to be problems. And when things started happening, he put the plan in motion. It's pretty obvious. But let's start from the beginning. Everybody wants to know what the solve is. I agree. So let's start from the beginning. What does Santa Fe mean?
Oh, you're the one. It's Holy City, isn't it?
Yeah, I am the one. I am finally going to come out and talk to some people. Street, are you there?
Yep.
So I'm finally going to come out and I'm going to talk to some folks. Okay, I'm going to talk to you. And let's just put some basic knowledge in this thing. I think like a detective. Okay? Let's start from the beginning. Somewhere north of Santa Fe. What the hell does Santa Fe mean? What is the English translation of Santa Fe? Start. Google it.
It's Holy City.
Holy Faith.
Oh, wait, no, I thought it was Holy City. You're right. It is Holy Faith. It's been a while since I looked into it.
It literally means holy faith. So
Are you
I
gonna
didn't
take
know
a
back in
quiz?
2014 when I started this thing. I didn't know shit about Santa Fe. I don't know anything about Santa Fe. I've never been there. But what does that tell me? Well, there might be maybe there's some damn churches around there. Are
Yeah,
there?
the one that he gave me the little
There's
charm
not
from.
just one. There's many Catholic churches in Santa Fe. Would we agree?
Are you gonna talk about the one where the water dried up and it's like the holy?
No. Hold on. I'm getting there. I'm literally trying to help.
I know, but I know
Let's
this one
start
already.
over.
But
No, Andy, I've
Let-
been
let
watching
him
you
finish.
for a
Let-
long time.
let him
Okay.
finish.
This much macaroni salad.
Let's just try something different. How about that?
looks good. Okay.
All right. We know now that the English translation of Santa Fe means holy faith. Okay. It's there for everybody to see. We also know that there's a lot of damn churches in Santa Fe.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about churches and you start thinking, I started looking at stupid stuff like, begin at where warm water's halt. Well, where does warm water's halt? Maybe it halts in a blessing vessel where the waters don't move. You ever think about that?
Do you ever try therma?
Hold on. I know everybody wants to go. Just relax. Don't go to Wyoming yet. Don't go into thermal springs.
That's not Wyoming. That's New Mexico.
No, Annie, I'm not trying to disrespect you. Let's just hold on just a minute, okay? But we all know that there's a lot of churches in Santa Fe. So you start looking into that as a detective, as someone that's just thinking about it. Okay, well, shit. There's a bunch of churches. Matter of fact, the oldest church in the United States is in Santa Fe. In the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know that? Most of us, we know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I forget the name of it right off the top of my head, but the oldest church in the United States is in Santa Fe.
I thought it was in St. Augustine, Florida.
No, sir. No, it's not. No. Google it. Okay. The first church, one of the first churches was there. But when you start looking into it, when you start looking at churches, what is probably the most significant and weird ass church that has something to do with anything in
The
Santa Fe?
San Miguel Mission Church.
No.
That's the one you're talking about, the oldest one.
I may be that's correct, but that's not the one I'm talking about. There is a church. There is a church in Santa Fe that is very significant. And to this day, there happens to be something that's there that even scientists cannot prove how it was built. What church are we speaking of? And I'm not speaking of rails. I'm going to tell you.
The spiral staircase.
There you go. Straight.
That's
Laredo Chapel.
Yeah.
Laredo Chapel. There is a spiral staircase. And to this day, they do not know why it's still standing because it has no spire. It has no mid support. They don't know what type of wood was built with it. They have no idea. Okay. To this day. Google it yourself.
Isn't it shaped in the helix?
The
It's not a spiral.
There you go. It's a helix. And guess what Finn was sitting in when he was hinting, when he's sitting in his closet with jeans all around him? What do jeans mean?
Usually I'm on point with the etymology, but tonight I'm not gonna.
DNA.
Oh, you're talking about jeans. I thought you were talking about blue jeans.
Well, he was sitting in a closet with blue jeans. He wears the same clothes all the time, doesn't he? Yeah. Well, not all the time, but does everybody remember that one specific one where he's sitting in his closet and he's got jeans all around him and shit in his closet?
Yeah.
He was hinting to everybody. Jeans, not blue jeans, jeans, Genes, DNA. Oh, by the way, what did he put in the jar? Hairs.
Yeah.
DNA. Helix, spiral. You get it?
Yeah.
He was subtly he was subtly hitting to one place. The most mysterious place of Santa Fe.
Apple. Oh, damn. Whatever.
The most mysterious place of Santa Fe. They don't know to this day, and you guys can Google it. Everybody can Google it. And no one knows where the wood came from. What the hell's going on? There's 32 steps. When did Jesus die, Street? How old was he?
33.
What?
33.
Yeah, there's 32 or 33 steps.
33. Did you ever go and visit it?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell, many times.
Amazing. It's amazing to stand there and know the story behind it. There's no nails.
Oh,
No nails.
absolutely. And guess
The guy
what?
showed up and disappeared.
And then when you find out, and this doesn't, listen, don't freak out about this. Okay. But then you find out when they couldn't figure out, the whole story is they built the staircase and whatever the case may be, and there was a problem with it. And the nuns that were there, they prayed to what they do, Street. They did a nine novena, some kind of prayer that they did to bring somebody there to fix the shit because they couldn't figure out how to get up to the loft of it. That's when they built the staircase. And when St. Joseph, the carpenter, showed up mysteriously out of the blue on a donkey and built this spiral staircase. Well, they prayed for 9 days, 9 clues, to a novena for someone to show up and fix this shit. Okay. And that's what happened. Okay. So then you start doing basic stuff. Okay. Well, there's something weird about this Laredo Chapel. It's obviously mysterious and everything else. If you had cancer and maybe you're not religious, but you're spiritual, as he says, not one of us would probably not at least go somewhere or do something and pray that, my God, hopefully I might live through this or whatever the case may be. What better place to start at the most mysterious place to start something like this, to the most mysterious place in Santa Fe, in his backyard, right there. He's hinted to this all along. So you say, really? Well, what coincides with beginning? Oh, so let me back up. So I'm going to let you guys do this on your own. Okay. Play detective with me for a minute. So if you think there's something up with Laredo Chapel, maybe you should look up and see if there's a movie about it. And maybe there's a movie with Barbara Hershey. And maybe within that movie, you might find where warm water's halt. It's not a tributary. It's not fish. It's not ravines. It's not anything. And by the way, if you look up the word halt, what other definition you get with halt? And I'm not trying to be a smartass here. I'm trying to literally help. I'm trying to start everybody off on the same footing. Look it up. Somebody talk to me. Tell me about halt.
Just tell us what you think. That way.
Yeah, just tell us what you think. You came on here to give your
I did, and listen. I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I'm really not. I'm trying.
We're
to
not
help.
either. We're just want to listen, so we're listening to you. So
because you guys have been listening to bullshit for years.
Well,
No,
that's your opinion, man.
Okay, You're right, and I'm not trying to upset anybody. Okay.
Oh, you ain't upset.
I did.
All right. So if you look up the definition of halt, you're also going to get limping, lame, someone who's limping or lame, not just stop. The military halt version, blah, blah, blah. You're also going to get limping or lame.
Halt also means to break off.
Sure it does. Yeah, it does. But if you go all the way down a halt, you're going to get limping or lame.
Yeah, which gives you the Fisher King.
Why do you think he told K-Pro you don't have to have a crutch? Why do you have to have a crutch?
Wait, I thought he told K-Pro, did you dip your toe in it?
No, he told K-Pro because she has a PhD or whatever the case may be, and don't quote me on this, okay? Something about a crutch. Am I correct here?
No, I have no
I
idea. what
never
you're
heard
talking
that term at all used.
Dip your toe in it.
I trust me, it happened. But my point
I
is, he
can't
was
trust
hinting.
you if I never heard it, man.
Okay, well then fact check me. Just later on, fact check me with it. That
No,
if
I don't
Forrest
wanna
Fenn
put her on.
made a statement to K Pro is, you're something about being in the K Pro. I'm not trying to bust on you. I know you're going to listen to this later, but he did make a statement to K Pro at one point in time that something about a PhD and about having a crutch. Well,
No,
the point
he said she was,
listen,
said she was
here's the
stupid, and he said that several times.
right, but we're getting away from what I'm trying to say is if beginning where warm waters halt, if you figure out the fact that it's Laredo Chapel, and if you do a little bit of checking and figure out the movie that's involved with that, there is a movie, okay, that talks about Laredo Chapel that speaks of it. And within that movie, not with outside, within that movie, you will all find begin at where warm waters halt.
What made
There
you
is
made you introduce a movie into your equation?
Brother, it's just called investigation.
Mm,
It's
That's what I
You
mean.
will
What in your investigation led you to believe you had to look at a movie?
I promise you, when you look at the scene that I speak of, I want you to find it on your own, brother. I want you to have that reality
That's
moment.
specialized knowledge, man. For me to pop in,
relax.
for me to pop in the movie. Is
Okay,
specialized.
but you guys have had nothing since before. There's nothing.
You don't got the chest
This
either.
is new.
You don't got the chest.
How do you know? Hold on. How do you know we have nothing? And you never answered the question.
Right.
What in your if we're looking at this as an investment, I'm not trying to bust your chops. I'm just saying
Right.
if you're looking at it as an
Okay.
investigation,
All right. Fair enough.
What made you think I have to watch a movie about Laredo Chapel?
All right. Relax. Okay. I agree.
I am relaxed.
You have a valid question. So there is a certain scene. Okay, well, let's go back to the beginning of the poem. So to the answer to your question is we're talking about in the beginning of the poem, what does it say? As I've gone alone in there, and with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where and hint of riches new and old, right? Everyone thinks that hint of riches new and old, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to be a smart ass here. Hint of riches new and old, New Mexico this or new and old this. Look up the word riches. He's playing a synonym game with all of us.
I believe
yeah, that's what Mario's been doing.
I believe rich is new and old. To me, my definition is memories, new and old.
You also get the word Oscar. Movies, new and old. What can go through through time that everything that we've done and it will still be there? Guess what? YouTube or anything else like that. Movies. You're a smart son of a bitch if you hide clues in movie clips.
More like you're a powerful son of a bitch.
That's intelligent as shit.
Specialized knowledge to go into a movie.
No, it's not specialized, dude. I'm the one that's telling you about it. How's it specialized?
But who are you? Are you the poem? Are you Forrest Fenn?
No, dude. I'm just a normal dude, but I'm trying to. I'm trying to help.
I'm just trying to get
let's go. So Street, do me a favor. When you get a chance, look up the word. Don't think rich is new and old means old treasures, new treasures. Don't just take it on face value. Don't take any word in that goddamn poem as face value. He's playing a synonym game with everybody. Look at the synonyms of the words.
I'm looking for the grail, right? So I'm probably the most batshit crazy of them all.
Well, I don't fault you for anything. I don't fault anybody for anything. But back to Street's thing. How did you know? How did you figure whatever? All I'm trying to tell you is there is a movie on Laredo Chapel. And if you watch that movie that is free to everyone on YouTube, you're going to find where warm waters halt. And then you're going to say, oh shit.
It's called The Staircase. Came out in 1998. It's 1 hour and 36 minutes.
And guess who's the lead actress? Barbara Hershey. And she walks with a limp, a halt.
Bro, Hershey's my last name.
Well, remember the chocolates in the fucking jar that he did from Pennsylvania?
Yeah, because Hershey is Pennsylvania.
Maybe he's hinting at Hershey.
If he's hinting at Hershey, I'm out. I don't want any more fucking weirdos coming at me.
No, I'm
Okay.
do you
Try
see
not to
the
copy
do you see
this.
where I'm going with this, guys? Now, so Street, back to your thing. So
No,
how
I
did you
don't,
figure?
because once you get through this whole poem, right?
Oh,
and
I'm
you
not
think
done.
You gotta figure
I'm
it
gonna-
out. Where does that put you today?
Hold on, I'm trying to. Well, that's a long journey, man. We're gonna get there. Just
Hold,
give me.
please. Hold, please.
How about give me a chance?
Hold, please. The sisters of the legendary Loretto Chapel in Santa Fe, New Mexico are nearing completion of a chapel, but architect, contractor, and laborers have all omitted stairs to the choir loft. This becomes a source of disagreement and contention between all parties until one day a mysterious drifter, Jode, arrives in town and is hired by the Reverend Mother Madeline to design and build the staircase.
Oh, so nice.
Dun,
That's
dun,
the-
dun,
that's
dun,
the
dun,
plot.
dun, dun, dun.
Wait. So if you hold on, guys, you know you've had a lot of crazy ass ideas before. For shits and giggles, just try it. Okay. So if we think that Laredo Chapel may be the beginning where warm waters halt, and if you watch that movie, I'm telling you, you're gonna find it. All right. There is a scene in that movie that's gonna hit the floor with you.
Why can't you just tell us what the scene is so we don't have to honestly, I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm sorry I had to laugh, but it sounded so
All right,
funny.
all right.
You know, there's
Fine.
also a novel.
If you want the hook, if you want to be force fed it, fine. There is a scene with it where he is boiling. All right. The only way there's no nails. If you go to it now, to Laredo Chapel, there are no nails in the staircase. None. They can't figure out how in the frick they bent the wood to make the staircase in a spiral. They don't even know what type of wood it is to this day.
They know what type of wood it is. They just don't
Dude,
know where they got it from.
Street, you're saying that just off the top of your head. I'm telling you, I've
No,
researched
she
this
knows.
I
He
was
knows it.
there. I was there. They know.
So was I, brother.
They know what type.
They don't know
wood
if it's longleaf pine. They don't know if it's this pine. They had scientists take core samples. All I'm saying is, all right, back up. There's no nails in the damn wood. How do you bend it to a spiral? And the movie scene that I'm talking about, they bent it how Jode, okay, the carpenter, it came out of nowhere to help them out. He bent the wood with hot water, with warm water. That's how
It said without the support of a newel or central
in the
pole.
scene. Well, I'm going back to your all's questions. What scene was it? I'm trying to tell you. There is a scene in the movie where there is hot water underneath it. He's boiling the wood to the beams, and she comes walking on limping with a cane. Begin it where warm waters halt. You get it? That's the game he's playing. And once I knew that that's the game that he was playing, I understood it. Now, go from there. If that is the beginning of where warm waters halt, and if it's Laredo Chapel, and take it into Canyon Down, what is in contiguous to Laredo Chapel?
The plaza.
I'm not trying to be a smartass.
The plaza.
True, that's in that area.
It
What
says
else?
that the wood used
Look
to build
at a map.
the
Pull it
was
up.
confirmed to be a spruce tree.
Canyon Road.
Oh no, are we going back to Fenn's house? Shiloh will not approve.
No, that's not even the same. He doesn't even live on that road.
That's funny.
That's the
He doesn't-
galleries. Canyon Road is the gallery.
Yeah, Canyon Road. There you go, Street. Canyon Road is where all the art is and all that shit. And guess what?
He said all that shit. Go ahead, man.
My point. What was that a question or I don't?
Now go ahead. Your next thing.
And guys, really, I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm not.
Okay, we're
Not-
listening. Go, keep on.
So anyway, if you go contiguous for beginning where Warner's Halt is Laredo Chapel, and take it into Canyon down. The canyon is Canyon Road. And guess what? If you look at a map, it goes down. It literally goes at an angle down. Not far, but too far to walk. I walked the son of a bitch all the way to where the next clue is. And you're not going to walk the whole goddamn thing. It's literally too far to walk. I'm telling you.
Okay.
It also shows that the architect was a French dude.
Yeah, that's true. But from that point, then you're going to get put in below the home of Brown. So here's the biggest question of all. Well, not the. Why is the B capitalized in Brown?
Because it's an important thing.
It's a name, right? Or it's Brown Trout, or it's Brown Realty, or Brown whatever. We all know about Eric Sloan, right? And he's got a book called what, Reverence of Brown or something like that.
Wood. Reverence and Wood.
Reverence and Wood.
Reverend
Okay.
Wood.
The reason why you capitalize a letter in a name is because you revere it. It's you reverence. It's important. It means something. That's why the B is capitalized. What if you walk down Canyon Road, you happen to get to a place? What if it's a monastery? What if the monks live there? What do they wear?
They wear brown robes just like they do in the Wyoming monastery. Oh, I connected that one too.
Reverence. There you go.
Yeah, but you
That's-
can't. You could only boil.
Well, hold on.
You could boil water. You can't boil waters with an S. You're only boiling water. So where warm water's hot.
There's
Did you
okay.
read
I
the
have an answer for that. Are you ready?
There's no answer because you're switching the poem
No,
now.
begin it where warm waters halt, right? And you're right. It was the
You
waters.
can only boil one water.
Hold on, brother. I have an answer for you. You're right. Waters is pluralized. I get that. There are two vessels in the scene, two, not one. He's boiling two vessels of water to bend the boards of the wood for the chapel. Two. And she walks in with her hobbling damn cane, Barbara Hershey, halting, beginning where warm waters, two of them boiling at the same time, halt. Just
So I
look, find it.
I gotta watch the movie of two pots boiling for me to find that treasure box.
Well, brother, I'm not lying to you. You're gonna
I'm not
find it.
saying you. Did I call you a liar? I'm asking you a question.
Hey,
Can
hey,
you
man,
get it wrong? Good God.
one thing we're not gonna do. We're not gonna get hostile about it. There's
I'm
nothing.
not hostile. Trust me, I'm not
I'm
hostile.
not trying to punk your solve or do anybody's anything. I'm literally trying to help.
What are you helping?
Figure out. Well, number one, don't give up what you have. Do not give up what you have. Don't think that this man wasn't smart enough to have a plan B to end this shit. When all these stupid lawsuits started, when all this other stuff started, do you really think that shit just showed up somewhere?
No, I anticipated it back in 2014.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is he
Do you mind telling us where do you end up his very special spot?
I'm going to give you as far as I'm going to listen. I'm not going to give you everything. I want you to think.
Well, then how
Now,
are you
I'll
gonna,
come
I'll
back.
go back, not to bust
Hold
your
on.
balls,
Oh no,
but
no, no.
how-
I'm gonna throw
I'll
you
go
the.
back
I'm
to
gonna throw you
trust
the next
Linda.
clue. I'm
How
gonna
is
throw.
this?
I've
Let
already
everyone take turns.
I've already given you a couple major clues, brother. I've given you the path. It's up to you to take it. Go to Santa Fe and do it yourself. And you're gonna find something on that monastery wall. There's a on where you turn and put in below the home of Brown. I'm not the most religious person, but I believe in a higher hand. Maybe on that wall, you're going to find a certain tile picture of a monk with his hand down low and his hand up high. It's that simple. Put in below the home of Brown. And from there, hold on. I'm gonna take you all the way to heavy loads and water high. And I'm gonna throw you another clue out there. Most of this shit, remember when he said in the interview of the not collected works, but the bookstore video?
Moby Dickens.
Yeah, Moby Dickens. And someone asked him, can you do this shit do you have to be there or can you do it from your home? And he laughed or whatever case may be. He was like, you know what I'm saying? Guess what? Because you can do most of the stuff you can do and put the little man on the fucking road and figure it out yourself. And walk him down the street from your damn computer and find it yourself. Now, it will the second half of everything, you got to get your ass out there in the bushes like I did. You have to figure it out. But if you go down Canyon Road, you're going to find almost to the end of the son of a bitch, which is way too far to walk. You're going to find a monastery that's right there on the corner. It's right near the monastery school. And you're going to put in below the home of Brown because you're going to, well, you might not see it. You better look behind some bushes. It might be growing up a little bit. But you're going to find someone that's got a higher hand and a monk outfit. Okay? Go below the home of Brown, go below it. Take a right. Go south. It's that simple. Go down. It's not a damn canoe or a damn boat launch or nothing like that. Just put in below the home of Brown. Go south. Go that way. These are directions. That's all it is. Just go south of it. What is it? What's the next one? Somebody help me out. And then something nigh. You're gonna make a left. From there, somebody help me out with the damn poem. Put in below the home.
Where are you at?
I'm at. Put in below the home of Brown. Somebody pull the damn poem up.
From there, it's no place for the meek.
Right. Well, that's pretty simple there.
Hey, please and thank you. Be nice, bro.
It's monks. Okay. It's a monk residence. That basically street that where you turn right there, it's an actual home. There's a church there, but there's actual home where the monks lived.
Okay.
Okay. So now you're going, hit me with the poem, Street.
What from there? There's no place. That whole third stanza. From there, there's no place for the meek.
Right.
The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be
all right. You're gonna go. All right. Stop. The end is ever drawing nigh. You're gonna go south of where this church is. Well, shit. I'll tell you. From there, the end is drawing ever nigh. You're gonna go left. Give me the poem.
Past the heavy loads of water high.
No. No. Read it.
There'll be no paddle up your creek.
There you go. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy lows and water high. All right. So when you go south of this church and you cross over, okay, you're going to cross over and you're going to start going uphill. Guess what road that is? Upper Canyon Road. And you're going to see when you go Upper Canyon Road, right next to it is a dry creek. It's called Apache Creek. There'll be no paddle up your creek. It's a fucking dry creek. But also there's a along that road, there's this paddle looking thing that's a motif. It's a metal motif. It looks like a freaking paddle. Okay, but it's got a design in it that there's no way you could paddle water. So you just keep going up. You keep going. There'll be no paddle up your creek. You can't go up Apache Creek Road, Apache Creek, because it's pretty much a dry damn creek. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy lows and water high. And this is where I shit my pants. Okay. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy lows and water high. So you start looking up the word loads, and you LOAD, loads, lodestones. It's a fucking grist mill. There used to be a grist mill up there. Okay. And when you get to the darn Santa Fe water treatment plant that's up there, the shitter facility, there's two grist stones that look like circles with a dot in the middle of them, which is also symbology of gold and God. Street, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep. He used it in his signature too, that circle with the dot in it.
Exactly. And guess what is above, right? There's these two damn big ass stones, circle stones on each side of the damn Santa Fe water treatment plant. And guess what it says above those stones? Water. Heavy loads and water high. He's punked us all, guys. And he's laughing his ass off.
Well, you're gonna have to prove that in the court of law too. Then
What
A
would
court of
be
law? What?
what
I'm not trying to make a claim for anything. This is just my opinion.
what would be his reason for punking us all?
No, he's not. The wrong choice of words. He's probably laughing his ass off because we're all looking for waterfalls. We're all looking for, this and that. What if it's two damn stones, two gristmill stones, lodestones, and the damn word water, Santa Fe water treatment plant, water right above it. Heavy loads and water high. It's, in my opinion, it's freaking genius.
Next step, what the blaze? Is that what you're calling your blaze then, I'm assuming?
Oh no, we ain't got there yet. Hell no. No, you're going to keep going along that way and you're going to run into something at the end of it, okay, that you can't go any further. And you're like, well, what the hell do I do now? This is where you get into fly water and all this other shit and stuff like that. I'll come back later and give you more, okay? But I want you to look at what I've told you and run it. When you guys get done, get on your computers, get the little man that can go along the road, take yourself up Upper Canyon Road, and you're going to look dead at heavy loads and water high, and you're going to say, holy shit. No paddle up your creek. It is a direction. And guess which way it's going? It's going towards the northeast. Just keep on going. It's north of Santa Fe. Yeah, he was right. It is.
How do you explain the Wyoming statement he made then?
also in the court of law, Wyoming.
Why are you saying court law? Dude, I don't want anything to do with the court law. I don't really care.
I'm not saying you, but in court documents, it was found in Wyoming.
Maybe he's not lying. Well, I mean, if you look at, all right, Street, or if you start looking at things, all right, you have two Omegas at the end of the book. You have his daughters in the book who are twins. You have a lot of duplicity shit, do you not? Two endings, twins, daughters, this, that. There's a lot of some of that stuff. Do you think that maybe he had enough wherewithal and enough means in his life? And I'm not trying to say there's a duplicate chest out there, but where's the emeralds at? Where's the diamonds at? Where are they at? What if he was smart enough to have the chest that was in Wyoming to end this shit, and what we're really looking for is something else? And maybe it's not even gold and gems and stuff like that. What if it's something else? What if you find the emerald ring, and next thing you know, it says, meet this person at this place, and you just want a shitload of stock options? Who knows? Treasure can be a lot of different things. But my point is, what was found in Wyoming, I think, was used to stop this thing.
Do you believe Forrest stopped it or his family?
Oh, I believe Forrest had that was in plan. I personally, this is just my opinion.
Right.
I think that was in play at any time he needed to do it, and he said that shit.
He could always go back and get it if he wanted to.
Yeah.
The whole card.
But he's also said, I couldn't go back and get it if I wanted to either. I think the place where we're ultimately going to, I mean, come on, guys. Let's be honest for a minute. Crossing a river stream up in Wyoming and a crowded pine forest. How in that is, I smell animals, I see this, I see mount. Seriously? Does anyone really think that was on the ground, that you're going to just leave that shit? I think, personally, what was found there was to end this shit, to end the lawsuits where his family doesn't have to deal with it, to stop it.
I'll agree with you. I believe it was planned, but I do believe there was a solver who gave him the answer he was looking for, and that's why
maybe there was, and maybe
you just alluded to.
Well, maybe you're talking to him.
Well, that's why everyone thinks this is a shitty ending, because they can see through the facade.
Exactly.
I
mean, I talked to him a couple of times. I sent him some things, and I'm not trying to claim anything. I don't really, it's not about that. I feel for everybody that's in the community that just wants to know. And I think, I'm trying to give you something that you can hold on to and that you can go back and say, shit, maybe I need to look at this. Maybe it was that freaking, not that it was simple. Don't get me wrong. I've been working on this shit for longer than most of you. Okay.
How do you know how long we all been working at it?
Because, dude, I've listened to you and watched you for quite a while.
Well, you couldn't be watching me quite a while because I just started.
Brother, it doesn't. I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying
to. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to put it as a competition of who's been doing what for whatever.
No. Go ahead.
So you alluded just a second ago, you believe you solved it. And I'm not picking on you.
No.
I believe I solved it too.
And I solved it. Don't leave me out of this.
No, exactly. But my ending place is way different. And if you take it a little bit of faith, not face value, but do your own research. Get your butt on a plane and go look at what I've just told you.
Do you realize what you're asking people to do, man? When you could simply tell them where
I just told you.
they think, and if they're interested, they can follow up on it.
Well, brother, you can do it on Google Earth yourself right now.
Yes, John.
Up to the point of heavy loads and water high. You can do it yourself, and you can put that little man on the track and go over Canyon Road. You do everything I did. You can look up the damn. You can find the movie that I'm talking about with Laredo Chapel. You know what? I'll even give you that. Go to YouTube. It's called The Staircase with Barbara Hershey.
So I shouldn't have followed the poem at all where warm water halts. I gotta go.
You are following the poem. You are.
Okay.
You are following the poem.
But if my kid don't
But the
know,
clues,
my
the
kid don't know
clues.
about a stairway. He knows what warm water halts is.
Straight help me out here. I just told you, brother. All I did was just basic deduction. What does Santa Fe mean? Holy faith.
But how did we get Santa Fe in the poem?
What?
How did we get Santa Fe in the poem? So how?
No. You got to take a little bit more than that. Just hold on now. He said it was hidden somewhere north of Santa Fe. Did he not?
No, I'm talking about the poem.
Okay, but I'm backing you up just a little bit.
I can't back up because it starts with the poem first.
Oh,
I'm doing what the man told me what to do. He
okay.
told me
I'm giving you. Okay, but we have to have context. All right, we have to. He said.
Start with warm water halts.
Forrest clearly said we don't need context. We need the poem and we need a good map.
That's me saying that.
We don't even need the book. We don't even need to know who Forrest Fenn ever was. We don't even need to know that it was north of Santa Fe.
Hold on. Don't get upset.
I can use that
don't. I'm trying to help.
Anything else whatsoever and still get to the location that I got to.
I'm not, brother. I'm not discrediting any of you. I'm giving you an alternative.
It doesn't have anything to do with
I'm giving you
and not discrediting.
Sir.
You're using an exogenesis type mentality that you're going to insert new things into the poem in order to figure it out.
I'm not inserting anything. I went along the poem.
You inserted a movie. You inserted a movie.
Yeah. Yes,
Hey,
I did.
That's your own personal bias.
Okay. All right.
You
Fair
can do
enough.
that. I mean, hey, that's fine. I can take that map. I can put my finger right there.
All right.
I can
So
find out
this,
where
so
exactly where that location is, and I can do a poem from that location, no matter where it is.
So let me
on
tell
that
you
map.
something else that's not in the poem. He had it in our faces every day. Every day. Every single day. It's not in the poem. You have to take everything. His interviews, the poem, everything, and put this together.
The man only had a poem without doing the interviews.
Hold on.
How do you connect the interviews?
I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm trying to give you. You just told me that I have to take it's in the poem. It is in the poem. I walked you down the poem all the way to begin at where warm water or heavy loads and water high. I just gave that to you. Now you're asking me a different question. I'm trying to. It's out something that's outside the poem.
You're saying I gotta watch the movie to figure out where warm water halts.
Well, watch it yourself and figure it out.
I don't have to watch it because Forrest never
Then
said I had to watch the movie.
Brother, I'm not.
Forrest never said that you have to watch the staircase.
I'm not trying to be an asshole here, dude. I'm not calling no
names. I'm asking you a professional question.
Well, no, hold on. Let me finish what I'm trying to say as far as other things that are outside the poem that may have relevance, that may have meaning. In my opinion, he told everybody you need a good map, right? He wore it every day. Every day. His belt buckle that Shiloh now is sporting around. Greenstone belt. Look it up. Find out, do a little bit of research. Find out what a greenstone belt is. It's a geological thing. And you're going to find it. You might find that asterisk that you're looking for.
So what does the oil formation have to do with it? Shale oil formation?
Not a damn thing. The oil tree you're talking about?
No, the
Mine.
greenstone formation.
No. The greenstone belt, I said.
Yeah, the greenstone belt formation.
Somebody Google it right now.
Well, like I said earlier,
What is a
the
geological? Google
I-
what is a geological greenstone belt?
Greenstone
It was
formation
in our
is
face every day.
primarily in Colorado. It's an oil shale formation.
Well, maybe you should look in what a greenstone belt is in Santa Fe.
when I said earlier, why don't you just tell us? You might have took it as like I was busting your chops, but no, instead of we're not a guessing group here. If you have something that's going to help us, why try to make us guess? That makes no sense. If you know the
No,
answer,
brother, I just did. I gave you
you
a
just told us to
shitload.
Google this and that, and you might, well, just tell us. It's simple. We're not trying to be vicious to you,
Well,
but don't make
mate,
us guess at it. Just tell us.
Probably because I haven't retired yet, and I haven't gone to where I need to go to get what needs to be done. And maybe that's
okay.
what the person is waiting on.
Okay, you're looking for the ring.
Maybe so.
Okay, all right.
So you think I'm gonna what I've given you the halfway point. It's still gonna take you another 2 years to figure it out. But I'm trying to help. I'm trying to put context into stuff. And I mean, you don't have to believe it.
I
You
felt
don't
like
have-
I had no competition, so I had to float stuff out on the internet in order to get some
Competition of what, dude? I'm not competing against you. I'm not
No,
competing
you
against
said
any
you're
of you.
taking us halfway. You're helping us. You're taking us halfway. You haven't yet completed it. Therefore, if we follow
So
your
we're all
lead,
we are all
becoming competition.
don't you care about anything about trying to discover shit yourself?
Well, you're the one that said you're gonna
I
blow us
already
away.
solved the poem, dude. I'm all set
Whoa,
with
whoa,
my
whoa,
solve.
whoa, 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 whoa. Hold
I
on.
don't need a new solve.
Well, then go with that, brother. Then don't listen to a
have.
word I'm saying.
I know.
We've been listening, man. We gave you the floor for a long time here.
Okay, then please.
So we're listening.
All right. Well,
I think
I said a lot.
If you've been around since 2014 and you've
Yep.
watched all of us, you know the words you used were key words. You're going to help us right there. That's confrontational. Right from the get-go, you set the stage, and then you say search it up yourself, like Rob and Trust alluded to. Why would we want to? I'm comfortable in where my thought patterns are. Tell me something.
Then that's fine.
Now hold on. Let me finish. We've let you talk for a while. Let me finish. And you keep saying search it yourself. I'm not going to hand it to. Well, then why did you come on?
Because maybe what I'm trying to say is, okay, take what I've at least given you, look it up, see if I'm full of shit. See if I'm full of shit.
Well, how can I take your advice when you're calling us stupid in the first place?
I'm not calling anybody stupid.
You called
brother.
us stupid. Yes, you have.
No, I
already said it a
come
couple
on.
times.
This
Yes,
is
you have.
This is why I was afraid of coming on one of these shows.
No, it's not that.
It's
We've
stuff
been
like
listening, but you're giving us half what you're telling us. What's the other half?
It's more.
We're done with the mind games, man.
In my opinion, it's more than half than what you've ever had before.
If you believe that, that's fine. But everybody got their styles, man, and you can't change how we feel.
I don't want to change how you feel. I'm just trying to give you something different.
You do want to change how we feel. You said you're going to help us.
I just did. Street, Jesus Christ, man! I just told you we're beginning with Warm Water Salt.
Hey, don't get upset, brother.
I told you where the freaking church is. I told you go up Canyon Road. Heavy loads of water high. All I'm asking.
You know how many canyon roads
if
there
we're
are
participating here, hold on, wait a minute. If we're participating here, okay, all I'm asking you is to fact check my shit.
Why would we want to?
We don't. Why do we want to?
Then don't. But I guarantee you, somebody else that's listening is going to.
That's
Okay,
fine.
well,
Let them
good.
choose there then.
You know what, guys? Then fair enough.
Just because we don't want to, and it's kind of, if you've been around since 2014, as you say, you should
I
know
have.
the atmosphere. When you come on, I'll reiterate and say it again. When you came on and used the words you did, like
ask me a question. I'm
I have asked you questions. I mean, it's another.
I'm not trying to bullet street. You're one of the ones that I think that at least have you talk
If
at
you
least.
want us to search and follow you, you're going to have to give us something. You haven't given us nothing. Nothing. Your opinions. That's what you've given us.
You want us to go see a staircase that got warped by boiling waters.
Okay.
Well, just stop and think. If you've been around as long as you say,
I've given you nothing. You guys are right. I've given you. You're right. Maybe you're right. I see your point. All I'm saying is, look at it in a different look. Maybe look at it a different way. Then don't. I don't know. But all I'm trying to say is, I think that if you try, you don't have to. And you can physically go to these places and touch these places and these clues. They're not metaphorical. You can touch them. They're there.
So what's the rest of the clues? How do I get the treasure box now from your location?
It's not going to be like that, brother. Don't do that.
Oh, he said it's the ring.
I'm not saying I'm not going to come back on. All I'm saying is, guys, and here's the rub with it, without sounding like a know-it-all. I'm not trying to do that, man. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not, dude. I'm not.
Is this the first show you've ever been on and talked?
Yep.
That you should realize it's a tough fucking crowd if you're
trying
trying
to tough one, man.
Hey, I'm a tough guy.
I'm to your knees.
Hey,
before you think you get away with things.
You're not bringing me to my knees. I'm
Trust
about
me,
to.
Man. The tougher you are, the more you break.
Here's my advice to you.
You're not going to bring someone like me to my knees.
Here's my advice to you. If, like you said, you plan on coming back and you're, don't give up. You keep pushing your opinion.
No,
that's what we all do.
Well, do me a favor. Will you do this? Will you at least replay it? Look into it. Try the litmus test. If it's bullshit and you feel it's bullshit, then say so. If I feel that there's more, that people are starting to pick up on things, I might give more.
The litmus test is poem and good map.
I just told you where the good map is. It's on his freaking belt.
The kid ain't gonna look at. The kid's not gonna look at a Forrest Fenn belt.
Guys, he's used, in my opinion, he's used his gestures, his clothing, his house, his words, his everything, and the poem to hint at a lot of shit.
It might hint at things, but it doesn't mean what's in the poem.
99.9% of it
the poem is the poem.
To get people running here, there, and everywhere and thinking that they found something.
Listen. If I took the poem and only gave it to you and you got no insights and nothing else, and I tell you to go where warm water halts, you're telling me I got to take a staircase to find where warm water's halts.
I'm
First,
trying to
you
tell
gotta
you
get the
that if
movie
you
to
look,
find out
if
where
you,
the
by your
staircase is.
by your analogy, if you go
Answer
by,
the question. That's all I'm asking. Answer my question like I've been answering yours.
there's like three y'all talking at the same time. I'm willing to ask one person's question.
If
Phil.
I gave you the poem out of the book, only the poem,
Right.
how do I get to your staircase to find the treasure chest? How would I
Begin-
find out?
Well, what does he say about begin warm water salt? He says point blank, you're gonna have to figure
Forget
it out.
everything he said. You only
Whoa,
got the words.
brother,
of
you
the
don't
poem.
have to. When you ask me a question, I'm going to answer you. I mean, it's
Okay, talk about the poem. Let's just talk about the poem. Forget everything else.
All right.
Where does warm water halts? Forget everything he said now. Begin it with warm water halts. Answer that first.
Loretto Chapel.
How do you know it's Laredo Chapel? You only got warm water halts. How did you break down Laredo Chapel? How from warm water halts?
Hey, Street, didn't I just answer that a long time ago?
Yeah, it was on the bending of the wood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was watching a movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my kid that's 9 years old going to go from a movie 60 years ago.
I'm not saying it's for your 9-year-old kid.
A children has a chance finding it, he said.
Well,
So-
maybe you need to go back and determine that riches new and old don't mean treasures or this or that. Maybe riches mean.
Oh, it might not be. I agree to that, but I still
Maybe
don't know
riches
how I
mean-
get there.
Maybe riches mean movies, Oscars, new and old. Maybe new movies and old. And maybe, just maybe, those mysterious scissors in the box, maybe they don't mean anything but clips.
This guy isn't a detective. He's a salesman.
Yeah.
This guy is not a friggin' detective. He is a salesman.
Did somebody hire you?
No.
I'm just saying, I got thick skin, man, so it's hard to deal with me. But I'm just saying, I'm just going where what he's telling me in a poem. He's not telling me.
Let's think of
me
it.
to go to
Let's think of it this way: a guy that would be smart as shit to hide certain clues in something other than just a poem, because we're all going to figure that out. Where else are you going to put damn clues that they're going to be forever and evermore, and whatever case may be? What if he was smart enough? What if he was smart enough to, like, if there's certain movie clips in certain movies?
The poem
that
don't
happen
say
to be-
movies.
Maybe we should all just take a break and go watch Indiana Jones.
I can watch
How many times did he say that?
because the Indiana Jones is about adventure, so that's what he's trying to tell you.
Well, maybe there's something in Indiana Jones that you're
Maybe,
missing, brother.
you know what I mean? Maybe there could be. I had about maybes about a million times in my life. You know?
Brother, I think there's a lot more people picking up on what I'm saying than you are.
Okay,
I don't
so
really,
let me
I don't
ask
really
you
care
this.
about other people.
Let me ask you this, Tranquil. You indicated you're looking for something else, and why?
Honestly,
hold on. Let me finish. Why haven't
Sure.
you made it back out to find what you're looking for? Do you know the final spot? You just haven't been able to go out there. What has stopped you from retrieving whatever you're looking for?
I'll be there waiting for you, brother. It's not going anywhere. It's not. And when he tells you it's in the Rocky Mountains somewhere north of Santa Fe, maybe it really is in the Rocky Mountains.
They're trying to use that reverse.
No, I'm using his words. Guys, we've all assumed otherwise.
You're contradicting what the man said. That's what you're doing. You're playing the game with the guy's words.
He's playing a game with us. What are you talking about?
He played a game because you let your imagination go to your game.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
So let me ask you another question. When do you plan on going out to checking and verifying when did you come up with your final spot or the special spot? When did you come up with it?
It took a while. It took when I got to the halfway point of heavy loads and water high, you will all go the same way and you're gonna hit a dead end. You're gonna find out you can't go much further without going to jail. And then you're gonna figure something else out, and you're gonna figure out and look quickly down. Down from what? Well, maybe you just need to look down from Google Earth.
Okay, so when did you come up with your finals, the Forrest Fenn's very special spot? When did you come up with that?
Street, I get it, brother. You want me to put an actual date on it? Can I just not right now?
Well, I'm trying to follow up on the question. You're patient and you know the final spot.
I am. I'm
Waiting,
patient.
It'll be there waiting for you. I want to know how long you've been sitting on it, waiting to go retrieve it.
Well, you're asking me, has I actually put my hands on something, or do I know for sure?
No, I'm asking when you figured it out and you said it'll be there waiting. You're in no hurry. How long have you been waiting since you figured it out?
It's been about a year.
Okay, all right.
It's been.
See, that wasn't
All
that
right,
hard.
I'll say this. It's been
Then he
before.
answered your question. He won't answer none of mine.
Well, because brother, you got to learn how to ask a question, like in a nice way and intelligent.
What do you mean?
You know.
Hey, why? Because I'm straight up.
You don't have to yell, man.
I'm not yelling, man. Trust me. This ain't
Street's
yelling.
just asking a question like a gentleman. Just be
but
straight up.
I'm not street and I'm not trusted. I'm Rob.
He's from Chicago, man. They're loud people. You just got to accept it. Rob's always loud, man. Always. Okay. So here we got a picture. You think you figured it out, the final spot, a year ago. That means after the find announcement, you continued on your search, right?
Hold on.
You all right there, Justin?
Yeah, I'm just tired.
Nah, street. I know where you're going to. You're going to do the whole. Well, if you knew where it was the whole time and you let these
No,
people
no,
die, and all this.
Now
other
you know what
shit.
the man's gonna say. Let the guy
No,
talk.
hold
That's
on. That's not where
because I'm as smart as he is.
No,
Listen, that's
Well,
not because street. The answer to your question is I don't know absolutely for sure because I have not put my hand. I truly. It takes time, man. He even said even if you know where it is, it's going to take you a minute.
okay.
Maybe it's hidden that well.
Hold on. You just indicated you're going to help us, and now you're telling us you don't really know for sure.
No, street. Hold on. Stop. No. Wait. Back up, dude. No, I have help.
I'm sorry. You're starting to sound a lot like Paul, man. Just running in circles. Honestly,
Brother, I'm surprised to hear that from you.
well, you shouldn't be because you're sounding like him. Honestly, I asked you simple.
How so, man? Everybody's been trying to.
I'm backing
Listen,
you into a corner.
I could have stopped at beginning. I could have stopped at beginning where Warren's halt. Everybody was trying to figure that shit out for years.
Did you dip your toe in it?
That's bullshit right there. That was Fugazi.
I'm asking you
right
a question. Forrest said it to K-Pro. Did you dip your toe in it? Yes or no? Can you answer my question now? I will thank you if you would answer
A- Actually, his question was, how did you dip your toe in it?
No, the question was, did you dip your toe in it? That's exactly what he said.
Well,
Did you dip your toe in it? Yes or no?
You'll figure it out
I'll go back on mute until I hear a better.
Listen. Well, I've tried.
We all have, man. Don't get discouraged. This is just the beginning. It gets better. It really does.
I'm not. But listen, just do me a favor.
This is a heavyweight bout. It goes 12 rounds.
Hey, brother, I get that. That's cool. And there might only be one person that wins it in the end. And you know what? If it's me, fine. I don't. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm a humble person. You know, I'm not a greedy person. And if something happens and I figure this, and it is what it is, I'd love to meet a lot of people in Santa Fe. Let's have a party. Let's have a good time. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that dude.
No, I just
Okay.
think that you're so involved with your style that you can't let
Well-
other styles in.
No, I can, and I've thought about them, but
I've been
also-
there, brother. You know how hard it was to admit that I was wrong? Man, it's
But
probably the
if-
hardest thing I ever did in my life.
I'm giving you things to go touch.
I
To
touched many
physically go
things.
touch.
It wasn't the chest, man.
Okay,
right.
let me say this. You just made the statement, you're humble and not greedy. If
No.
that is true, then go ahead and tell us where it's at, and someone in the area will go check for you. How's that? That's being humble and not
Why?
greedy.
Why the hell do I need that?
Well, you want to
I've made
help
it
us,
to the
that'll
end.
help someone.
I've made it to the end. Why the hell would I want somebody else to go find out what I figured out after what year is this?
Because
22?
you're humble and not greedy. That's why.
No, but I also want to figure it out for myself. I put this much effort into it, brother.
Yeah, we all put a lot of efforts in a lot of our
Why in the
styles.
hell would I want to just say, hey, you go finish what I've done for 8 fucking years?
But you know what? I do got to give you credit on one thing, man. You came on this show and you give your opinion. I got to
Yeah.
give you that, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a tough crowd here because we all got our
It is.
opinion.
Hey, and that's fair enough.
And
man.
we're only
That's-
going on what
Yep,
Forrest
that's
said
fair
that
enough.
about it.
And
Well,
you,
all
you've
I'm
watched
saying is
enough
you
of
got
them.
you.
This
you
is a
guys
mellow
know-
crowd. You've watched enough shows. This one's
Yeah.
mellow. Man. They
Hey,
get
man,
this.
this is like Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas type, man. You
Well,
know, it's
I would
12
like
rounds.
to. I would like to. Street. I'm going to listen to some of your shit, and I want you to play the shit back and listen to it, and maybe watch that movie, The Staircase. And someone's going to say, "God damn, dude, heavy loads and water high." Wait, oh no, excuse me. Beginning where warm water's all. Shit. He's been in the wood and 2 vessels of water, and she's walking in with a damn cane. She's halting. What
Yeah,
if
but-
that's
Yeah,
what?
but there's-
Yeah, but
you gotta
but
have
what that
some-
means is
gotta dip
Loretto
your
Chapel.
toe in-
What if
the man
what
said
if
you gotta
Loretto
dip your
Chapel?
toe in it.
What if Loretto Chapel is? Well, here's the thing too. Here's what I think too. If you're gonna do a treasure hunt and you're gonna develop a poem, are you gonna run up to this place and that place? I mean,
No, it's
you're gonna
impossible.
know you're gonna know in your own damn backyard what everything means.
Correct. Before you go out
I mean,
there.
yeah, brother. I mean,
I done it too,
he
man.
did. In my
I done
opinion,
the same
in my,
thing, bro.
and
I
I'm
went to
saying,
my spot 3
and-
times,
and
even
I'm
though when I
saying
know
in
I'm-
my opinion, just in my opinion, dude, he did this shit in his backyard, bro. He did it right there with everything he knows. And all he did was twist up the words.
I believe that. I believe there's words you could use in a poem that are related to
Doesn't
that
mean the ending place is in Santa Fe. I'm telling everybody this right now. Please listen to me. Please listen to me.
You gotta say please. We're all listening, brother.
The treasure chest is not at his gallery. It's not in his backyard of his house or in his pond. It's not in Santa Fe. It starts in Santa Fe and goes, I'll say it, it goes northeast from there. All right.
So the
It is-
treasure chest was
It is not in Santa Fe. The
So-
ending place the street is asking me to tell everybody is not in the town of Santa Fe or the county thereof of Santa Fe, both being the same. It's not, but it doesn't mean it doesn't start there.
okay. I don't even know how to go about this right now. Maybe she could help me out.
Well, I took you damn near halfway.
I just can't see a man with a little note going to his treasure spot. With
Why I'm
phone.
not rushing out there and doing
Hey
what I
man,
need to
you
do.
don't let nobody talk, so keep talking. I let you talk, but you don't let nobody else talk.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead. Nope, you got the floor. I want See
I
how
thought you were
far-
gonna say if I knew what I'm doing,
you
why
thought-
I'm not rushing
you
rushing
thought
out
you
there.
knew what I was gonna say. You're right. Go ahead.
No, street view answer.
I don't need a street to answer. I know streets his solve, everybody else.
Are you wondering why I'm not rushing out there to go get it?
I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth. Do you do that? But this is your first appearance, so I understand. You got to warm up to this.
I don't have a problem speaking in front of people. I'm okay with that, and I'm not nervous about it. I don't know if I came across that way.
I don't know. I think you gotta let everybody have their opinion too.
I do. I respect your opinion. I really do. I'm just giving you an alternative opinion. You don't have to believe it. I'm not trying to force feed this shit on anybody. I'm just saying, what if?
So you're just giving us your opinion, you say.
Yes, I said that from the beginning.
It's a lot easier to say, you know what, this is my opinion. This is where I think it's at. And if you do find something, then share it.
I'm trying to give you some things that might make sense that coincide with the poem, that actually have the breakdown of the poem, that has
the poem.
has a map that goes along with the poem that
Correct.
makes sense.
Yeah, poem and a map, a good map, he said.
Yeah.
A good map. He doesn't say Google map. He just says a
Yeah.
good map.
Yeah, he wore it in front of us every day on his belt buckle. Greenstone. Greenstone belt.
So let me ask you a question. If Forrest Fenn
A
just
book that was never written.
if the poem was just written and nobody knew who Forrest Fenn was, I would have bought his book buckle would tell me a clue where the treasure's at. If I never knew Forrest Fenn.
I have no idea how to answer that. None.
Because you're backed up to a wall.
What are you talking? No, I'm not backed up to anything,
you can't
man.
answer it, that means you don't have an answer.
I'm not.
Am I right or wrong?
I don't even know how to answer what you're saying.
Okay.
I think that you're trying to defend your own solve, which is cool.
No,
I get
you don't
it.
even know myself. I don't even care to even tell you.
I could probably find. Who am I speaking to? Trusted Living?
No, this is Rob G.
All right, Rob G. I mean, I'm sure Big Rob or no?
Well, did you ask who am I listening to? You should know my name then.
Well, I'm looking at the video, dude. I don't know. I mean, but what I'm saying is I've heard your voice. I've heard your voice before. If I go back and look at it, I'm sure I could hear your song.
You don't know who I am.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's fair. That's fair.
You have not been watching me for a while, I'll tell you that. So that's a bold-faced lie.
But the thing is, man, don't get upset, dude. I'm not
upset, but
I'm not trying to deflate your balloon, brother.
When I catch somebody one lie, it's easy to catch them on other lies.
You're not going to catch me in a lie. There's nothing for me to lie about.
You haven't been watching me for a while. You're wrong. And I'm a very blunt person, man. That's the way I am. So no hard feelings.
Hey, Big Rod, do me a favor. Just fact check some stuff I'm trying to tell you. That's all.
I've been down that rabbit hole. I'm not going back down that
hole. Then don't, man. It's not for you then.
It's not for me, man. It's
tap out, brother.
It's not my type of
tap out. Matter of fact, I wish more people would tap out like everybody else.
Man, it ain't my type of Kool-Aid, bro.
Where are we at now? Are we still at the water treatment plant? Or we are at Hyde Memorial State Park? Or we at all the way up at Ski Santa Fe at the end of the road? Where are we at right now?
I pretty much told you. Well, listen.
Because that's the only road. That's the only road to get northeast up out of that region where the water treatment plant is to take Route 475 all the way up through Hyde Park, all the way up to the end to where Ski Santa Fe is. Where
I didn't. That's
that thing where skiing across the water.
And I think someone said it a while back when you go back to the poem. And he says, I have gone alone in there. A lot of stuff, in my opinion, again, is word games. It's word games. A lot of this synonyms and stuff like
Cinnamon.
that.
Now 100%, I agree with that. The cinnamon.
But also, when you look at, I have gone. Take the word gone. Just take the word gone. Split it.
No, don't mess with the poem. You're splitting the poem. You're wrong right off the bat. Now you can use cinnamon.
Hey, street. Listen to this.
Why you always got to go to street?
Go.
Talking.
Go northeast.
Well, since you mentioned me, I'll pop in here real quick. If you've been watching us all and you're familiar with us, what am I notorious for when it comes to the thrill of the chase? What am I notorious for about solving the poem?
Shit. Good question. I don't know. The opposite of what I'm probably saying, I guess. I don't know. Or
well, no, you made a statement. You're familiar with us all. I'm very notorious for this. And
I'm not writing notes. I'm not writing notes down, guys. I don't sit there and write notes down on you guys.
Well, you wouldn't have to. It's just very clear of a statement I always make. And Candy, everyone messes with me.
Remind me, brother.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay. Fair enough. I'd like to talk more. I mean, I'm getting to that point in my life where I'd like to finish some things. And maybe this is one of them. Well, it is one of them. You know? I've enjoyed it. It has kept me busy in a otherwise very stressful career. Okay. Things that have happened very a lot of tragic things. This has kept my mind off of things. It's kept me going. I've kept it for myself to I think we all can understand something like that. This is why I'm not in such a hurry to finish things. I'm really not. I don't care that a chest was found in Wyoming. Good. Awesome. Maybe it's not another chest that needs to be found. Maybe it's something else. He told everybody point blank with the promise of future discoveries, did he not?
Yes, he did.
We believed him then. Why would we not believe him now?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm still discovering new things. That's why I'm still here.
Yep.
All I'm saying, guys, is listen. It's been nice talking with y'all. Stay in the game. Check some things out. See if this guy at Tranquility Base is full of shit. I'm not trying to swerve anybody. I'm not trying to cause hate. I'm not trying to cause turmoil. I'm really not. I'm just as tired of it as you are.
Oh yeah, I think we all are, man. That's why we're all searching for the answers still. But
yeah, exactly, brother. I'm with you.
We know the chest is gone. Maybe there's another big story after this.
Yeah. There very well may be. There very well may be.
So let me ask you this, but it sounds like you get ready to dip out. Let me ask you this. Does it make you happy when you think of your solve and all that and your journey? Are you happy?
Oh, dude, it's what, honestly, it's what keeps, I don't want to say sane. That's too bold. It helps and just dealing with stuff.
It copes with problems in your life that keeps you going.
Yeah, man.
So in other words,
I'm there right now, man.
I've seen some bad stuff, man.
Me too, brother.
And I've been involved with some pretty violent stuff in my life.
Trust me.
Nothing illegal. No, I'm not that kind of guy.
No,
But
it's cool.
I mean, we're talking a 30-year career in what I do. Okay.
Completely understandable.
You know, and it's going out there and making multiple trips. Dude, I've had to knock this off a piece at a time. I got as far as Loretta Chapel. I got as far as Canyon Road. I figured out, God damn, you ain't walking down Canyon Road.
So would you agree? Would you agree, Tranquility, that it was a welcome escape from reality and daily norm?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a blast, man. It still is.
Then you found your
And
treasure.
I don't want, and honestly, I don't want it to end Street or Big Rob or Trusted Living or
yeah, but all good things
Candy
come to an end.
Huh?
All good things come to an end. The only
They
thing
do, man.
They
may.
Why you think we're all here? We want to know the story.
Or I might be that guy that's just cool enough to freaking leave it there and just maybe a little something, keep it going. I don't know.
Well, now hold on. You stated earlier that you want it for yourself. That's why you're
no. I told you I'm a humble dude. I don't need a bunch of riches. I don't need all that, man. I just, like everybody else, I just kind of want to know, hey man, was I on the right track?
Yeah, and that's like, I wasn't trying to downgrade you.
I'll tell all of you right now, I am not the guy that's gonna
personal bias.
I am not the cat that's gonna hoist it above my head and say I beat all y'all.
No, I don't think there's a lot of people like now that
give a shit, man.
Not me either. I would have done it. What was
it could be worth $3-4 million. I don't really. It's great, wonderful.
Man, but we're not looking. Some people wasn't looking for the cash.
No, dude, I wouldn't be after this long, man. I've been on horseback out there. I've done everything, man. I've been up to damn Ski Santa Fe. I've been up and down
the journey that
I've been up to all around that shit, but that's not where it took me.
The only thing you have at the end of your life is your memories. So he's trying to give you a memory of your happiness.
Yeah, man. I've been out. You know what, man? Like I've heard a lot of people say. You know, I have a brother who's in the same kind of business, and whatever case may be, this and that. We got to go out there together. We've never been, we're tight, but not this and that. But that brought us together to go out there and do this kind of stuff. And you're throwing out a 60-70 pound backpack on, and you're out for 3-4 days out in the woods. It was good shit, man. It continues to be that way. And I'm not saying you have to do that, because I'm telling you right now, he is damn right when he says don't go where a 79 or 80-year-old man could go in 2 trips in one day. I'm telling you right now, he is completely right. You do not have to do the shit that I did. You don't. It took me, did it, in my opinion, did it pay off in the end? Yeah, because you figure out that ain't it. Because if you're doing these kind of things, that's not it. But it takes time. In my opinion, it just takes time. All I'm trying to say is take some of the things that we've discussed, look at them in a fresh look. Just give me that. I'm not looking for relevance from anybody or, hey, Tranquility, you're right. I'm not saying that, man. Just look at it. Let's look at it in a different way.
Yeah, but you know what? We all looked into so many styles already. No disrespect.
I know you're tired, man. I know, brother. I get it.
If I give you my style, you'd be like, man, that looks pretty good too. You know what? We don't know the answer. The only thing we know is what Forrest has told us. That's all we know. Everything else is hearsay. Yes, we want the answers. That's why we're still here, is for the story, man.
Okay. Right. But I also hear a pause in your thought. I feel a pause.
There ain't no pause. I'm exhausted from this. Like we all can't be right, man. Everybody has to be wrong. There's only one person that's right now.
Well,
them are facts, man. Them are facts.
Well, you haven't found the one person yet.
You haven't either. Trusted Living hasn't.
I'm not brave enough to say
Didn't have it.
I'm not bold-
The rest of the crew that's here has got no answers. We ain't gonna get answers until we're ready to get them answers, and who knows when.
Okay, I'm brave enough to say it. I found the right person, and it's me. It's me.
I hope it is.
And that with $2 gets
Well,
me a small
just remember this.
coffee at Dunkin' Donuts.
Just remember this.
Yeah, right.
Just remember this. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's in Santa Fe or it was in Santa Fe.
I ain't talking to Cynthia at all. I don't believe everything that anything comes out of her mouth. So I ain't calling Cynthia for nothing.
What? I don't know what that means, but
He's talking to chat.
Chat room.
oh, okay.
Cynthia knows as much as she knows herself.
All right, guys, give it a try, man. Just give it a try, and maybe I'll come back and.
Well,
I'd
I
like
hope,
to
I
try-
hope
I'd like-
you realize, Tranquility, I'm the one in 2019 that my first video to YouTube, January, I came out and said, I found the treasure. I'm going to show it to everyone. That's who I am.
You haven't heard that from me.
Well, I'm just letting you know who you're talking to here. I came out in 2019 and told everyone.
Brother, I'm not saying that.
It was the old timers. The old timers beat the shit.
I hear a
out of
lot of people saying I found it. I haven't heard a damn thing about what the clues mean.
We don't know what the clue
Well,
means.
if
I've
you
never
listen to-
heard
Hold on,
anybody.
if you said you've listened to all of it, you're familiar. I have clearly, on many occasions, too many occasions to count, have told.
I can't recall anybody walking anybody through half the damn poem.
Nobody has.
I've done it, but I'm not
Well, it
going to.
just happened tonight. It just happened.
In the past.
Oh
lot
no,
of
we
people
got people
have.
that we have people, but it's not logic people.
All right. Well, okay. Can I ask this at
It's
least?
nothing against you, but it sounds that our way out
Is
there.
there? Okay, hold on a minute. Do you think there's any logic at all in what I've told you?
No.
No, man, I'm gonna be honest, man. Even I don't care if it's Christmas or New Year's, I'm gonna tell you the truth. No.
Will you at least do me one favor?
No, I'm not gonna walk the stairway to hell. No. Because it's ridiculous, man. I just can't bring myself there. But if it's if it's a spiritual journey that took you there and it's making you happy throughout your life, then keep taking it, bro. Don't let me stop your journey. Don't let me stop your journey.
Hey, man. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough.
You know, I'm remembering now. Tranquility, you've mentioned this staircase publicly, or somebody else has, hasn't they?
Quite a few people have.
Oh, I'm sure a few people have. And Forrest himself even said there's been more than a few people that have gotten the first clue right.
What
does that? So what does that tell you, man?
Clues.
If there's been more than a few people that have gotten the first couple clues right, how hard is it to get the Laredo staircase and Canyon Road is right next to it?
Yeah, but you could put that
Canyon Road.
You could put that in any style.
Canyon Road is the second. Hold on, man. Canyon Road is the second clue, is right next door to it. It's not that big of a stretch, and it does go down.
Yeah, there's a lot of canyons that go up and down, bro. I could show you about 100 canyons
in one road. State. It is a literal.
I could show you 100 canyon roads in every state.
Oh, this one just happens to be right there in Santa Fe, right next to.
You probably got the wrong canyon with the wrong state, man. No offense, but it happened to me too, man.
All right, buddy. Hey, you may be right. You very well may be right.
I know.
You may be right.
It sucks. I went 2,200 miles from Chicago. When I got there, I said, "Oh shit, I'm wrong."
Right.
That's always fun. That's always fun looking at something on Google Maps and thinking.
Yep, I jumped the gun.
You know what it is, and then when you get there, and
Google Maps said Google Maps said there's no gate there. I went there. There was a fucking gate there. I said, "What is this gate doing here?"
Right.
And it's funny because Google Map was there doing the area, and I went straight up to him and I said, "When I looked on your map, there was no gate here, sir." And he goes, "No, this gate been here for a while. We just not have updated it." I said, "You son of a." It pissed me off, trust it so bad. I looked at my brother and said, "We're sneaking in this gate.
Oh, yeah.
We're coming back at about 2 a.m." And we
The
did.
terrain can look so much different on Google.
Well,
Maps.
also look at this. Also
Then
look
it-
at this. Also look at this. Think about this when you're looking at the book and you're looking at the book. He says things like, look at the big picture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. There's more than one big picture. But the one with the lady in the veil, okay, the picture of that. They're also
Yeah, like the veil looks like a waterfall, right?
no, there's no waterfalls in, at least in my solve at all. I think that's Fugazi myself.
But,
But my point is Barbara Hershey, the same person. If you break that thing down and look at that one, you're going to find that she plays in a movie that kind of corresponds with that big picture.
Well, anyone who has had the book and read it,
Yeah.
all you got to do is you have the treasure in your lap. Turn it over. The dust cover has the treasure. It's sitting in your lap while you're reading it.
Well, it's like the same thing where he talks about, hold on, like Street, maybe you will agree, maybe you won't. You remember where he talks about the story with him and Shiloh, and they go to this party out at in LA with
Suzanne
Summers, and
yep.
He's sitting on this bench and he's just having a good time and whatever, and this cat sits next to him and everything, and he doesn't know who this person is or what. Actually, I don't even think it was with Shiloh then, but he is at this party.
It was Shiloh because he drove his plane there.
Right. But whatever. Okay, whatever. But he's sitting next to this guy. He's got glasses on and shit like this. And he goes, someone tells him, "Oh, that was the singer, Rocket Man,
Elton John.
Elton John." And he doesn't know who the hell Elton John is. Do you really believe that he didn't know?
No, he knows who
Elton John is?
That's where the hint comes in. You don't think he knew
Exactly.
who he is?
Exactly.
Come on, he's a big time singer, a celebrity. Now he's hinting it. Now you're right about that. He's hinting at something.
It's bullshit, man.
Yeah.
It was Elton John was when was Elton John the most famous for Rocket Man? What, back in the 70s?
It's not bullshit. He's
But
hiding
that
it.
bullshit corresponds to something in the book. Look at the little gold.
It mirrors it. It mirrors the image.
Hold on, man. Look at the little gold figure in the book.
Yeah.
And he's reaching down. If you look at it and you look at his feet and you look at this, looks like an astronaut, man. Look a little closer. Look a little closer.
What page is this on? Like, I don't
know. The one with the map with the gold, the pieces of gold, and it's all together.
Oh, the map where he's laying down on the map.
Guys, that's Rocket Man.
No, that's just a
think of MTV. Hold on, think of MTV, and think of the whole thing where he's the MTV logo, back in the day.
Man, that's a man, and that's a man
laying
astronaut
with the astronaut.
That's a man laying on an inner tube, bro. That ain't Rocket Man.
Maybe. Hold on. Maybe not only movie clips, but maybe there's some songs out there too. And maybe let's throw this one out here for a minute. Think about this. Maybe nobody's ever heard this one before. What about the lady that's on the jar? The naked lady on the jar.
I don't know, no licking lady.
Go to Goldenmore chapter. Anybody got the book?
Yeah, I got the book, but it's hidden away.
All right. So if obviously you make them think about it. The Goldenmore chapter, there's a naked lady dancing on a damn one of the jars. She's got her hands up in the air. We all think different things. What if that just simply means
that's a gypsy?
Hold on. What if that simply means tiny dancer, man? He's already bullshitted and told everybody he's sitting next to Elton John, doesn't know who the hell it is. What if he's hinting not only to different things, but he's also hinting the song? But wait a minute, that's not in a poem. It doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm just saying, if I was looking for the chest, I would have to be.
Brother, that's Tiny Dancer right there, in my opinion. Maybe we should all listen to the words.
But I'm just saying, if I'm looking for a treasure box, I'm looking at the poem and not Elton John.
Well, that's why you're not finding it.
So now I got to talk to Elton John to figure out where the chest is.
Oh, maybe you need to take everything. Everything. Maybe he
Come
was
on.
You might
smart
have to
enough.
give up a little. Hey, Big Rob, you might have to give up a
so
little something to
this
Elton
is why-
John to get a clue.
No, but hold on now. This is why MIT and these people can't figure out because you don't have numbers. You don't have. What if he used everything? What if he used a little bit of everything to develop this thing?
But what I'm just saying, if I gave you the poem and the poem only, and you read the poem, how would I know go to a staircase and Elton John to get the treasure box?
You got to think outside the box, brother.
No, come on, man. Elton John's not in the poem.
No, but he sure talked about him.
In the poem.
No.
Then Elton John has nothing to do with the treasure box.
Well, wait a second. Forrest said there was one word in the poem that helps more than all the other words.
I can't do
What
this.
word gets you to that staircase?
There's no word. There's no word that gets you to the staircase that I'm aware of.
There has to be something in the poem that gets you there.
He also said when he admitted that the first clue is
I was
beginning
forced.
World War I.
If Forrest Fenn was alive and hearing this, it'd be ridiculous. I'm telling you this right now. He put an end to all this crap already.
Well, I agree with Trustin and Rob. Where in the poem told you, was it the first stanza told you that beginning with warm water's heart is a Laredo church? How did you make that? Where did you get that? Because of something he said in the book?
No, you
Or
missed
was it
everything.
something in the poem that led you there?
No, you missed everything that I said in the beginning, man. I simply just begin. The treasure chest is hidden 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe, somewhere in the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah,
That's
but
how
how you get that from the poem? The poem never says 8.25 miles.
No,
So let's focus about the poem.
man.
Well, now hold on, Rob.
Come on, man.
I never
Really?
misunderstood you. You started out, you're beginning where warm water's halt. You
Right.
believe it was Laredo Church. It's
Laredo
a simple
Chapel.
question.
Laredo Chapel.
Okay, we're Laredo Chapel. It's a simple question. What in the poem or in the book led you to think it's Laredo? How did you get there?
There's nothing in the poem, and I don't know if there's anything in the book, but there's nothing in the poem. All I'm saying is I simply started off in the beginning. What the hell does Santa Fe mean? That's it. That's simple.
But Santa Fe's not in the poem either.
But he also said that the treasure is hidden at least 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe, somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. How can you ignore what he's saying and just take
But
it?
it's not in the poem, so if he never said it.
But you have to figure
Listen,
out the others.
Please
Hold
listen.
on, man.
Please listen for 1 second.
The reason why we ignore
All right.
a lot
Yeah,
of what
I know.
Forrest
I get it.
said is because you
Now I
have
understand.
to be able to use just the poem and a good map with your solve and have a reasonable way that you got to your starting point.
Wait, where does he say that you have to use the poem and the poem only?
All
Where?
you need is the poem and a good map. That's
That's
where
all
you-
he said.
And what he's also say, maybe Google Earth or something like that, or whatever case may be, might help or whatever.
He never said
That was
Google Maps.
later, yeah.
He never even talked about Google Maps. So when
He
the
says-
poem
he also
said-
says He also says read the book and read the book again and read it again. And
yeah,
read
if
it
it's
again.
not helping you, he said you can find a chest with,
But how-
with my poem only.
But if you're looking at ancillary clues that coincide with the poem, all I'm saying is you take everything that he has, everything that he's talked about, video, the book, everything, use it all. Why are you
Yeah,
limiting?
I agree with that.
Maybe because people are just limiting themselves just to the poem. But maybe you'll figure out what the poem means when you figure out.
The
number one.
man would just have the poem. He said if he died and had a heart attack, and the only thing he had was the poem.
I
The
don't recall that.
The
I don't
poem
recall
be
that.
the only thing. There wouldn't even been a book at all.
I don't recall that at all.
I recall it. Now, don't tell me. I remember that. There'd be
Okay.
a poem. There would have been
Brother,
only a
I'm
poem.
not calling you a liar.
If the
I'm
guy
just
had a
trying to
heart,
answer your. I'm
if-
trying to answer your
if
question.
Forrest-
Is how I. All right.
if
No,
Forrest-
we're being very clear about this. What
Okay.
led you? And you keep saying Santa Fe. Well, what led you to think it was Santa Fe?
Because he said it.
Well, he said a lot
So
of
am I?
things. If,
Okay, but I'm supposed
we
to
are to
disregard.
take, hold on.
If we're
We've
playing
let
a
you
game,
talk a lot, and you keep interrupting everybody. Let someone finish their thought, like we've let you finish your thought a lot of times.
fair enough.
It's very simple. The poem, the book, and a good map, however he worded it. Now you took your imagination and your opinions and interpretation of his words in that poem, and you thought Santa Fe, Laredo Chapel, right? You brought that into the poem. It was not in the poem. It does not exist in the poem. You brought it into the poem.
That is correct.
Yes, that's all we were going at, and it seemed to got
Okay.
sidetracked there. It's real.
But does it mean it's wrong?
In my opinion,
What?
yes, you brought your own opinions into his words.
Or
Yes,
what?
Laredo Chapel.
He also said the first clue you're gonna have to figure out for yourself.
yeah, but forget about what he said and just focus on the poem. And
He
say
said the
man-
first clue is not in the
Let somebody
poem. You have to
talk now.
figure it out for
Let
yourself.
somebody talk. Let somebody talk now. Now, if Forrest wrote the poem and hit the treasure chest and had a massive heart attack, the only thing we would have is no books. We would just have the poem. Now, you have to read the poem to find the man's treasure chest. Forget the chapel, forget the stairway, forget Montana, Colorado, Wyoming. Just Finn's poem. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where does Laredo and movies come with the warm water halts? Forget everything else YouTubers say. Where does warm waters halt?
You're asking me that, or how I figured that out,
I'm just saying.
or how I
how you
think I
come up-
figured it out.
I don't know how your words reaches your location. Like,
Well, he said, and somebody can fact check me. He said that the first clue, beginning with Warm Waters Halt, you're going to have to figure that out on your own.
he said, you have to go straight to it.
And then go straight to it.
Yeah,
Maybe. But
that could be a lot of
he's
places now.
if he's saying you're going to have to figure that out on your own, then how in the hell are you going to figure that out in the damn poem?
Because he
Not-
said that it's in the poem. Read the poem. He never said for you to read
Mine's
any.
in, hey, Big Rob, mine's in the poem. Is yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So it can be done.
Am I right or wrong? I don't know, and I don't care anymore. I'm about to cry. Just give me the damn answer.
Well, I agree, but I'll go even one step further. He didn't even narrow it down to the friggin' Rocky Mountains and the 4 states until time kept progressing. It was total open. In the
It was
beginning,
right. In the
so
beginning, it
that-
was just
should
north.
people
In the
take that
beginning, it
to
was just,
mean
it was
until Forrest started giving out hints that it was impossible to solve it? I don't think
right.
so. I don't think that'd be very fair.
Right. In the beginning, he said it was just north. It was in the Rocky Mountains, just north of Santa Fe.
Nope. Nope.
No, he did not. He
Nope.
just said north of
He
Santa
just-
Fe.
If you read
Well,
the
yeah.
dust cover, it just says, it doesn't even say Rocky Mountains, I think. It's north
It says
of
north of
Fe,
Santa
Right.
Fe.
Right.
Mountain.
Okay. All right. All right. Hey, listen, my error. But it wasn't till later he started doing the whole.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Then he said,
It's obvious where the starting point was, because begin at where warm waters halt is the continental divide to start with. And
But
then
if
from
he-
that point, you gotta narrow it down to where he's talking about. And there's numerous locations like he said. Only one of them's the correct one, but there's numerous locations like it, and they are almost all north of Santa Fe.
correct.
Hmm. Yeah. There's a million warm waters halt or whatever, and they're most are north of Santa Fe. In my opinion, that says point blank that if you're going after streams and this and that, you're not going to find it.
But that's
That's not true
an
either.
additional-
But
That's all
because-
additional.
would you at least agree that if you don't have to agree, but just think of if begin at where warm waters halt is not a tributary or a confluence of rivers or streams and
It is.
doesn't have a damn thing to do with water or streams.
No, it has to do with water.
It absolutely has to do with water.
You sure about that, brother?
Yeah, because the
100%.
man even told, did you
Did you
dip
bet
your
your
toe in
life
it?
on that?
100%.
100%.
All right. Well, fair enough.
100%. Not
Hey,
even
would you like
no.
to know
Rock
the
on.
location? I'll even tell you the location.
Rock
Would you
on,
like to
man.
know it? You say that we don't say
Sure.
anything.
You want to tell me? Fine.
The location is Twin Lakes Reservoirs in Colorado.
Nice.
Mhm.
There's two reservoirs there, not one. Waters, not just water.
Yeah,
And there's
nice.
many reservoirs north of Santa Fe.
That's where your poem ends.
That's where it
That's
starts.
That's where he
your
starts. That's
answer?
his warm water halts. That's where he started. His
And the
local
key,
system.
the key word in the
Okay.
poem, key word used to solve it,
Fair
but the
enough.
key word that's in the poem that leads you there is the word
Right.
and. This and that, this and that, this and
Right.
that, this and that. Twin Lakes Reservoirs is
like
two
like music, like music notes,
Right.
back and forth, back and forth.
My warm waters halt, what I refer to as my warm waters halt, is birth.
Nice.
I think I've heard you say that before.
Yes, birth.
Yeah, I've heard tears. I've heard blood. I've heard, this and that. Also, what is the forest called just to the east of Santa Fe?
Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, or Cleveland or something.
No, there's a major national forest just east of Santa Fe.
East of Santa Fe.
Yeah.
Trying to think of it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the area. I saw it before, man. What the hell is that over there? I don't know. I have no idea. My warm water halts is well, my 8 clues are in Yellowstone National Park, but my 9th is outside the park. It has nothing to do.
It's the Sangre. I think it's the Sangre de Cristo.
The what?
The Sangre de Cristo National Forest.
The
Yeah,
blood of Christ.
Rather, yeah.
The blood of Christ, right?
Well,
Yeah,
think about this.
Spiritual.
First stanza was totally left out, and he indicated the first clue is begin at where warm waters halt. He totally ignored the first stanza.
Right, exactly.
And it starts out as I have gone alone in there.
Right.
Where do we all go alone in? All of us.
Our memories.
Well, death. And this is about his death and his very special spot. Now he's
Okay.
telling us right from the get-go, as I have gone alone in there. He
That's
planned
right.
on dying at his very special spot, as
Mhm.
I have gone alone in there, and with my rich and blah 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 blah.
Right.
Rich is new and old. He's telling us right from the get-go. We know for a fact that his very special spot is where he intended on dying. It's only
How do you know
logical
that's
to
a fact,
assume
man?
that
It's
as I have
logical, but
gone,
it's not a fact. It
well,
might
it
be
is.
logical, but it's not a fact, Street. It's not a
It is a
fact.
fact to me. It is a
It's not a
fact.
fact to anything, even what I'm trying to tell you, unless I have something in my hand. It's not a fact what I'm telling you. I'm just giving you an opinion.
Well, I know,
I'll give
but
you
I
an
just
opinion.
said, I just
You know how people beat around the bush and just don't give you shit?
like you've been
Nothing?
doing.
Come on, brother. Come on, brother. I've actually given you locations and everything.
Have you?
Yes.
Locations to what?
No, man, what you started an
Brother,
hour.
Hey,
Hey,
Oh,
no
Lord.
offense, but no offense, we let you
You want
on.
street addresses?
Nah, man, that ain't gonna help no more.
Well, I
just
mean,
as dumb.
shit. What do you want? I mean, I can give you that too.
So you said earlier, refresh my memory. You said earlier you started quoting the first stanza. What does the first stanza mean to you?
Okay. Honestly,
like-
to me, as I have gone alone in there, I think gone means go northeast. As I've gone alone in there and with my treasures bold. I think it's a lot of people think that that's like everything. I don't think it's anything, but and hint of riches new and old. And hint of riches new and old, in my opinion, is the big one. That's the big one. It's like almost to tell you this is how you figure this shit out. And riches new and old is not, in my opinion, it's not have anything to do with old riches, New Mexico, old New Mexico, whatever case may be. Riches.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of agree on that. It don't mean that. I think it
yeah,
just
riches are accumulations. And,
riches are also
and
movies.
here's a hint for you. And hint, riches new and old, accumulations new and old, water new and old, reservoir.
but
Riches,
To go back to what I said about the fact, we were all told he was going to die. He came up with this. He ruined the story because he survived, but he's going to do it anyhow. So the very special spot of where we're all looking for, that's what we're looking for. You're not looking for a treasure chest. You're looking for his very special spot because that's where his treasure will be. It's a fact. I'll state it again. It's a fact. The first stanza, the fact that he said the first clue is begin it, that tells me the first stanza is not a clue. He's telling you exactly of his very special spot. That's why
correct.
I said a fact. It's a fact.
Yes, correct.
I don't know.
But he's telling you to begin the journey where begin it. So where to begin something is where to start.
Well, if the first clue is in the second stanza, the entire first stanza must be talking about this very special spot. And it alludes to the fact, as I have gone alone.
But why is that?
And with my
Why?
treasures bold.
Yeah,
Why
he's
is that?
ready.
What if
He
there's
planned
more?
on taking he planned on taking the treasure chest with him.
Yes, like he's at his spot already in the first stanza.
In my opinion, with like going back to what I'm saying is go to riches. Just define riches, and you're gonna get Oscar. New and old. What if he's simply talking about movies, new and old movies, and his lifetime? He's talking about his lifetime, and maybe we could all agree, maybe we can't, that his whole memoir is about him and his life and his wife's. Okay, maybe he's talking about certain things, Academy Award movies, things that were important, whatever case may be, new and old movies. And maybe we should pay attention to some of those. And it just doesn't make any sense. And the biggest clue to that, well, let's shut it down for the winter. Let's shut it down. Maybe I'll just go watch Indiana Jones again. You know, and that just means adventure. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. look closer. Look closer at some of these. Why are you getting all these? You ever notice when you're on YouTube and you start getting all these Fandango clips? You ever
No,
notice
that's
that?
just the government knowing what you're watching. That's all that is. That's
Yeah,
got nothing to do.
You're right. Okay, you're right. That's all it is. But why are some of these clips and everything else, they're like 2 minutes long and they end on a certain word or they end on this and you start looking things up?
That's called eating too many mushrooms late at night. Because you could look in any type of word.
Well, I'll tell you this one thing. I don't do drugs at all. Okay. I don't do drugs. All right.
Well, I'm just telling you, you could hang up.
Well, let's not go there. Okay.
That poem could take you.
I'm a very sober person.
You could take the poem and you could take the poem and take.
Well, you can take it and look at anything. I'm just giving you an alternate.
It'll go in any 4 states there is.
Nobody can figure out what the hell the scissors mean in the treasure chest. Well, I just left them in there, man. I just forgot about it.
Well, maybe there
For
is
a guy, for someone who says I thought of everything, he just left a pair of freaking scissors in the damn chest.
You forgot to stick to, by
Yeah, exactly. I think it means stick to it. Or also it means something else too.
Stick to what? Stick to what? The trust is gone already. What are we sticking to?
Maybe you should think about it. Maybe also if you read in the book, it talks about him and his wife watching the football and they plastered the walls. If you're going to hide something in the Rocky Mountains that's not going to be affected by wind, fire, or anything else like that, you're not going to put it in a tree. You're not going to put it up in a tree, in my opinion, guys. This is my opinion. And if you've ever been anywhere up in Santa Fe or any of those places at high elevation, a lot of that shit is limestone. A lot of that shit has holes all over it, like Swiss cheese. How hard would it be to take something, put it in a freaking hole, and plaster it over?
Nah, come on. How would a kid find it?
Brother, figure it out.
Oh, come on, man. Are you serious? You really saying this right now on live YouTube?
Why not?
When
Why
you
not?
say plaster the hole.
Okay, so hold on. You're telling
God.
hold on a minute. You're saying you were looking for the ring, you said. Do you think the ring is in another treasure chest or he just plastered over the ring
That
itself?
I don't know. That I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
we all know how many duplicate chests are out there? One in Chicago, right?
Detroit.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Michigan. Several others. And we also know he used to do what? What did he used to do? Make cast bronzes. Messed around with that. Did that in Texas before he came out to Santa Fe. Also messed around with that at that place up just north of Santa Fe. You think he's intelligent enough to make another chest?
How that bronze chest was made.
There's two. I mean, I have not heard of a logical reason yet to the two omegas in the end of the book, two endings. I don't know. I mean, his twin daughters are portrayed in the book themselves. You
They're
start
not
looking
twins.
at doubles and twins and this and that. I don't know.
Not twins. His daughters aren't twins.
Well, they sure look like it.
No, they're a couple years apart.
Well, you get my point, though. All I'm saying is that maybe possible. I'm not saying there's a duplicate chest. Exactly. But there's a lot of shit missing from that.
You're breaking up, man.
Can you hear me now?
You're far away.
I'm right here.
Right now we can hear you.
All I'm saying is there's a lot of things missing. Where's the rubies? Where's the diamonds? Where's the emerald
Well, he
ring?
said he'd give you title to the gold. He never told you to give you title to the rubies, diamonds, sapphires. He never says that.
Fair enough.
He said, I give you title to the gold, which is a contract. So if you're disappointed you didn't get rubies and sapphires and the emerald ring, God bless you.
You know, when I was up north of Santa Fe,
title to the gold.
Hold on. when I was up north of Santa Fe and I was looking, I was doing some of these places at the elevation, probably way too high, but not high, but up and high in elevation. You know, I sat in some of these places and got on some of these limestone ridges and some of these places up there, sat in a damn hole that was like one of these bathtubs that he explained, these 36-inch bathtubs. Dude, they're everywhere. And you remember that one picture he has where he's holding the mortar and there's a hole behind him, mortar holes. Start looking up Indian stuff where they had these mortar holes. These holes are everywhere where they ground stuff, they ground corn, they did this. They're pocketed everywhere. They literally are.
The only thing I like to know is, can we still figure out the blaze and where the chest was at the end of the road? After the whole story comes out.
In my opinion, blaze is a single item, but blaze also means the path. If you're wise and found the blaze.
But I want to know in 10 years from now, would we still be able to figure out the poem where the treasure chest was at? That's the answers I want to know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Say
if someone's cool enough to figure it out and take a few.
No, but how would we know we're right if we never can find where the box was at? So
I don't know. Maybe the one person that finds it should leave some stuff there.
Yeah, but we got to know there's something to look forward to. Except we got to know, do we still have a possibility to know its resting spot without somebody telling us?
I think there's more out there, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think it's over.
I don't know.
I really don't.
I don't know anymore, man. I do not know. But when people are disappointed about everything else that they didn't get title to, if it didn't say it's entitled to the gold, everything else is not yours. The poem is like a contract. Maybe everybody fall asleep on the panel.
Nope, I'm still here.
Damn. I was like, no way.
The poem cannot be a contract because a contract is supposed to have clear and concise language.
Yeah, I don't think you're dealing with a contract. You're just dealing with a fun thing. It's a poem that some people took way too far.
Okay,
some people took to the point where they're suing people, getting silly, doing stupid stuff. In my opinion, and I'm not trying to make light of anybody's situation. Don't get me wrong.
No, I agree with you, man. All these lawsuits.
I'm just saying it got out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. All that lawsuit shit was bullshit.
Yeah, and how hard would it be for someone to be smart enough to say he can end this at any time? He can end this at any time.
I agree with you. I was thinking, when's somebody gonna step up and end this now?
And here's the thing too: who's going to put something that nice in a treasure chest just sitting on the ground across the damn river in Wyoming? Come on, man.
Forrest Fenn, somebody that already had a chance in life. He was okay doing it. He had no problem leaving that behind. Like you said, his family's well taken care of.
Listen, I'm not a follower of anybody, and you listen. I've listened to everybody, and even K-Pro herself, and I won't even say.
I don't even want to hear.
I'm not trying to put.
I don't want to hear her name at 4:00 in the morning. Trust me.
And I'm not trying to put names in anybody's mouth. I'm not trying to say that, but even those folks, am I right or am I wrong? Even those folks said, I wasn't impressed. I wasn't impressed with the location. I wasn't impressed with any of that.
There is no location.
Well, hold on. They are impressed by it because they're pushing it 9 Mile Hole. They are impressed that it was that simple. It was right in front of everybody's faces. So they are impressed.
When he puts the narrative strong enough, a lot of people will follow it.
Maybe you're right.
We got followers in lifetime, and then we got leaders.
Oh, I have no doubt that maybe there was something there that was left there, or it was there, and somebody recovered it, or the case may be. But maybe it was meant to be. Maybe that thing that was recovered or found, maybe that was meant to be recovered or found to put an end to the whole damn thing.
Big Rob, the video will be seen by anyone who wants to watch it. I don't want to believe that. Idaho, Buffalo, whoever you are, Cape Hole, whatever. I don't care. I don't believe it if it don't come out of Finn's mouth.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know, I'm not hating on anybody, man. I'm not K-Pro, none of them, dude. I'm not hating on them.
No, I'm not going to believe somebody's word about to get more clicks on their YouTube video. Sorry, that's not me. And I know that game already, and you can't pull that game against me. I don't care.
You think I'm mentioning that name?
No, he's talking to chat, Tranquility. He's talking to Idaho Buffalo.
Oh, okay. My bad, man.
Idaho Buffalo.
No, it's not you.
Saying that there's a video of Forrest that was taken by Carl, and it tells the 9 clues, and Cynthia's already seen it, and blah 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 blah.
Okay. Well, then please share it.
I just want to.
Yeah, but they said they're not going to share it.
I want to know how the original chest was made, because when Vanetti made the replica chests, he had to make them 40 pounds in weight in order to do the pouring. I did the mathematics. The thickness of the bronze would be between 1/8 of an inch thick and 9/64 of an inch thick in order to have a 22-pound chest in the end. And that accounts for about 2 pounds worth of wood, which it appears that there's about 2 pounds worth of Spanish cedar wood used in the chest. How the hell did they make it? I think it was plaster, and I think it was dunked and dipped, and it's just a bronze coated plaster.
Yeah.
I sometimes think that it's that if there is something else out there, I'm not so sure it's a chest. I'm not so sure it's a chest.
Hey guys,
What's up, Troy?
Troy.
I just got done playing WoW, but I've been listening to you guys. I want to say one thing to I wanted to get on real quick so I can ask Tranquility one question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I've been in the chase roughly the same time as you, 2014, and my partner came in around 2011, Sam Smith. So I've been doing videos, I guess, since 2014. Before that, I was just on the forums, and I don't want to get into my solve because nobody really wants to hear it. But
I know you're solved, dude.
All right, but here's the question for you, right? Initially, I agree with Street. The first stanza to me, as I have gone alone in air, well, the memoir, with my treasures bold, they're all in this memoir. I keep my secret where in the memoir, and hint the riches new and old in the memoir. So, so what I was trying to do, the memoir doesn't have a table of contents. So I'm like, okay, that means that he told you what he said is all you need is the book and a good map or Google Earth. And then he said, if you need the hints, they're in the thrill of the chase. So initially I said, okay, I'm going to limit myself to the thrill of the chase and the poem and a map. I'm not going to go beyond that. In other words, what I mean when he mentions like for whom the bell tolls, I'm not going to go read that book. I mean, and he said the hints are subtle. So that means it's something that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So he didn't name anything directly. So anyway, so I said, okay, what if you read the poem and try to find a representation of those hints in the book? And I did that, and I believe the first place it leads, the only place is alone is page 23, which is aptly named Jumpstarting the Learning Curve. So he's teaching you what to do, right? So anyway, just I don't want to get into that big story. So eventually I came up with a solve, and it was supporting it with the book, right?
Right.
But a lot of people were doing to me exactly what they're doing to you, and they're saying, okay, but it's got to work with just the poem. Because let's say, like, what's his name? AGK, Toby.
Can I say one thing? Didn't he say something, or somebody asked him, if you didn't have the book and nothing but the poem, could you solve it? And he said no.
No, that's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
Somebody asked him, if I told you,
because otherwise just publish the poem and be done with it.
No, he said, they asked him, if I told my friend, let's meet where warm water's halt, somewhere north of Santa Fe, would that person be able to figure out where warm water's halt? Forrest Fenn said no.
So because it's in a damn movie.
No, wait, just let me finish. So in other words, the line beginning with warm water salt by itself is
Right.
meaningless, which means that he he actually gave an analogy after that. He said, it's like baking a cake. You can't start with one ingredient. You need the whole thing. So
Yep.
anyway, people were busting my chops like they are with you. And they're like, oh, but you're using the
That's
book.
fair. I knew it was coming, man. That's cool.
No, but wait. So I said, okay, let me try something. Let's eliminate the book. And all I have now is the poem and the map, and no backstory of Forrest. I don't need to know his name. I don't need to know anything. It has to work with poem. So I started thinking to myself, and you seem like you're intelligent. You can realize this. What if the poem is giving you instructions on how to operate on itself? And that's what ultimately led to, because Sam Smith told me, he said, yeah, you do this and this, and this is what El Jefe told me to do. And I said, all right, but why did he choose that word? And Sam couldn't answer me. And I'm like, see, that's the problem. We need to go through the poem and do it. So literally, it worked. When I do that, the poem alone is giving me where warm water salt. So like I can make that, and I've done it in a video. I did it.
Well, he also said the poem is a map. Okay?
Correct.
He said the poem is a map. Okay. So if the poem is a map, it's giving you direction, which I have tried to give some tonight by exactly what the poem was saying, by the actual verbiage of the words, and going down at least pretty goddamn way down the road. Okay. So if the poem is a map, the way I look at it is this: if first of all, this is a game. This is a treasure hunt. Let's not forget that. And for anything that you're looking at, when I'm trying to solve a case and do something, I look at the entire everything: the person, what he's saying, his videos, what he states.
But that's the problem. But that's why these guys are busting their chops. If Forrest Fenn, here's what AGK said: if Forrest Fenn hid the treasure chest, came out with the thrill of the chase, which obviously has the poem in it, and then he died that day, that means that holding that thrill of the chase in your hand should be all 100% of the information you need besides the map. So if you're,
I could have swore he said, if all you had was the poem, if all you had is the poem, could you solve it? And I thought he said, and just guys, don't destroy me on this. All I'm saying is I thought he said, no, you can't figure it out from just
no, he didn't say that. He never said that.
Okay, fair enough.
Nope. He said
fair
said the clues in the poem, you follow them precisely. And he said that the thrill of the chase contains hints that will not take you to the chest, but they're subtle and they will help you solve the clues.
They will give you hints to the clues.
They will give you hints to the clues. Yeah.
Correctly.
Well,
yes.
So what is wrong with using I guess I'm just not realizing this. Maybe I should.
No. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with using the book.
It goes back to the poem purists and the book people. Man, I take it all, brother. I take it all.
And so did I. I mean,
and I tell you what, if you're not looking at, in my opinion, if you're not looking at that one video that Toby did, and Toby, if you're listening, bless your brother, you did a really good job with everything you did, all your videos and everything. I'd love to talk to you one day. But when Toby did that one video, the bookstore thing, not the collected works, but you know what I'm talking about, the big one.
You talk about
the Moby Dickens.
The Moby Dickens. And if you are not breaking that down by everything, I mean, why did he say in 1988 I got cancer? What's so special about 1988?
Right.
What's so special about
cancer?
Well, look up the word cancer, brother.
Yeah, but wait. Yeah, but hold up a minute. The problem that I found and everybody else found all those years is that the more you add to the problem, the more it opens up the window for bias. So,
absolutely.
Like you said, what's 1988? Absolutely. Well, in my saw, 1988 is directly related to what happened at the wheel, right?
Yeah,
so wait. So now I can go to Rob, and Rob can find it, and everybody can find it. So that's the only reason why I went back to the poem. But here's the thing: what I'm trying to say.
Good.
I did not use my interpretation of where warm water's halt. The poem gave me exactly precisely where warm water's halt. That's the difference. I got to use what Fenn says is warm water's halt,
Correct.
not what I think it is.
Correct.
And the less information you have,
Did you find anything?
Hell
yeah.
Shit, he found a shit
I can
one.
take you precisely to a 1 by 1 foot spot, and I could go there right now.
But
And the
are you-
man could get there in a wheelchair, get within 50 feet of it. But I don't want to discuss myself because I've done it
Man,
in
it takes
videos.
so long for
No,
everybody.
that's fine. That's fine.
But all I'm saying is I've showed with just my solve how I can take you from beginning to end. And I only did that because people were telling me, don't use the book. Don't use the book. You're biasing it. So show us how the poem works. And I did that. I showed it. I didn't make up any place where warm water's halt. It says it right there. It says use the wheel.
He does.
So
have-
I
he
also
does
gave
have-
you.
He
So-
does
so-
have no good
so-
style. He got
So I
some-
grabbed the map of the wheel like it fucking told me. Then I go back and I read the poem, and all of the clues on the map fit the poem. So
But why
it
don't-
wasn't my interpretation. I
Okay,
did,
but hold-
and my
hold on.
blaze was the sun. Makes
Great.
sense, right?
No,
Yeah.
I saw your video, the wheel and all that. I saw that.
Right, I'm not
Up on
trying
that
to.
bluff.
I'm not trying to say that
But-
I'm right because I agree that Street might be right about San Lazaro.
He may be. Isn't San
Yeah, because
Lazaro
we
south?
all have a connection with the stars
Yeah, we all got
and the
connections.
Paleo Indians and the Clovis stuff.
Sure.
That's why they're saying to use just the poem. They're not busting your ball. But
Why
I'm
don't
saying,
why don't we look at a different definition of the word halt? Maybe
I mean, I've done that.
if I'm creating a treasure poem or a this type of quest or whatever, it's very simple for everybody to understand that halt means stop. That's basic.
No, it's actually temporary stop.
It's a temporary stop. Yeah.
Okay, it's still, you got the word stop.
Well,
There's another
you gotta read
definition.
the poem.
Okay, but guys, all I'm saying is there is something else. There's another meaning to the word halt, and maybe that's why there's been so many damn roadblocks with everything. Is that we're just maybe looking at it collectively wrong. I mean, what's wrong with listen? There's no doubt that you're going to continue to pursue this. I'm going to continue to pursue it. Big Rob, you're going to continue to pursue it.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I got my salve right now, and I'm sticking to my.
You're not done. You're not done. You're going to continue to talk about, which is fine, man. It gives you enjoyment.
Not really. I
Does
got
it
my
bother
salve.
you?
Troy got his salve. Trusty got his salve.
Right.
JC got his salve. Hey, if one of us is right, that'd be cool as fuck right now.
No, but wait, what, Rob? I kind of agree with Tranquility on this, and that's why.
Why not look?
I don't
at
want.
something
Wait,
else, brother.
Well, that's why I don't want to. I don't want to really talk about my solve because I would rather listen to Street and Candy. Okay, where they were talking about, because I could see direct correlations between me and Street, even though we have different solves. So somewhere between me, Street, Candy, Rob, and Trusted, the real answer exists. Like your solve is clearly spiritual, right? So maybe you're onto something. So I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right at all.
Who's spiritual?
I don't have the fucking chest. I didn't find it. Well, you're talking about the first church in the United States.
Well, hold on. First off, my solve has nothing to do with being spiritual, brother.
Well, I'm saying it started that way. You're talking about the first church in the United States, and then you're talking about the staircase.
That's just a fact.
Well, it's your interpretation.
No, it's not
It's not a
interpretation.
fact.
Go to Wikipedia, brother.
No, yeah, it's a fact that it's the first church, but you're assuming that it has something to do with a church.
But no. All I said to myself was, "What the hell does Santa Fe mean?" I didn't know what it means.
Right, but that's also a bias. So you're
a bias.
All I did was break down the word Santa Fe.
It's not in the.
It means holy faith.
It's not in the poem. It doesn't say Santa Fe warm water hawks. It just says warm water hawks. Like,
well, here I can answer it really quick. And I even heard Tranquility say this. He said, Forrest Fenn said, there are many places where warm water salt, most of them are north of Santa Fe. So show me where the word Santa Fe exists in Montana, Wyoming, or Colorado. It don't.
All I'm saying is that Santa Fe to me was broken. It means holy faith. And all I
Of course,
did,
I'm not saying they're
all
wrong.
all I did was looking at it as an investigative type of mind. But I said to myself, well, what the hell does that mean? Does that mean there's a lot of churches there? I started looking. Yeah, shit. Yeah, there is. There's a lot of Catholic churches there. There's the Basilica. There's the oldest church in the United States. And there's this crazy ass chapel called Laredo Chapel. I had no idea what Laredo Chapel was. And then you start looking into it, one of the most mysterious staircases ever built. Matter of fact, it's so mysterious. It's been on that damn show with Leonard Nimoy as far as mysteries of the world and shit of how it was built and this and that. There's no nails in it. They don't even know how it's standing to this day. They don't even know what type of wood it was built with.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that's awesome.
Then I started looking into that deeper.
And that's where you fell in the rabbit hole. Like
no, wait. So
right,
Tranquility, let me run something by you really quick. Tranquility. Let's say that my solve's wrong, okay, and Street and what Candy are talking about is correct, okay. And I can believe that by listening to what Forrest Fenn talked about San Lazaro. There's something special there, right? And he even said that he's talking about 5 keys and he only found 1 chest, right?
Isn't that
so? So wait, hear me out. How do you know that Candy and Street leading us to San Lazaro or coming down from the wheel down to San Lazaro is our goal? And Forrest Fenn found something that leads northeast into the mountains from the plant that you're talking about. In other words, what I'm saying is collectively, I believe we all could come up with a solution. But I think that we need to narrow down to like Justin said, to make it work with just a poem. That's all. So I don't think any one of us are right, honestly. Me, including me. I think the answer lies somewhere between all of us, including Bill, by the way.
One of the biggest things I thought I'd mentioned was heavy loads and water high. Go touch it and go look at it. Just go look at it.
Yeah, I know, but it's your interpretation. That's the problem. Where does Forrest Fenn say that?
What if it's as simple? What if it is as simple as 2 lodestones on each side of a sign that says water treatment plant?
Yeah,
but what happens when a water treatment plant shuts down next week? Then what happens?
Each of these stones probably weigh a couple thousand pounds each.
Yeah, but the water treatment plant's gone. Or they take the sign down.
Okay. Well, he's even said, will they be there and whatever? Oh, maybe some will. Maybe they won't be. Things will change.
He's talking about the actual disasters, like if a volcano blew up or a lightning strike. He's talking about disasters.
All right, fair enough.
By the way, I want to correct you. I want to correct you on something else. Tranquility. When you said that the fire can't burn,
Troy.
It can't burn. That's completely wrong. Forrest Fenn, in fact, said that it can be impacted by the weather and fire. So if it was buried under plaster, that eliminates that right there, right? I'm not trying to bust the chops. I'm just saying that
I don't know. I mean, all I'm saying is if I was going to literally, if you take the literal interpretation of in the Rocky Mountains north of Santa Fe, I'd put the shit in the rock. I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it in the ground.
I thought about that too. A fake rock.
I wouldn't put it in the. I wouldn't put it in the ground. I wouldn't put it in a stupid tree.
Put it in the rock.
I would. I'd literally find a hole in a limestone rock and put it in the hole.
I thought about that too, man. I went into a lot of little crevices.
Exactly, dude. I mean, that is not a far stretch.
No, it's not.
That is not. Because it's a little hiding space.
Yeah, you're correct. All I wanted to say,
that's all I'm saying. Just think about it. I mean,
but I'm saying you keep saying think about it like as if we have something to learn. I think collectively. I mean, I'm even saying myself. Obviously, I can't prove anything. I don't have a treasure chest, right? But I still believe that between people like you, people like Candy, people like Street, people like Justin, and even Bill Gorman, we're all kind of on this same sort of I don't want to say a religious theme, but a spiritual theme.
No religion here, man. I'm not
Well,
talking religion at all.
But your whole entire warm water salt is based on religion.
And that's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's just a fact. That's Laredo Chapel. I have nothing to do
hold
with
on.
that.
If that's your number one clue and that's where you start, it is
Right.
religious based. It's a freaking chapel, man.
I didn't make it that way though, Street.
But where does Forrest make it that way? How does Forrest?
I don't.
We shouldn't, like Rob was saying, we shouldn't. He doesn't tell you. I mean, a movie, that's special knowledge, right? So we don't got to watch any movies.
What's so special
we don't need
about
to know about his belt. We don't need to know he wears.
About Indiana
Because
Jones?
it doesn't state in a poem. I got to go watch
What is so
the movie
special?
on his spot.
What is so special about a movie?
It's
Anybody can watch it.
You tell
because
me.
He said it's entertainment. Everything else on the internet is entertainment. He said all you need is the poem, the book, and a good map or Google Earth. If you need hints, use the thrill of the chase. That's all he said. Everything else, which includes his scrapbooks, incidentally, is there for entertainment. And I believe that the more you add, I mean, you got to see the strength. The more you add to a problem, the more it opens up the window for personal bias to fit in. So the trick is to try to eliminate as much noise.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, it opens a lot more rabbit holes to even go down.
Fair enough, but for me, it didn't open up any noise. It's not that everything. I haven't figured out everything. I'm not trying to say that. I'm actually enjoying it, man. I'm taking my time with it.
That's what you're supposed to do. That's what we're all.
Yeah, dude. I'm not trying to rush to it. I don't really. It's not that. I'm just all I'm trying to say is here's something different. Here's something different. Take a look at it or don't. Throw it in the fucking trash. Throw it in the trash can. I don't care. I don't care. All I'm telling you is these are things that you can touch, see, walk down, go to.
Correct.
Oh my God, there is a freaking home that belongs to monks, capital B for Brown. Reverence.
Well, actually, there's other. I mean, the Spanish, well, like we were talking about the Paleo Indians. Okay, right. So the Brown could also be capitalized because it's a group of people. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a surname.
Is that specialized knowledge? What?
I don't think so. I don't think it's specialized. I think it's specialized that if you're talking about a monk for a home of Brown because they live there and they're monks, knowledge. I don't think that's specialized to say that you revere something. That's why you capitalize it. That's not a far stretch at all.
I think so.
Matter of fact, if you look at define reverence then. Define home.
A home is a place of origin.
Could be
it's a place of origin. It doesn't have to be a physical place. You know, here's the big problem. One of the biggest things I had to do in order to be able to talk to Street and Candy and everybody and actually accomplish something is I have to be willing to say my shit could be wrong. So I'm always open for changes.
In my hand, dude.
No, you're right.
In my hand.
Yeah,
I can't say. So you have to be willing to adapt, just like I did. I mean, Street's even adapting. Candy adapts. We adapt, and a lot of times we get, but we're harsh with each other because we're trying to force a stringent guideline. And at this point in the chase,
the only reason why I'm coming in and saying something is because I think we all, well, maybe we don't all agree. I've learned that. That's for damn sure. But maybe we all can see, or some of us can see, that there's something wrong with the ending.
We all agree with that. Absolutely.
There's something that stinks in Denmark, brother.
Yep.
And I have a very investigative mind, and when these things are not adding up, and things are not right, and he makes comments like, with a promise of future discoveries and this and that and all that.
No, he's not lying to you.
It's not making sense, man.
You know what I think, Tranquility? I'm beginning to think there's more than one chest, and I think that the stick, and the rusty key and the scissors, and more to that was actually a hint from Forrest that he's calling this up. But there's a bigger. In other words,
for someone who thought of everything.
Whoa! What did you just say, Trey? I didn't hear the whole thing.
I said that I think that based on that serial number thing that Galaxy and the other military guy are working on, I think that when Forrest put that picture out, he was leaving a hint there to people that are astute enough to realize that this is not really the end. This is only the door prize that Jack found, because I'm calling off the chase. For those with the intelligence to proceed, you're going to find the real answer. And that's what jumped me back to what Candy and Street are doing, because it all aligns. It aligns with what Trusted said. Trusted's really good with like anthropology and languages and stuff like that. And I think that, in order for me to accept that, I have to be willing to say my solve could be wrong. So, because if I was so intent that my solve was right, and hey, guys, you got to listen, then there's no point in me talking to Street, because I'm not ever going to learn anything from him. Right. So I'm starting to believe that I'm wrong. And his might be actually, I would say maybe mine is where Jack found the chest, let's say, right? But maybe Forrest Fenn was acting like he was following them across Siberia, the Mayans, right? And they're coming down, they pass the wheel, they come down, right? And then they end up at the Yucatan Peninsula, just like Canyon Street said. The Skippy dies out there. He was doing some research for them on the Mayans and the Aztecs, and they fled when the Spanish kicked the shit out of them, right? So Forrest Fenn's tracking them using anthropology to find out where they went, right? What they did. So he traces them up to San Lazaro, and he makes his fucking discovery, right? So there's a really high and everybody will say, oh, that's south of Santa Fe, but we're not looking for the treasure chest anymore. That's over.
Yeah.
So you're right, Tranquilly. There could be something else out there, and you ain't the only one that thinks that. And it may not be a monetary thing, but everybody believes that Forrest Fenn made a really good discovery. He said it himself. He said, if you find it, he said it's going to change history as we know it. So this is big.
No, I don't
really
remember
big.
I don't remember him saying that at all.
I just go watch I just put a video up. It comes right out of his mouth.
He did say that.
He says it's going to change South history as we know it.
I think, but I don't.
And
think
he found a lot of stuff in that 1%.
I don't think that's a far stretch. I've heard things where people think, it's DB Cooper, it's this and that. Maybe
that's whole different. That's a whole different ball.
Well, now hold on. Now you've asked me to shut my mouth when you guys are talking. I've heard different things. I've heard that maybe it's the second shooter on the grassy knoll. It's this and that. Maybe it's the real deal on the Apollo landing, that it was all made up and bullshit. Maybe it's a lot of things. It could be one or more of those. Maybe he did know enough people in his life that he found out some information from somebody that he has something. It's very possible.
Oh, sure. Why do you think the FBI was investigating him? Because they think of something he found at San Lazaro. So what if Forrest Fenn actually put it somewhere else and he hit it? And the real challenge is to go find it and make the truth discovery.
Yeah, what if the thing at the end of the day is you find one thing, maybe an emerald ring or whatever, you turn it, and maybe you get your prize. Maybe you get a damn USB stick. I don't know, and maybe it's got what you need on it.
Exactly. We just don't know. So we're trying, right? So we're trying to do it together. But I think, I did the same thing that you're doing.
I think it's bigger. I think it's bigger than what was just sold in Texas.
Absolutely. But see, already
I'm not impressed by that.
Right. Absolutely. And by the way, he never said there was rubies in there. The 254 rubies are actually in the dragon bracelet. They're not. Right. They're not loose.
Correct.
They're part of the dragon bracelet. All them other jewels and the watches were taken out in that one picture. So he describes exactly what was in the chest.
Yeah, but he titled the gold. So all this stuff he mentioned not gold.
Yeah, notice they're not selling the dragon bracelet or the chest, so they're only selling the gold. But yeah, I mean that's why we're all here. But I mean, ultimately, like I said, I was kind of doing the same thing with Street's video that he came out with a couple of years ago. I was the first one there. I'm like, I didn't realize messing around, so I was doing the same thing, and I'd walk around talking shit about my solve, and then I'm starting to realize over the last 2 years that I need to listen more. And when I listen to Street and I listen to Candy and Trusted, I've listened for years, so don't No, but just recently, what they've been saying,
I've listened to everybody,
but their shit was earth shattering, and I'm like, damn, they're onto something, and I'm going to be here and be an idiot.
No,
I'm right. No, I mean, I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
No, that's why I bring up Street a few times, because I think he's got some good stuff. I think a lot of you guys do. I really do.
Yeah,
But
a lot of people got
I really do. But just all I'm trying to do is just make. You don't have to look at my thing. I know I'm coming this thing, and I'm not a new voice, or not an old time voice like you guys and that kind of stuff. But maybe look at it a different way. Maybe just look at it a different way. And this bullshit where I thought of everything, and I don't know what those scissors are doing in that chest.
What do you think the scissors mean?
Clips.
Oh, you're referring to movie clips?
You're damn right I am.
Yeah,
exactly
I agree with you on the stick. I don't agree with you on the scissors. I haven't actually decided what the scissors mean yet.
Look, well, then maybe take a look at some of these things. Take a look at why he's underneath the wagons that are circled in the book, and he's sitting there watching like he's watching TV of these gypsies dancing a fandango type dance, whatever.
or a campground.
Well, you start getting things like fandango clips and this and that, or whatever case may be. Maybe start looking at some of that stuff, dude.
I am. I mean, I wrote down things as you were saying, but I was playing a game. But I would come back and listen. I wrote down what you said. I'm going to look into it eventually. But my question to you is: you can do the same for us? You can look into what Candy says.
I already have, man. I have, guys. I have. I really have. Honestly, I'm not coming in here as some new dude. I'm not. I really not. I'm not. I've been doing this longer than some of you have. But I've been doing my own thing too. You're right. I've been following my own thing and just having a good time doing it.
What do you use to cut umbilical cords with? Scissors.
Okay.
You felt umbilically attached. Scissors.
Forceps. I don't know. Forceps, clips, forceps, and a damn, a surgical knife or clips. Okay.
No, they use scissors because every birth of my children, they gave me the scissors to cut the umbilical cord.
Fair enough. Man.
Yeah, and our ancestors.
A real woman uses her teeth, and then she eats the placenta.
Aren't we connected to our ancestors umbilically?
Sure.
You're connected to your mother. She was connected to her mother. Think about that. Yeah. And think about the Mayans. And think about the Aztecs. And think about the Paleo. I mean, what did Forrest spend his whole life on, if you want to consider Forrest? He liked the archaeology.
When he says I'm umbilically connected or whatever he said.
But I mean, think about what he did. He was into archaeology and helping kids collecting Indian stuff. Started with his first arrowhead. So obviously he's interested in the ancients. He's working. That's what archaeologists do. They study history and they go back and they try to find where stuff is. Where did the Spanish leave their?
Makes me wonder. Umbilically connected. Cher had a flair about her. His name, when he writes it, has a flare and a little suspicious dot. Huh. Maybe there was a loophole somewhere. You think? Maybe there's a loophole.
Yeah, or we could be crazy and that scissors didn't mean anything. But I heard that part from you. You're right. What man's going to go through all that trouble and say, "Ooh, I accidentally left a pair of scissors in there"? No, that's not going to happen like that. Now the stick, I don't know.
By the way, those lowercase f's are used in Shakespeare's sonnets.
Okay.
And they're additional into the words to make new words.
Right. I just think that everything from his friggin' signature to the end of the book, where every little thing, the pictures, the fact that some of the pictures are cockeyed or askew or tilted or however you want to call them, you look at different words. Everything from the poem to the words. I mean, how confusing to make something, the reason why it might take for so long, because, people think, well, it's numerology. It's got to be numerology. But nobody that does numerology, They don't have really, there's nothing I've really heard that's really good. What if he used a little bit of everything? What if he used a little bit of everything?
I believe that. I think he threw everything at this phone for us to
Throw,
figure out.
exactly. Throw the kitchen sink at the whole
Hell
damn
yeah,
thing.
that's the best thing you do. You throw
That's the
whole
best
kitchen
way to
sink.
hide something.
Yep.
Well, if we look at the thrill of chase as the big picture, and a memoir is just one story of your life. It's not your entire life. It's just a story. And we all know the story originated with his death. And he tells us from birth and blah, but all through it, he keeps alluding to the fact he had an epiphany.
But what if
He
he's
had
simply
the
telling?
pivotal moment in his life.
But
And death is what made him realize what it's all about.
fair enough. Fair enough. But in a memoir, what if he's simply telling from his birth to his through his life with his trips up to Yellowstone and maybe the type of music and he's hinting at movies and he's sharing everything. He's sharing everything. He's trying to share and not only that, maybe he's hitting on key things that happen in his time frame, all the way up to fricking the Apollo moon landing.
Well, I took it as, listen, this book was written by a higher hand, and it all was, the catalyst was he was facing death. He wanted to.
Well, on the higher hand, he said, "I'm not the most religious person, but I'm the most spiritual person that you'll find, and I believe there's a higher hand."
Well, if
that's exactly what he said. And if you come across that, where there's something that's there in front of your face, and he's got his hand up high and one hand down low, and he's wearing a monk's robe on the home where the monks live, maybe that's the home of Brown. Possibly.
But there goes your bias again about your monks.
Well, it is, but it makes you think at least.
I could think about a lot of things.
Okay. But does that thing lead you to the next thing directly? And then the next thing directly.
Because
and then the next thing directly.
Homer, like Forrest said, the Homer Brown could be all these things. Maybe all the things the Homer Brown that Forrest mentioned is probably none of them.
I never heard him say that they could be that the Homer Brown could be a number of things. I never heard him say that.
Yeah, he said.
I heard him say. I heard him say that about warm waters.
He said that a horse's nose could be white. That could be a blaze. He told you a couple of things that could be.
Right, but also if you look up the word blaze, it means path. If you're wise and found the blaze, the friggin' path. The path of
found the right path.
Hey, tranquility.
But also, I think the blaze. I've said this before. I think the blaze is an item. I think the blaze actually is an item. But I also think the blaze is an item, like what type of thing.
Tranquility. Not only does my solve start at a location, and then as Forrest said, you take your foot and step on the front of it. Not only does it do that, but it takes two paths.
Yeah.
And when the two paths meet up at the next location is the next location, not just one, but the two of them have to meet.
I've never said that any of your solves doesn't hold water. I've never said that tonight.
No, we never said you did.
I never said it. All I'm just giving is an alternative. An alternative that I've never heard.
It's been talked about, but we never had a style. It's been talked about in the chase.
At this depth?
No, not at this depth, but other people had their own depth, and it kind of wishy-washy both ways.
I don't think I'm being wishy-washy about a damn thing.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the South.
Well, the simple statement when you entered in that you was going to help us. that pretty much indicated we're all wrong. If you're going to help us to get on the
No,
right.
I don't think that I don't think that's fair at all.
Well, I'm not talking fairness. I'm just going by what you said.
No, don't.
And say,
That's a word game.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it
that's
is.
a meaning game. You came in telling us you're going to change
That's the
and
meaning.
show us that what you're going to help us.
I didn't say show you. I
find
think I said right. I'm going to give you something different to think about.
No, you said you're going to help us.
All right. Well,
you did say that.
hey,
You
brother.
said you're gonna help
Hey,
us.
brother. You spin it how you want to spin it. I'm just,
I'm not. I'm
Who's
only
spinning it?
going by what you said. I'm not
You said
spinning
it.
nothing.
Well, what's wrong with what I said?
Well, you came in. You just said you weren't trying to discard credit or
Well, I'm not trying to
solve
bullshit
by
anybody.
coming in,
I'm
by
not.
coming in and saying you're going to help us. That discredits our solve right from
Yeah,
the
but I
get-go.
haven't beat around the bush. I haven't done, I haven't tried to, make you think about shit so much.
Yes,
other
you
than
have.
just-
You kept
Yes, you
telling
have.
us.
You
You
said
did
us
it. You kept telling
watch
us,
the
look
movie.
at this, look at that. You are
Yeah, I
trying
agree.
to
I agree with Street. It came off condescending.
very, very,
Very,
condescending.
very.
I wasn't trying to be.
Well,
Well, you probably didn't mean it like that, but that's what it sounds to a lot of us.
Tranquility. What if they went to San Lazaro? What if Forrest Fenn discovered something that would answer some of the questions that they had about things such as the staircase?
I think that'd be great.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, so I mean, like, I think that, I shouldn't be the one to say this, but it's hard, But when Street pointed it out to me a long time ago, and that's why I appreciate it. I'm not just ass, by the way, Paul, if you're watching. It's just a fact that I'm going to, I admit that. But they're opening my eyes. I still believe my sob. Don't get me wrong. So, but I have to be willing to say there's a possibility that I'm wrong. But I'm still overjoyed with the fact that I can align myself with the same stuff that everybody's talking about, including Bill, that we always pick on. I mean,
I've only heard one or two people, maybe more. No, I agree with you, Troy.
And I agree. I totally agree with you that 9 Mile Hole is silly. I'll never change that opinion.
9 Mile Hole.
I'm tired of talking about it. And I apologize to Candy, but like all I was trying to get through before, and I got off because I didn't want to get into an argument and say things I don't mean. But I'm just saying there's a lot of creative people, and 3D Bronze is one of them. Why not just give the other creative people? That's all I was trying to say to Candy.
I'm not saying that something wasn't found at 9 Mile Hole. I think that chest probably was found there.
Either way, all I'm saying is
but maybe that's not what we're really looking for.
No, that's the point right there. Yeah. And I mean, I was unwilling to accept that in the past. So I'm looking like, well, I'm right and everybody else is wrong. And I can't say that. Just like Street can't and Candy can't say I'm right and everybody else is wrong. Nobody knows. But if we try to work, we could work together, I believe, because the chest is gone.
Yeah.
Forget about
we can play the game too with the word. Why did he pluralize treasures instead of not to say treasure?
Because he has multiple things that he treasures in his life, his wife, his kids, his parents.
You can go that way. You can also go, maybe there's more than one.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what Galaxy believes. That's what Forrest Fenn showed. He said, I found 5 keys in San Lazaro. And he said, I only found one chest. And he was explaining how they kicked the Spanish out. Said they were going to kill him. You get out.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm definitely not trying to get people out there and do things. All I'm also trying to say is, don't give up. Don't, and maybe I probably said way too much, but I just want to give an alternative that I haven't, really heard anybody talk about. And I'm finally willing to talk about.
It's been talked about, but
not at this level.
Maybe not on the level, but it has been talked about.
I've heard the chapel talked about in the stairs in the past for sure.
Absolutely. Also, he's also said more than one person has figured out the first clue.
Right, but see now but I can say the same on my side because the first 2 clues, and same could Rob, and so could Street. Anybody that's why I'm saying I try not to pay too much attention to what Forrest said. I think That was, I mean, from 2014, 2015.
Why would you not want to pay attention to what Forrest said?
Because when I was doing that for 2014, 2015, 2016, I was going down too many rabbit holes. And I said, let me start eliminate some of the noise and go back to just the poem and thrill of the chase. Like Street said, he many times, there's nobody that could say that when you read that first stanza, that it one of the options it is that it refers to the memoir. I mean, it just seems so obvious, you know. It did to me, and obviously it did to Street too. You know, so I can't discount that. And that was why I thought that originally. But then I said, let me take it a step farther and eliminate the book, because
everybody has very unique solves, and I am not ever going to be the one to say that you are wrong.
Right. So, but look at the book. Right? You got people out there looking at the book and they're reading Catcher in the Rye, but they're reading Catcher in the Rye.
For anybody that's listening, that if I've came off condescending, if I've came off anything, I apologize. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to be that guy. I promise you I'm not. I swear to you I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm really not.
You just seem like you're passionate about yourself, like we all.
Yeah, initially I agreed with Street, and I said, "Is this fucking Paul on here?" But no, you're not a Paul. I don't think so. I mean,
man, I'm not, dude. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm not. We've all heard it. We've all experienced it, and I would hope within about 5 minutes to listen to me, like this guy, you know, that maybe he's not a knucklehead. I don't know. I'm just trying to give something different. Something totally different.
It's always good to learn something new.
There you go, brother. There you go. I appreciate that.
No problem.
And I guess that's it. And I tell you what, I know it's late, and maybe we can end it here. And I'd like to come back more and talk more and maybe show more. And maybe we can figure this thing out.
I'm going to take off too, guys. It was nice talking.
It's getting too late for me. I got to get up.
Yeah.
I think
that's what I just left a comment and telling Candy I got to take off, man. It's like 5:20 in the morning.
Talk, man. Hey, listen, I appreciate y'all not.
Here.
Listen, for my first time, I appreciate y'all not screaming. I appreciate all the criticism. I really do. I appreciate you not, screaming at me and this and that. And again, if I came off any other way as trying to be genuine,
no, you're cool. We're just a little rough crowd. That's all. We bounce off ideas.
Hey, man, I'm a big boy, man. Trust me, I can take it.
Well, if you was ever on Dale's site, in my opinion, starts out every fucking thing people say. In my opinion, if you come off as like, I'm going to save you guys, and I'm going to instantly. You've been around long. Instantly, people get like, "Oh shit, we're going to have fun with this, man."
I'm not the Messiah, brother. I am not.
I thought you're one of them guys. I thought you're one of them guys like, "Hey, man, throw yourself in the garbage. There's a real one right here."
No, not going to do it, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm not.
Because it takes a lot for me to throw myself away for me to say you are right.
No, just you know what, you just take it, and maybe we can look at it, and
we could always find things in ourselves.
All right. Well, we'll maybe I'll show back up again. I appreciate the letting me in.
That's awesome.
All right, man. We'll see you guys next time.
All right, later, everyone. It's a pleasure, everyone, talking. See you all
tonight.
later, man.
Hey, be safe. Everybody have a good New Year.
All right.
Yep, you too.
Guys. Later,
Okay.
Trusted. Later, Street. Later, Troy.
Goodbye, everybody.
Peace out.